at the Mayor's Building Block Housing Summit. Okay, that's fine. Sure. I'll move this. Is that good? Okay. Short. Again, thank you everybody for being here at this morning's 2022 Mayor's Building Blocks Housing Summit. I'm Michael Liu, the Director of Miami-Dade's Public Housing and Community Development, and it is a great pleasure to have you here. Now, as you can tell, we are in a very interesting venue, and it's so exciting to be able to introduce to you our host, really, for this event, the Chief Operating Officer for the Miami Marlins, Ms. Caroline O'Connor. Ms. O'Connor, let's give her a greeting.
Good morning. Thank you, Michael, for the very kind introduction. On behalf of Marlins owner Bruce Sherman, I want to officially welcome you to Lone Depot Park. Our naming rights partner says home means everything, so it's very apropos that you're here today for this topic, and we're very glad to have you. Michael, your leadership as Miami-Dade's housing chief is so visible and impactful. I've seen the work you've done at Liberty Square and right across the street at River Park. Both reflect strong partnerships with great corporate leaders like Related Urban, and I see what you've planned for our community in today's agenda. I look out into the audience today and see so many leaders whose presence makes it clear that our community is coming together to help solve the housing crisis by tackling the issue and making housing available, accessible, and affordable. With leaders like our own District Commissioner, Eileen Higgins, Miami-Dade County, and the City of Miami, and the trailblazer I'm about to introduce, we can get it done. The title of First Woman Mayor of Miami-Dade County is an amazing feat. With the Honorable Daniela Levine Cava, it's not only that she's the first woman mayor, it's that she has been a great mayor, and she's a great convener, which is evidenced here today. Today, she's brought us together to rally around the building blocks that will put us on the path to solve the housing affordability crisis. This amazing leader also has a mean pitch. Just a few weeks ago, she threw a first pitch right down the middle, right on this field. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome someone who needs no introduction, the Mayor of Miami-Dade County, the Honorable Daniela Levine Cava.
Not only did I get to throw the pitch, but I had my granddaughters with me, ages 2 and 4. What a great day. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Building Block Summit. We're so psyched. Very, very psyched. Before we get started, I wanted to take a moment to thank so many of our special partners here today, starting with all of our friends at Lone Depot Park. Let's give it up for our host, the Marlins family. And to all our government partners, because government can get it done. Yes, the many federal representatives who've flown down to be with us, our local experts and academics. We couldn't do this work without you and without your money. Thank you. And to all of our funders for today's great announcements, those of us who make this event happen, our sponsors, Wells Fargo, Miami-Dade Chamber of Commerce, Health Foundation of South Florida, FPL, the Miami Foundation, Bank United, Ocean Bank, and the Milton Family Company. Thank you so much for sponsoring this summit, making it possible for people to attend from everywhere in Miami-Dade County. And to our Board of County Commissioners. Today you'll be hearing from a number of them who've joined us. Our Vice Chairman, Oliver Gilbert, he heads our TPO, or Transportation Planning Organization. He is exploring comprehensive affordability solutions at the intersection of transportation and housing. Commissioner Jean Monestime, he is a longtime champion and advocate for housing here in Miami-Dade, and an expert too. Commissioner Eileen Higgins, commissioner of this district, who earlier this year sponsored critical legislation guaranteeing 60 days written notice to tenants before substantial rent increases and support for month-to-month tenancies. Commissioner Danielle Cohen-Higgins, our South Dade champion, my successor in the South, always working towards community beautification and ensuring residents can be proud of the neighborhoods in which they live. And Senator Garcia, such a large part of our public health in making sure everyone has a place to live. And since his time in the state legislature, Senator Garcia has focused on every aspect of the health and well-being of our residents and our communities. So, although they couldn't be with us here today, I want to also recognize our chairman, Jose Pepe Diaz, Commissioners Keon Hardiman, Rebecca Sosa, Keone McGee, Raquel Regalado, Javier Soto, and Joe Martinez and Sally Heyman, all of whom have worked tirelessly to make our community more prosperous and have supported our housing initiatives. Each of them is a critical partner in the efforts here today. So thank you everyone for being here. And now a little personal moment. There's a birthday girl in the house. That would be Commissioner Eileen Higgins. So, Madam Commissioner. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Commissioner Higgins. Happy birthday to you. Great. Okay, now let's kick it off, or pitch it off, or hit it off. I'm thrilled to see so many of you. We've got leaders across Miami-Dade County, leaders at the neighborhood level, leaders in government, leaders in private sector. So together, we are building a new era of innovation and housing solutions. So let's get right to it. I probably don't have to tell you that we have a serious crisis on our hands. Over the past year, we have become one of the most unaffordable regions to live in our entire country. Rents have increased over 30%, and for some, doubling or even tripling their monthly rates. It isn't just a problem in Miami-Dade. We know it's a national problem, but here in our county, people are feeling the effects of rising prices, a true housing emergency. So while it's true that we're feeling the sharp pain of the national housing crisis, it's also true that we are at the forefront of local solutions. Just yesterday, during her visit with us here, HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge was so impressed with the quality of our housing developments and our response to homelessness and prevention that she said she would be taking our story back to Washington and then to share it with the rest of the country. And to quote her directly, she said, "We are building housing where people want to live." Like across the street, if you haven't seen our beautiful, beautiful project. With the support of our county commission, our state and federal partners and cities from across the county, we are building the foundation, laying the building blocks, block by block, for a more affordable, more livable, and more equitable Miami-Dade. So my administration has taken swift action through the Building Blocks Plan. It is a two-pronged approach. We are strengthening resident protections, and we're increasing the supply of workforce and affordable housing. We moved quickly to provide Miami-Dade residents much-needed relief over the past year. We distributed over $100 million through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We prevented the eviction of 20,000 and more families, almost 50,000 individuals. And we updated those requirements to include residents that were experiencing sudden rate hikes. So that is helping more residents than ever before, and we've brought down more federal dollars to serve them. And we worked with the County Commission and community groups like the Miami Workers Center to quickly adopt unanimously the Tenants' Bill of Rights, landmark legislation that is providing guarantees and protections for our tenants and supporting our landlords too, basic guarantees. So we adopted legislation requiring 60-day written notice ahead of any major rent increases and support of month-to-month tenancies. So that is 2 full months that families now have to reconsider their budgets, look for alternative housing or income, stay in their homes, 60 days more than they had before this legislation. And we also launched the first ever Office of Housing Advocacy, a brand new county division to help residents navigate housing resources. And they have a table here ready to serve you. They've already helped hundreds of residents since their inception. And so to meet this crisis head on, we must aggressively increase supply. Today, it's about supply. That's why we're developing more affordable and workforce units than ever before. Supporting first-time home buyers through our down payment assistance programs, through our Miami-Dade Housing Finance Authority, Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust, and other agencies. And we are working with the communities to create a new land use approach, new changes to the law that will increase affordability while preserving neighborhood character. In fact, the Commission will be voting on it next week. And this year, for the first time, we're awarding funding to a community land trust that's creating more affordability opportunities for residents in the long term, guaranteeing that land will remain low cost and affordable forever. My legislation as a commissioner. Okay. And most recently, we tapped our private sector partners to build housing solutions. Through the Building Blocks Fund, we brought together private and nonprofit funders to finance the development of affordable and workforce housing. Initial commitments of $70 million. Yep. All to be invested right here over the next 3 years. These new and renovated units will be centered in underinvested neighborhoods that will slow down gentrification and instead strengthen the rich history of places like Overtown, Liberty City, Little Havana, and Little Haiti. Yes. Okay. So all of this housing stock will prioritize not only 21st century comforts, but also face the realities of rising heat, the #1 weather crisis. and climate change. We're incorporating green building requirements, stricter building codes, and new incentives for more resilient construction. We're also improving public housing units, making sure they're outfitted with reliable broadband internet, ensuring every Miami-Dade County public school student has a stable internet connection. They need that to succeed no matter where they live, in partnership with the Miami Foundation. And while we are so proud to build on the progress our community has made, we're here today to continue to build on that great work, to forge new connections, collaborations, and lay an even stronger foundation for the future. So I have a few big announcements to share to kick off the summit. I hope it will inspire each and every one of you here today to keep investing, to keep building right here in Miami-Dade. So first, we are growing the supply of affordable housing units. We are committing to a new goal of at least 18,000 additional units of affordable and workforce housing, which are expected to reach financial closing by the end of 2023. 18,000 by the end of 2023. That's in addition to the 14,000 that are already in the pipeline. So do the math. This means 32,000 additional units added to our housing supply in the next couple of years. And with additional investments in our building block funds, on top of that, we can expect thousands more. To help make sure we can reach that goal, my office has partnered with the University of Miami's Office of Civic and Community Engagement to track these units through a real-time dashboard, and you can follow our progress too. We're thrilled to have University of Miami as our partner, and they are going to keep us accountable for getting these housing units built. Yeah, thank you. All right, so you can check it out and you'll learn more about it at lunch. UM's research so far estimates that there are around 11,000 affordable units and almost 7,500 workforce units currently in the pipeline, and since the beginning of my term, over 14,000 units have been in the pre-development and planning stages, almost 2,500 are under construction, and just over 1,500 have already been completed. Mr. Liu and I attended 3 ribbon cuttings this week alone. Right. So these developments are as diverse in scale and size as the areas that they are being built in across the county, from the renovation of a 288-unit Ernie Martin Villas in North Dade to the Casa Dolores Huerta, a 20-unit new construction development in South Dade. So at noon, I'll be taking the stage again with Dr. Robin Bakken of the University of Miami Office of Civic and Community Engagement to talk more about the tracking tool, and you can check it out at miamidade.gov/housing tracker. So that was 1. Now 2. It's clear that we need not just more affordable housing, but workforce housing to ensure those who keep our county running can afford to live here. Yes. So I am so thrilled to announce that my office has entered into a collaborative commitment with Miami-Dade County School Board to build hundreds of workforce housing for teachers on a number of school board properties. School Board Superintendent Dr. Jose Dotras will join us at lunch to tell us more about it, so stick around. And last, I'd like to thank the Healthy Housing Foundation for their commitment to Miami-Dade County and the Building Blocks Fund. The Healthy Housing Foundation is committing A division of A's Health Care Foundation. They're committing up to $100 million to invest in affordable housing in Miami-Dade County. In addition, they've already committed $20,000 to a beautiful City of Miami project, and I was thrilled to attend the groundbreaking. My administration is working hard to convene funding partners and bring significant new investment to build affordable housing in our community, and we are so grateful and excited to announce this partnership up to $100 million. Now, $5 million of those funds are going towards our recently launched Building Blocks Fund already, an impact pool that will deploy capital to build and preserve much-needed housing by 2025. It will bring funds available in the pool now to $75 million to finance the development and preservation of affordable and workforce housing. So investments like these from the for-profit and nonprofit partners will create additional housing stock faster than ever before, and we thank all of you for stepping up. All right. It is truly groundbreaking to have not only local leaders, but national players laying these blocks, block by block, and solving these issues alongside us. We hope others in the country will be inspired by this leadership, and they will continue to source innovation solutions right here in our county. The Building Blocks Fund is open, ready to receive more investments. So again, a round of applause to all of our partners. Thank you once again to all of you for being here bit by bit and block by block. We're bringing real relief to our residents who need it so badly. And together we can do more. We can build more. We can thrive more. And so I am now thrilled to introduce Maria Campos. She is part of the Tenant Council for the Gallery at River Park, a beautiful affordable housing, mixed income development, which I am so proud was backed by Miami-Dade County and is right across the street. Please, let's all welcome Miss Maria Campos.
Ms. Campos.
My interpreter. ¿Cuál es la que me va a hacer de tinta? Sí. Es buenos días todavía. Sí, ok. Decía que sigue siendo buenos días, no es buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Campos. Soy la presidenta de la Asociación de Residentes de Robert King Hightower.
I'm the president of the Tenant Council.
Y estoy aquí para pedirle a Dios que nos dé vida y salud para poder seguir ayudando a tantas personas que lo necesitan.
And I am here to ask God to give me many more years to live so that I can help many more people that need it so much.
Ustedes entendieron perfectamente, ¿verdad?
You understood, did you?
Son muchas las personas mayores que necesitan ayuda.
There are many elderly people that need help.
Personas que se mueren solos por la familia que los abandona.
People who die alone because their family have abandoned them.
Y pongo a Dios por testigo de lo que estoy diciendo.
And God is my witness of.
Yo nada más que quiero que me siga dando vida y salud para poder continuar lo que estoy haciendo.
And that's the only thing I ask for. Life,
Que
health,
tengo
so that I can
85
continue.
años.
I'm 85 years old.
85 years.
85 years.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Bueno, gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now to follow up on one of the mayor's major announcements, her last point about our newest member of our Building Blocks Fund is Michael Weinstein from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, Miami. I have to congratulate you on having a county mayor like Mayor Cava, who has embraced the battle for housing in the way that she has, and also, of course, to the commissioners and all the distinguished guests. AIDS Healthcare Foundation is the largest AIDS organization in the world. It began as the AIDS Hospice Foundation, and we gave people their last home before they passed. And I was motivated by the outrage that I felt that people were dying in the hallways of the county hospital. And I feel that same outrage today, that in the richest country in the world, that we have 500,000 people who call the sidewalk their home. I travel the world to many underdeveloped countries, and we are the homeless capital of the world. Yes, people may live in a shack, they may live in a refugee camp, or they may live in an informal settlement, but nowhere are people calling the street their home the way they are in this country. In addition, I was motivated to get involved in the housing battle because more and more of our patients were becoming homeless. And our own employees had to travel very long distances to get to work. So we believe fundamentally that housing is not a commodity alone. Housing is a human right. Our headquarters is in Los Angeles, but our largest patient population for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, among the 1.6 million patients we have around the world, in the United States, the largest population is here in Florida, and particularly here in South Florida. So I'm very pleased to be part of this ceremony today. I'm very pleased to commit AHF and the Healthy Housing Foundation's efforts and our resources. We were here a little while ago to break ground on the Edgewater project, an infill project of 75 units. But at the end of the day, the private sector cannot tackle this issue without the full cooperation and support of government. Government must show that it will do everything and anything necessary to treat this as a critical emergency. That means streamlining permitting, eliminating fees, helping with land acquisition, and demonstrating that it is a true partner in this battle. So I want to commend you for being here today. I want to support the work that will come out of today's. I want to congratulate again Mayor Cava and the Dade County Commission, and thank you very much.
Weinstein, Mayor, I think that you may want to say one or two more words.
I just want to thank Michael Weinstein and the AHF. This is an extraordinary commitment. We're so very grateful, and we invite others to step it up. Thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Weinstein and Mayor, if you could stand up and actually execute the agreement as your participation in the Building Blocks Fund. Excellent. Thank you so much, Mayor and Mr. Weinstein. And you flew all the way out from California for this, so that shows you the level of commitment from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Thank you, sir. Now a quick recognition of a number of other elected officials who are joining us today. We have Representative Kevin Chambliss from the state legislature, South Miami Mayor Sally Phillips, El Portal Mayor Omar Nickerson, who we saw earlier in the week with Secretary Fudge, North Bay Village Vice Mayor Marvin Wilmoth, Miami-Dade County Clerk Harvey Rubin, and appraiser Pedro Garcia, and of course North Miami Beach Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon. Let's go ahead and give them all a call. Oh, and Doral Sandra Ruiz. Let's give him a hand. And now, while he's already been mentioned, we're going to get to hear him speak. And that is the chairman of the committee that I interact with the most. He's been a long-time member of the commission. He was elected in 2010, re-elected in 2014. Served as the chairman of the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners, the first Haitian elected to that position. He's a realtor, and he understands real estate, and he's a businessman. Someone who I truly respect and enjoy working with. Please, let's welcome Commissioner Jean Monestin.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. I always try to, I told Commissioner Eileen Higgins, Dr. Liu missed the American part. It's Haitian American because Haitians don't get elected here. Well, good morning, everyone. And help me with a big round of applause to say thank you to Mayor Cava for her vision, for her steadfastness, and for her determination in trying to address our housing crisis. Again, my name is Jean Monestin, and it's been an absolute pleasure and honor to serve the people of Miami-Dade County. During my tenure as a public servant, my objective has never wavered from creating economic opportunities and homeownership for the historically disenfranchised population. Currently, as chair of the Public Housing and Community Services Committee, and as a real estate professional for over 30 years, I am particularly concerned about the lack of housing affordability facing the resident of Miami-Dade County. And this morning, we are all here because of one thing. Because our community is experiencing an unprecedented housing crisis, with our low-income and mid-income residents suffering the most. In fact, we all know that this crisis is primarily engendered by at least 4 main factors: asset or income disparity caused mainly by intergenerational and institutional conditioning, climate gentrification, global economic and political factors, but also bureaucratic and social roadblocks in all our respective communities. So basically, we have a supply and demand problem. And as previously stated before me, we need a strong partnership with our political, industry, including financial partners, people with money, and advocacy. A strong partnership, I say. And we all need to be extremely aggressive in addressing this. Otherwise, we'll only keep talking about it, and won't see any change. Because the monster needs to have all hands on deck in order to solve that problem. We won't have time to go through all the proposals that I have before me in order to try to address this. However, we all know at the end of the day, the challenge before us affecting mainly low-income and mid-level income people, it's all about money. It's all about money. There are certain individuals who are not affected by this crisis. That's exactly why, because it's about money, over the last years, we've created a loan program for first-time home buyers. We've sponsored the creation of this program to encourage young professionals, college graduates, to stay here in the county. We sponsored a senior rental assistance program because we know that our seniors with increasing rents have a challenge before them, which causes them at times to choose between their needs for housing, food, or education. We envision this initiative to be a problem solver for our seniors, but it hasn't been. Over the years, my office has fought and championed affordable housing projects throughout Miami-Dade County. We've been asking for more mixed income buildings in our county, but we must demand more of that because we understand with mixed income building, we'll build better communities, we'll build better cities that are more resilient, healthier, and create more economic opportunities. In addition to these initiatives and projects, my office has partnered with local community-based organizations to organize home ownership workshops. And currently, we're working on the creation of a first-generation American first-time home buyer loan program. We're also working on creating a home rehabilitation grant program to help our most vulnerable residents to make necessary repairs on their homes. These measures will help alleviate our problem short times, but long term, we need to help minority individuals develop and create wealth for themselves. Our housing goals should include not just encouraging and approve legislation that will provide affordable housing for all, but most importantly, make home ownership more accessible. Develop financial literacy program for renters desiring to build credit in order to transition from renters to homeowners. Encourage partnership with nonprofit organizations to organize lender outreach events that will target underserved communities to encourage them to take advantage of all our programs within the cities, programs within the county, and program wherever they can find it. We need to continue to promote affordable housing and workforce programs to combat brain drain and encourage our educated youth to remain in our community. Again, we need to amend the workforce housing ordinance, which we just did, to provide more incentive to developers trying to achieve their goals in developing more affordable housing and workforce program. Look, we have a heavy lift in front of us. We need to streamline all our processes affecting the development of affordable housing and home ownership programs. We need to encourage creation of more rapid transit development. We need to ensure that our HUD rental assistance demonstration program does not displace those houses and the units which are set to be redeveloped. At last, we need and we must approve inclusionary zoning throughout this county. There's a lot in front of us. I look forward to this conversation this afternoon with all the partners. But at last, what I want to say is that unless we're extremely aggressive, having all the partners at the table, political, business, industry, advocacy, we're just talking with good intention, but our people will continue to suffer unless we are extremely aggressive. Thank you so very much.
Okay. So, our region has long been a hub for people of all backgrounds to seek opportunity, a port of connection to the rest of the world, a pillar of immigration, reinvention, and innovation. And Miami is now booming with an influx of newcomers searching for their spot in this beautiful land of opportunity. If we want to continue this boom, attract high-quality talent, and protect our reputation of prosperity in paradise, we must address the housing challenges that our residents are facing. So I have often said how lucky we are to live in paradise, and it's upon all of us to address the housing challenges, just like Commissioner Monesteem laid out, so that our children and grandchildren can afford to live in paradise too. Before we begin in full today's activities, I have to take a brief moment to recognize someone who has committed their entire career to growing opportunities and prosperity for all of our residents. And that is none other than my dear friend, Commissioner Jean Monesteem, who is serving his last term as commissioner for the great people of District 2, and he's currently chairman of the board's housing committee. He's been a leader during his time as chair of the board when I came on. Thank you for partnering with me on prosperity initiatives. Yes. And
That's a surprise.
yeah, when we first, as part of his chairman's prosperity council, discussed accessory dwelling units and community land trusts, and now those are both existing game-changing affordability initiatives, thanks to your leadership.
Thank you.
Yes. So Commissioner Monesteem has been a housing champion. He shows his commitment time and time again. And most recently, he sponsored the milestone Tenants' Bill of Rights legislation. So it's not only a great honor, it's a sincere pleasure to have served by your side, Commissioner. You will be deeply missed, and so I'm so very glad to present you with a small token of our gratitude for your service today. All right. Builder of a more prosperous, equitable community for families, visitors, and businesses in Miami-Dade County, Jean Monesteem, Miami-Dade County Commissioner.
Thank you. What a surprise. Thank you so very much, Madam Mayor. I'm only trying to do my best, assisting leaders like you to solve the problems that we have in our community. And I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that all I can do is give back what this community is giving to me. And with leaders like you, I'm extremely hopeful that Miami-Dade County will continue to be a better county day after day, weeks after weeks, and years after years.
Thank you. Oh, and yeah.
I want to share this with Eileen. I want to share this with Eileen Higgins. Oh, no. No, I want to share this with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Congratulations, Chairman Monesteem. Well deserved. And now I'd like to introduce the commissioner who represents this district and who is, along with the Marlins, hosting us this morning, and who is also taking the time out from her birthday to be with us, Commissioner Eileen Higgins.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Mayor's Summit. Thanks for gathering a room of solution seekers. It's no secret that Miami-Dade County is pretty popular, and we've experienced amazing growth in the past couple of years. But along with that growth, we are presented with an affordability challenge that we have just got to meet head on. And that's why I'm so glad you've taken time out to help us build upon the solutions that we've already presented so that our county can meet its full potential. We need safe and affordable housing so everybody who chooses to make this their home can live, build their homes, their lives, and their careers because they can afford to live here. But let's be real. Building affordable housing, well, it's pretty expensive. We all know that. There's, on the cost side, right? Cost of materials, cost of labor, cost of land, and the cost of getting to issued permits so you all can break ground. It's our job in government to de-cost and speed up the system whenever and wherever we can so that you can get new units under construction more quickly, because building more units is the only way to solve this crisis. But, you know, we're your county government, and we don't make concrete, nor do we make steel, but we do have land. And I just will tell you a little bit about my perspective about how I addressed that incredible asset, because land is valuable and it's a key cost in solving our affordability crisis. When I came to District 5, the first thing I did was look at every single piece of county-owned land in District 5. And most of them were not empty. Some of them had buildings, some of them had parking lots, some of them were even housing. But when I looked at those lots, I asked a different question. I asked what could be here. And it ends up, just in District 5, there were over 60 acres of essentially wasted space on the county's most valuable land in the center of the county. And so that's when we started to get creative, particularly with Director Liu. In fact, if you get a chance today to walk across the street, you will see one of the county's most transformative and innovative housing programs in River Park. Nearly 30 acres of old, dilapidated public housing, and half of those acres were unused, just wasted space. Our visionary master plan is tripling the number of affordable and workforce units without crowding out green space. So check it out. You're going to see a new type of neighborhood, one that is centered on affordability, not only for low-income residents, but for our workforce. We're using cutting-edge sustainability features in every building: a linear park, a paseo with small shops, a grocery store, a river walk to add green and active space. This development, along with many others, shows a major step forward in our county's vision for affordable housing, that it will not just give residents a place to live, but instead will give them a place they can call home. Projects that look at land differently are happening all over District 5. Thank you to PHCD, thank you to ISD for all of your help in getting these projects underway. Go to Brickell. You'll see a unique partnership between the school board and the county that is building a school and over 400 workforce housing units. Go to the old CASD building, an empty parking lot and a 2-story building. You'll see 2 towers rise with hundreds of affordable housing units. In Miami Beach, we're innovating with Jewish Community Services to use an empty parking lot to build housing for seniors, and better use of dozens of properties and sites in Little Havana will double the number of affordable housing units on those same properties. And last but not least, we have our biggest project that we're working on in District 5. We have a plan to redevelop over 25 acres in the heart of downtown. The RFP for our Metro Center project will be released this summer and should add thousands upon thousands of additional housing units located right next to our transit hub. So when I think about like my motto about county land, it is not what is there, but what should be there. And mostly, in my opinion, the answer is housing. So for any county employee that thinks they have a building in District 5, it better be put to good use or I'll have my eyes on it. But also as government, it's not just our land. We have to help you. We have to help you get your buildings built more quickly on private property. And my colleague and dear friend, Commissioner Monesteem, outlined so many things that we're working on. We're putting affordable housing permitting in the front of the line. We've eliminated water and sewer hookup fees for small developments. And thanks to Commissioner Monesteem, by the end of the month, we should eliminate impact fees, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars on every new construction project that's affordable. I see people like that. Thank you, Commissioner Monestein. In other words, if you see a stumbling block to getting your projects into the ground, call one of us. Call one of your commissioners. We will see if we can find a solution for you. Because ultimately solving this problem requires all of us. There is no silver bullet, but there's lots of small steps that accelerate getting these units into the ground. I'm thrilled you're here today, and I want to thank you for helping us share ideas, learn from you, so we can get more people living in beautiful, safe, affordable housing and keep Miami-Dade County the best place on earth. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, some of you may have noticed that what we do here takes money, not only to build things, but also to host gatherings like this. We are so proud and so thankful to have as our gold sponsor Wells Fargo. And representing Wells Fargo today, let's give Wells Fargo a hand, is its head of housing affordability, philanthropy, social impact, and sustainability, Eileen Fitzgerald, who is, in fact, a real houser. That's what we call people in the arena of affordable housing, a real houser. And that's why I am so enthusiastic about bringing her on stage, because she has a 25-year career that includes work with Fannie Mae, includes work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the AFL-CIO. Thank you for being here. Eileen Fitzgerald.
Well, thank you so much. That was a great introduction. So it's a pleasure to be here today and lifting up solutions to housing affordability. And I just have to say, in just the last little while and reading the mayor's building block plan, it's not often that you're in a community where so many of the facets of housing affordability are recognized. You know, you go and everyone just wants to talk about down payment for homeownership, or they want to talk about eviction crisis, all of which is incredibly important, or maybe supply. But what's been really impressive in learning about what Miami is doing and listening to these really great elected officials and seeing the mayor's leadership is recognizing that you can't just do one of those things. You actually need to look at all of the elements. So we're looking at the most vulnerable in the society to people who do want to achieve the dream of homeownership. So I guess that's saying is, I know there's a long way to go, but you guys have come really far in recognizing that. So it's a pleasure. And Wells Fargo is thrilled to sponsor this conversation today and to work here on a variety of fronts. As an investor and a lender in affordable rental housing, as a lender for home mortgages, and in our philanthropy across the country, we try to do the same thing and look at increasing supply, expanding home ownership, especially for people of color, increasing housing stability, and then how do we do that by looking at what do we need to transform and innovate. And just yesterday, we announced our Growing Diverse Housing Developers, a $40 million national initiative that's being implemented in several states by our partners, including in South Florida. And that recognizes that, yes, we absolutely need additional supply of affordable rental and housing and home ownership, but we also have to think differently about who's been doing it and who's sitting at the table. And so we're trying to do both of those things. But one of the things I'm most excited about here in Miami is our faith-based development initiative. And I know there's going to be a session on that, and that was announced back in April. And we're putting in more than $1.3 million here, $8.5 million nationally. But this gets to the land issue that has just come up of it's really marrying mission and opportunity. And we're so excited that there are so many houses of worship that are looking at their resources, looking at their land or their buildings, and taking that step to say, what can we do to increase affordable housing supply? This is a place where that mission is about serving people. And one of the things that is often a constraint is the permitting and additional support. And we're working with enterprise community partners here locally and bringing this to just support houses of worship and really making the choice of what works for them, what works for their congregation, what works for their community. This is not somebody drop in an out-of-state developer to do this. This is really building that support locally. So I want to thank those houses of worship for stepping up, but more than anything is thank you to Miami-Dade leadership and particularly Mayor Cava for really showing how we need to think about this crisis. And I look forward to continuing to be here to hear more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fitzgerald. And now, it really gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Renee Glover, who is really an icon and a pioneer in the world of the redevelopment of public housing, of affordable and workforce housing. I'll give you a little bit of her formal background. Currently, she is the founder and managing member of the Catalyst Group, a national consulting firm involved in advising both public and private sector entities on redevelopment. She's currently a member of the Board of Trustees for Enterprise Community Partners, and she is on the executive committee and chair of the Compensation and Human Resources Committees, and she is also on the board of Fannie Mae. Just a few of the things that she currently is doing. She was also the head of the Atlanta Housing Authority for over 2 decades, and that's where I met Renee. You know, back in the day when I was Assistant Secretary for Public and Indian Housing, and you know, I didn't know as much as I know now. And I tell you, I learned a lot from this lady here. It's a true story. We actually sat across each other in my office and went over line by line her budget, and I think I only disapproved maybe $5. That's how persuasive and how smart she is. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker and my friend, Renee Glover.
Well, thank you. And I want to return the compliment to my dear, dear friend, Michael Liu, who is an extraordinary leader. And what he doesn't know is that I had my fingers crossed behind my back because we needed every dollar that we could hold on to. But you are blessed to have the quality of leader that you have in Michael Liu, and you can see the work. You know, you don't have to question whether or not something is getting done. The proof is in the pudding. And let me also ask that the Mayor Cava, what a ball of energy, intellect, and enthusiasm, and a can-do spirit. Congratulations. I want you to know that I am certain that in 5 years, everybody will be saying, what affordable housing crisis? And to your commissioners, they are extraordinary. They're brilliant, they're committed, and they also have a can-do attitude. And I see Eileen all over the country. She is committed, and she has done so many wonderful things for so many people, and her leadership at Wells Fargo is making a difference. So, you know, I'm just glad to be hanging out with these folks. So, I'm not going to be long because I know you've been here for a while, but here's what I want to share, and this is in my heart. The affordable housing crisis is a crisis of our humanity and our inability to embrace all people as children of God. Now that's just the bottom line of it. We've come a long way. I remember when I was a very young child and I came down to Miami Beach. I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida, and there was a sign up at Miami Beach, and it said, and excuse me because it's a little bit offensive, but you can imagine if you were among this group. It said, no dogs, no Jews, no niggers allowed. Now, here's the good news. We've come a long way from that time, but we've got a long way to go. And America is the greatest country in the world because of its diversity and its diverse people. And the hell in it is that diversity being our strongest asset is also our greatest challenge. And so we've got to get to universal humanity. And what I have learned is that every single human being has been blessed with unlimited gifts from God. And you see it everywhere. You see it in the diversity of our leadership. You see it in the diversity of our communities. And for goodness sake, the only way that we will solve this affordability crisis is if we embrace the notion that we must be working together to build what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. says and describes as the beloved community. And the beloved community can only exist if every human being is a part of the picture. And it is not just housing. You know, the centrality of housing cannot be overlooked. Housing is connected to education, healthcare, transportation, global competitiveness, and we've got to have everybody in the game. And if you study history, and for God's sake we must, we will see that the way we have grown and developed is that we have benefited primarily from people who came from the most humble circumstances. And if you think back far enough, all of us, or all of our ancestors, were poor at one time. And what we've got to do is create ladders and pathways to success. So this notion, and I'm sorry he's not here, but my dear friend and partner, Egbert Perry, who you will hear from later today, we worked and were vilified, by the way, with the notion that we needed to stop concentrating people in poverty and in conditions where the people were being destroyed. We're better than that, and we've learned. But for God's sake, once you learn a lesson, then don't forget the lesson for expediency. And so what I will tell you is that if we all come together as a community and we embrace universal humanity, we can solve this problem. And by the way, you don't have to be a mathematician to know that if salaries and wages are here and the cost of goods and commodities and housing are here, and I'm not tall enough, quite frankly, just pick it up to the ceiling. We've got to address that. But the way we will address that is through understanding that every human being is valuable. And so we can make this work. This is a great conference. There are tools, there are strategies, but what we need more than anything else is the political will and the social will to get it done. And when I travel the country and I see all the homeless people on the street, it is a sin and it is a shame. There is no excuse. There's no excuse. Let's not say, oh, well, you know, the people don't want to be helped. They've got mental disabilities. They've got caught up in the drugs, blah, 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 blah. Well, if you go back to the beginning, something happened that created the circumstance, and it had everything to do with our inability to embrace and love and accept universal humanity. And this is our biggest charge, okay? And so as you're looking at the tools and we're looking at the partnerships, I want to challenge all of you to think about the fact that we are building God's beloved community. And we are accountable at the end of the day, and last time I checked, there are not places in heaven that have been prepared for rich people only, and there's a working class section, and then there's a poor people section. That ain't how it works. What it really has to do with is, what did you do? What will you be accountable for in making this world a better place? That's the bottom line. And so this whole battle that we have about NIMBYism, oh, I don't want those people in my community. Well, guess what? Those people are in your community. And so the fact of the matter is that those people are us, and we better wake up and we better do something about it, because today, the reason why we are where we are today is that we have been foolish enough to think that we can underpay people, we can deprive them of health care, we can deprive people of housing, a great education, and our country is clearly on the brink of its own demise. And great countries have come and gone and have died because they failed to understand the very simple fact that we are our brother's keepers and we are here to make the world better for everyone. Now, we've got a choice. We can decide that we're so great, we'll be immune, or maybe we'll try to go build some communities up into space where we can escape our own doing, okay? The problems that exist are of our making. And if they are of our making, they are fixable, but we've got to get our hearts and mind aligned. And so, if we do that, and every single person in this stadium, and by the way, I've always wanted to speak in a baseball stadium, it's pretty cool. We are the same and yet different at the same time. And that's a beautiful thing. You know, we all love to go scuba diving and everybody marvels, oh, look at the beautiful fish, they're so incredible. You know, you go walking, oh, look at the beautiful trees and flowers. Oh, look at the beautiful birds. And the so-called higher species. And that would be man, that would be human being. We look at each other and see the difference, and not to celebrate the beauty of that difference, but to say, I need to put that person in a category because they ain't me or they aren't in my tribe. Well, folks, if we are indeed the highest species, then let's start acting like it and embracing the difference in each other. I don't know about you, I don't want to live in a world where everybody looks like me, thinks like me, and all of that. I want to be in a world that embraces diversity, and that's where the brilliance comes. That's where all the great innovation comes from. That's where we have built in this country against all odds. It just shows that God will give you grace. The most beautiful, powerful country, but let's embrace it. And if we do that, things like inclusionary zoning, great housing, beautiful housing, we should be building communities like we build companies. You have senior management, middle management, and workers, and everybody should live next door to each other, and we should care about each other. So let's learn about these building blocks. Let's work with these fabulous political leaders. This is a private sector moment, so Eileen from Wells Fargo and all the other parties that want to do something, let's seize this moment. Let's make a difference so that in 5 years we can attend to solving the issues that confront us all. If we can do that, we'll be successful. If we can't, I'll let you fill in the blocks. So that's my challenge for you today, and don't hold back. This is an all hands on deck moment. Let's get to it, let's do it, let's embrace each other, and we will and we can get it done. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I'm inspired again. And it just goes to show you there's hope for Wall Street lawyers. Thank you so much, Renee. Thank you, thank you. Now I want to recognize the chair of the Miami-Dade delegation to Tallahassee. Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez is here. Thank you for being here, Senator. And we also have from Miami-Dade College, Provost Harrison, who's been a great partner with us in training so many of our public housing residents to become property managers. Thank you, Provost. So now we're ready to get into the panels, and we're going to skip our coffee break. And so if you could, number one, if you haven't downloaded the app for the event, it's Hoover. Download it, and you can get all the details of where to go, etc. And our next panels, real quickly, we have the session on innovation in the Brew Hall, which is upstairs. We have the session on achieving resiliency, getting to net zero in the clubhouse, which is downstairs. And then in what is called the media room, this is not where you get interviewed, it's just called the media room. We have the Civic Infrastructure Housing Solutions panel. So please, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. All of our speakers this morning, Mayor Eileen Fitzgerald, Renee Glover, Commissioner Higgins, Mr. Weinstein, thank you.
time. So this panel will be ending at 11 as previously scheduled. If you have not already downloaded the WOVA app, go to your favorite app store, be it Apple or Android, and download the WOVA app, WHOVA. And I'm just going to wait for one more panelist to see if she's going to come. Oh yeah, you know I will be here. Okay, so we're just gonna get right into it. Everybody sit down. Ebony's not here, but that's okay. Oh, there she is. Yes. Sorry. Okay. You ready? Welcome to the Mayor's 2022 Building Blocks Housing Summit. This panel is Civic Infrastructure, Housing Solutions from Residents, Workers, and Civic Leaders. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here. As we said earlier, since we are a little behind schedule, we will be ending this panel at 11 a.m. as previously scheduled, but we do want to hear from all of the residents here because this is about centering the residents' voice in this discussion about housing solutions in Miami-Dade County. I'll briefly introduce our panelists here and give each one, a minute or two to say something and say, what they bring to the table, why they are a part of this panel discussion, this housing space. And then I do want to hear from the residents. How many of you all have questions in the audience? Okay, yes. So we definitely want to hear from you. So I'm going to start by introducing Carrie Ann Royce. Carrie Ann is the president and chief executive officer of the YWCA South Florida. And the YWCA, from my understanding, you all are always at the forefront of eradicating racism and lifting up our community. So tell me about your intersection with the housing space. How do you all do that?
So first of all, good morning, everyone. Beautiful faces, good to see you. So I get the pleasure of leading your 100-plus-year-old organization in South Florida dedicated to eliminating racism and empowering women. We've been around for, as I said, 100 years, and in our history, we've always responded to the economic needs of women and housing. So us coming back to the space of housing in this generation of our work is very much like coming home. We used to own buildings where women, especially young women and single mothers whose husbands were in World War II, we would house them to make sure that they have safe spaces, because especially in the early 1900s, women were not supposed to live alone. Young women were not supposed to live alone. And now, in today's society, in South Florida, when we talk about race and gender justice, we can't talk about we can't speak about those things without talking about economic justice. And what is the cornerstone of economic justice in South Florida? It's affordable housing and being safe in that space. So we have to be able to build wealth through housing, home ownership, as well as address the fact that women of color are disproportionately affected by inaffordable housing.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. So I would like to introduce at this time Andy Cabrera. Andy is from the union, SEIU 32BJ. Andy, you have hundreds of members in your union. Could you tell us what your members are saying about the housing crisis? What are their needs? What are they saying?
They're saying the rent is too high and the pay is too little. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Thank you for having me. I'm here representing thousands of workers who work in airports, security officers, janitors who clean commercial buildings and universities. And yeah, that's basically what they're saying. They're saying rent is way too high and the pay is still low. And part of what we do is we try to have these owners, these developers, we try to develop a little bit of a conscience in them so they understand that if you pay people poverty wages, they're not going to work as hard, and you're basically forcing folks to live in terrible conditions. So our angle in this is making sure that people get paid enough to survive. And we feel that whatever we can contribute to making sure that these owners who we have to negotiate contracts with have somewhat of a conscience when they turn around and developing new buildings and making sure that they're also creating affordable housing. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Andy. So what I'm hearing is that, we need the workers' voices and we need to organize. So in keeping with that spirit, I know that the Miami Worker Center does a lot of organizing tenants and residents to learn about their rights and to speak up for their rights. We have here with us Sandra Dennis, who is the executive director of the Miami Worker Center. Sandra, could you, yes, go ahead. Sandra, could you tell us what your residents and what your members are saying, and what are some of the solutions that they are holding up as we approach this housing crisis from the resident perspective?
Thanks, Jason. The residents of Miami-Dade County are here. We thought it to be only fair that if we're going to be talking about housing in Miami-Dade County, residents deserve a seat at the table. And so I'm proud to be here with the members of the Miami Workers Center. I'm really lifting up that, similar to what Andy said, the rent is too high, the pay is too low, and Miami-Dade County can do something about it. And so what tenants all over Miami-Dade County that we've been organizing have been saying is tenants need more protections in Miami-Dade County. There needs to be more landlord accountability in Miami-Dade County so that the conditions in homes that are, a one bedroom for $2,000, but you have rats and rodents and mildew and mold in your homes, that shouldn't be the case in Miami-Dade County. And so what is the county going to do about it? And so we are happy that the Tenant Bill of Rights passed because of the tenants that are in this room, because they came to the table, they talked to their neighbors, and they demanded and met with commissioners to make sure that the Tenant Bill of Rights was passed. My friend Dolores here, who is at the Office of Housing Advocacy, that wouldn't be possible without the tenants here, who said tenants should not have to call 20 different departments in order to be heard. They should have a centralized location to serve them when they have complaints, when they have issues, and when they're trying to navigate their housing situation. And then last thing I'll say, and I'll be remiss if we didn't talk about right to counsel in Miami-Dade County. We're seeing right to counsel be passed all over this nation where tenants don't have an opportunity to have any counsel when they're going before eviction hearings. And we know that that is an imbalance in power. And so we would like to balance power in Miami-Dade County where tenants actually have a voice, where they actually can be heard, and they can stand up for their rights. And so that is our demand this year, Tenant Bill of a right to counsel. And so we hope that you'll support us. And we have some flyers around here somewhere right here. Thank you, Laura, just to make sure that y'all are aware of what we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra, and we would like to hear more about the right to counsel. What does that look like, and what are the needs there? But you also mentioned the Office of Housing Advocacy and Dolores. So I'd like to give Dolores an opportunity to tell us what is going on with the Office of Housing Advocacy. What are you doing now? What are the needs that you're hearing from residents? And what are some of the solutions that the residents are lifting up to you in this new office?
First of all, I want to thank Sandra and all of the Miami Worker Centers, center staff and volunteers, and even any of the other civic community organizations that's in here. Sandra, you speak with so much passion. So thank you for inspiring me and my staff these late nights that we have been working the last 3 months. We thank y'all. We thank you for the job and the opportunity. But the things that we have been hearing from the residents is, what are my rights? I got this 60-day notice. My rent is increasing by 5%. My month-to-month tenancy is being terminated. What do I do next? Those are the type of calls we have been getting. Now, with the Office of Housing Advocacy, we're here because of you. We are here because you told us there was a need for us, and so we thank you for that. But some of the things that you guys are calling us about is the reason why we exist, and the reason why we exist is to connect you to those different services, as Sandra was saying, because you don't know who to call, you don't know how to call. So sometimes we making that call for you and connecting you to that to the right resource that you need in order to resolve some of your problems. For example, if you have been given that 60-day notice that your rent increasing, and you decide you want to leave, then there's rental assistance out there for you. And so we make sure that you know that is one of the resources that is out there for you. We also discuss with you that the landlord needs to give you a minimum of 60 days notice. And so some of the calls we have been getting, the landlord they were giving improper notice. Or some of the other calls that we have been getting is about the landlord not making the necessary repairs. And so because of you guys calling us, we have received probably since June 28th, 491 calls. That's a lot, but we thank you. Right? It's 3 of us. But then again, we're growing the office. We're working. I just want you guys to know that we're working Monday through Friday, up sometimes to 7 p.m. If there's any tenant in here that's gotten called from us at 7 p.m. or later, sometimes at 9, please raise your hand. No, I'm just kidding. But I just wanted to introduce my staff. So we have Shavani Braham. She's our tenant rights advocate. We have Sabrina, thank you, can you stand? Sabrina Varlardi, she's our housing development advocate. And I don't know if Paige is here because we have an intern that's only here with us till the summer. But, the mayor has heard your calls. The mayor has seen the number of inquiries that we have received, which is, did I say 491? Since June? Okay, June 28th. And so what she did was she has reassigned all of her college interns or constituent services interns to assist us in answering some of the phone calls. And so we started that as early as yesterday, and I may be missing my days. It could have been Tuesday, but they're now helping to answer some of the calls, and so we can get back to you in a more timely manner.
Thank you, Dolores. I really appreciate that. Now, we also have Ebony Crispin here with us from the Healthy Housing Foundation, powered by AHF. 1 million. Yes, and there was a big announcement that the mayor and Mr. Michael Weissman made earlier this morning in the opening plenary. So tell us, first of all, about the Healthy Housing Foundation, what you all do around the country to address the affordability challenge, and then also tell us what you have planned for here in Miami-Dade County.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Ebony Crispin. I am excited to be able to do work with a lot of the incredible people on the stage and humbled for the path that I've been put on. As a Director of Legislative Affairs and Community Engagement for Healthy Housing Foundation and AHF, the organization was started over 30 years ago when AIDS Healthcare Foundation was actually AIDS Hospice Foundation, when people were dying by the hundreds from the disease. As AIDS and HIV has evolved, as well as the medicine, we as nonprofit organizations, all of us really, can see all of the needs that pop up that become an epidemic, like housing. And the CEO of the organization, Michael Weinstein, empowered us here locally, he's out of LA, to address the needs of not these sort of coined words like affordable housing or workforce housing important, but our goal is to address low-income housing. because people are poor, that does not mean they need additional services all the time. That does not mean something's wrong with them. What that does mean often is that people criminalize poverty. They put penalties on poverty. And my job is to be able to ask our elected officials, ask our leaders, our executive directors, our presidents of these private corporations, what can we do in order to support the government in order to address the needs that is now. The same way that we follow suit when there is a hurricane, it becomes an emergency. We are now in an emergent situation and have been long before COVID, so certainly we're in that position now. And so our job as an organization is to address those needs. We want to partner with organizations, we want to partner with the government, but our job and what we have told the county and the commission and the mayor is that if we are able to do so, we will commit up to $100 million in Miami-Dade County to address the needs of affordable housing, specifically low-income housing, not just in terms of...
I was going to say, could we give that a round of applause? I mean, that's big. That's huge.
And so I don't think that we can do that by ourselves, but I do think that we need to step up and find and figure out innovative ways to move through very bureaucratic processes in order to be able to establish more low-income housing for all people, regardless of whether they are HIV positive. A lot of people ask, why is the AIDS Services Organization and ASO jumping into this behemoth of a problem? We're doing it because what else are we supposed to do with our time, with our lives, with our purpose, if not to address seemingly impossible problems? And so that's why we're here today, and I'm again, feel really blessed to be able to be doing this work with the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Let's give them another round of applause. It's a national foundation willing to invest right here in Miami-Dade County to help us solve a really pressing need. So in continuing with that theme of foundations, let's talk more about what the YWCA is doing in the housing space. Actually, the projects that you have ongoing and the partnerships that are needed and the partnerships that you have initiated to help address the affordable housing crisis here.
Absolutely. So we've been lucky enough and blessed to have a good, valuable piece of land in Overtown. And we also have 5 acres of land in Miami Gardens and another space in Miami Gardens as well. When Ebony talked about being creative, land is at a premium in Miami-Dade County, and it is upon us as social justice leaders, nonprofit leaders, corporate leaders, to render that towards some of these big issues. When we look at that property and we think what it could be, we've partnered with the South Florida Land Trust, who's purchased the lot right next to us off 5th Street, and we'll be redeveloping the entire center to respond not just to housing, but to all of the things that are plaguing our women of color in realizing the fullness of their lives and their potential. Because, as Ebony said, being poor is not a criminal activity, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're broken and that you need someone to save you. It means that the pathways of opportunity should be open to you as they are to others. And we know that that's not the case. So we're looking at how do we create a central hub, including opening the doors to home ownership, the pathways to rental that is affordable. We also know that there's an age when we're all broke, from 20 to about 30, where we're just broke. No matter how much, you're going to become what you've meant to be. And during that time, frankly, in Miami-Dade County, if you don't have support today, you can't. I could go out on my own when I graduated college. We can't do that anymore. You have to live with mom or dad if you're lucky, or you go somewhere else, or you find a roommate situation. So we need to respond to that. That doesn't have to do with highly bureaucratic processes. Make it affordable for folks like us to find really innovative solutions that support the transition of those folks who are on their way to wealth and economic prosperity. So we want to do that, including another project in Miami Gardens for our 5 acres. So looking forward to working with the Land Trust, which protects that land for perpetuity for the residents of Miami-Dade County.
Thank you so much, Carrie Ann. And something you just said, land trust, community land trust, which is a model of shared ownership of land and the house on top of that land to ensure that the home remains affordable in perpetuity. That moves us towards this issue of a solution. And this is a housing solutions summit. So we want to focus now on what are some of the solutions that you have, residents have, government has, that we can all get involved in. So I want to ask you all two questions. One, what is one way that residents can help address this housing crisis, that we as a citizen, me as Jason Smith, citizen of Miami-Dade County, what's one way I can address that issue? And then what is one way that the government can address the housing affordability crisis? And I'll let you all think about that. So I'll just pass the mic, or you all have microphones, and we can just go down. One way, and we'll start with the resident the resident question, and then we'll go to the question about government. Dolores? We can start on that end with Dolores.
Okay, you said, what's the question now? What is one way residents can...
Yes.
Oh, citizens. I think, first of all, residents need to be more involved with the government, with what the government is doing, being more aware of the laws that they're passing, the bills that they're passing, the legislation. I mean, not just local, but also national. Because oftentimes what happens is that we don't realize it until after it has passed, right? So being involved in your community with with organizations like the Miami Workers Center and Community Justice Project and some of the other ones that's out there, I think being involved in understanding what your rights are.
Thank you. Sandra.
Thank you. I also want to nod my head to Jeff, who's with Legal Services of Greater Miami, an amazing partner of ours. Because I think at this summit, what you all will hear is that Miami-Dade County is going to build its way out of this issue. And one of the things that we have to reconcile is that every day our tenants see buildings going up in Miami-Dade County, and they still can't afford it, right? And so building without protections is what got us here. And so we have to have tenant protections in order for us to hold the line, in order for us to ensure that there's a balance of power. And so there's tons of luxury housing. If you have $2,500, $3,000 for a one bedroom, there is housing for you. We're talking about the folks who don't have that. And so for us tenants, talk to your neighbors, stand your ground, right? Ensure that we are here to stay is what the Miami Workers Center members have on their shirts. Miami is here for us too. And so we are saying that, and we mean it, that the folks who work here in Miami deserve to be able to stay in Miami. And that means, for sure, know your rights. All landlords right now, when they sign your leases, they should be giving you your rights. What is your rights as a tenant? Miami Workers Center is happy to talk to tenants all over this county to ensure that you know your rights and that you're not taken advantage of. And in terms of government, listen to the people. They have solutions. We will not build our way out of the solution without protections. So ensure that tenants have protections so that we all can remain in Miami, the Miami that we love.
Awesome. Thank you, Sandra. Ebony, on the question of residents and citizens, what can they do to help address this issue?
I understand why the question is being asked, but I think in the work that I do and in terms of community engagement, we put a lot of onus on the residents. And I think we have to stop putting so much of the responsibility on the citizens of Miami-Dade County. The reason I say that is because the residents, by and large, are doing their job. They go to work, they take care of their kids, they take care of their aging parents. The notion that somehow someone needs to be doing more over and above what we were told we were doing growing up. We went to school, some of us, we got a trade, we go to work 9 to 5, sometimes 7 to 7. We take 3 buses and a train in order to get to work every day. We're doing our job. What needs to happen now is for the government to step up, for private partners to step up. We're putting too much responsibility on the people that are bearing the weight of the problem. That's right. I don't want to use the word victim because we're not victims. That's not what I'm saying. But assuming that the people who are feeling the weight needs to also be coming up with the solutions is not the answer. So while I understand your question, what we need to be doing is pushing back on the context of that question, the spirit of that question, and say, where are the people that are in a position of power at, and what are they doing in order to solve the problem? I'll echo what Sandra said when she said we can't build our way out of this problem. I do believe in a housing first model. If you want to decrease the unhoused experience, you have to build affordable low income housing for people. But I think we need to keep pushing back on not only the government, but we need to think about where bureaucracy is creating cogs in the wheel that prevent people from being able to afford basic necessities of living, right? Not being able to afford food. I went to Publix the other day, chicken was $12. That's insane, it's chicken. Like, we need to be more honest about what's going on in our communities, and the residents are not 90% responsible, which is often where this question is coming from. And so while I respect and love you, Jason, I think the question is, it needs to be directed towards people that are in a position to change it.
Understood. No, I think the essence, well, I know the essence of the question is that we all have power, and we all have personal power. How are we using that power? Is it in, showing up, listening, learning about, knowing your rights to further empower yourself? Or, is it in calling your elected official and saying, hey, I do need help? Or is it, advocating? Similar to what the Miami Workers Center does. Listen, we all know that power concedes nothing without a demand. And so sometimes we have to use our personal power to demand the powers that be make a change. So that's the essence of the question. Carrie Ann?
Good answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's give them
I'm not new to this game. Once upon a time, I was an advocate just like y'all.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And when you talk about sitting at the seats where we can do what we can do, I think, let's take the case of YWCA. We have land. Land is at a premium, as I mentioned. And when we think about how do we dedicate this into what could be the permanent future, we have to also sustain ourselves, right? So when we look at the models of how we get to build these things, it's a very complicated thing to do. It's a very complicated thing to do, to fund it, to find the funding, to make it, and the cost of construction is, you think the cost of chicken is going up? The cost of construction is exorbitant and growing by the minute. Our elected officials, our private sector, our public sector, we all need to find solutions to make these the willing parties capable of making this financially feasible for themselves, as well as making it then available to the public. We're not philanthropists. We still have to turn the lights on and pay to make sure that our residents live in a quality development, to make sure that our staff are not the same ones who are struggling to find somewhere to live. All of that requires capital. It does, and right now it's way too complicated to get these things built, and it's way too hard, and a home ownership model is not financially feasible. The dollars don't add up for the builders and the people who want to do it, and we have to change that.
Okay, so Andy, let's talk about what government should be doing. From the union's perspective, what should government be doing more? Local government, state, national? But we're here, we all know that local government is pretty much where the power is, whether it's at your county commission or your city council level. So what should government be doing?
I think government needs to hold the bad players accountable. The folks who are coming into our city and driving down standards. Those we have folks that we personally know from our organizing campaigns who are purposely paying people low, who are purposely building buildings that are empty. And so we need the government to step in and actually hold people accountable, hold these owners accountable. These people are very wealthy, they have a lot of power, and they need to understand that if they're going to come into our city, if they're going to build buildings, if they're going to run a business, that they have to be socially responsible. So. And in terms of the second question, residents, we need to organize. We need to organize. I work for a labor union. If nothing is given to folks, if we don't demand it, if we don't, stand up. And so as a resident, I know people are working hard. I know things are rough right now, but there's a lot of people who are affected by this housing crisis, not just the people in this room. And so we have to educate folks, we have to agitate them, and we have to activate them. We have to hit these streets. We have to put pressure on the government as well to make sure that people are being heard. And yeah, there's a lot of bad things happening in this country, and it's due to people not having an outlet to release that anger, that rage that we're going through because we're not able to pay these bills, And so, yeah, as residents, we got to get out there. We have to talk to folks. We have to come to these meetings. We have to go to these sessions and make sure that the people in power understand that folks are hurting and we want to see change, and want to see change right now. Thank you.
Jason, let me add just one more thing since Sandra think I'm scared to talk. And for the record, I was not passing the mic. But no, seriously, he's right. With residents, they need to understand their rights. Call us, come to us, learn what your rights are. More importantly, fight for them. Because oftentimes I hear, when I was a compliance manager monitoring multifamily property, they would call, complain about the landlord, and they was like, don't tell them that I told you, because I'm scared they're going to evict me. And I tell them all the time, you should never, ever be afraid of them, of standing up for your rights, right? But most importantly, it is what we could prove, not what we know. So just like they keep a file on you, and every time you violate your lease, guess what? You need to get you a little book, a little notebook, do a tang folder, something, and write down every time they violate you. Every time they come into your unit without proper notice, every time they tell you, you paid your rent late, and you paid it on time, and so they're gonna charge you a late fee. Those are you gotta stand up for your rights, and don't be afraid to speak up and tell them, no, you did not do that, because that's what they want you to do. They bank on that. And at the end of the day, when they building that file and that case on you, and they go to court, you guys go to court, guess what? They got a file this thick, and you have nothing. So it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Right? Date and time down there when you talk to them, right? And who you spoke to. I remember one time a lady called, and she was like, they told me that I had to be out of my unit every morning because I have mold. I just moved here 2 months ago. And I said, out of your unit because you have mold? Why do you have to be out of the unit? Because they're sending someone to clean the mold. I'm like, wait a minute. You still living in the unit with the mold? Yeah. No, ma'am. They should be putting you up in a hotel. So, again, know your rights. Keep copies of your leases. If you've been there 10 years, you should have 10 leases. Because guess what? Each year, every time you sign something, that lease changes. And the most people do not know, a lot of the affordable housing developers have a home ownership program. And what that means is every time you pay your rent on time, there's a portion of your rent put into a savings account. So if and when you decide to buy a house, that goes to you once you close. A lot of people don't know that. Read your lease. Now, maybe they took it out during the pandemic. I don't know. But most of the tax credit properties have a requirement like that in the lease, a home ownership program. So
Dolores. Okay. Well, one thing I was going to say, Dolores, could you tell the audience the website for the Office of Housing Advocacy so that they can further engage and call you and reach out to your office?
Call us. Okay, so our website is www.miamidade.gov/housing advocacy.
Thank you.
Right? That's the website. The email, I can't hear you, baby.
Well,
I'm glad she asked that question, because my two staff right there can tell you oftentimes we call, but y'all don't answer because y'all don't know the number. Not saying that's your problem, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying that we haven't gotten to you. I'm not saying that we did. I'm just saying a lot of the calls we're calling back 4, 5, 10 times and they don't answer. Just yesterday, Shavani called someone who was getting evicted. They reached out to me. She called them. When she told them who she was, they hung up. She called back 3 times. They didn't answer the phone. So then I had to call the person who called me to call them and say, hey, look, we're trying to reach them. They keep hanging up on us. So I'm not saying that that's your case. But Shavani or Sabrina can talk to you after the meeting. We can get your name, and we'll call you tomorrow. How about that? Okay. So the email address is... No problem. We got you. The email address is housingadvocacy@miamidade.gov. Our hotline number is 786-469-4545. That is our number. Now,
and Sandra wanted to say.
I just want to get to
would you like the mic?
Please.
Okay.
I think really quickly, again, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about what happens in eviction court. So we can say stand up for your rights. When there's intimidation, we'll see you in court. Y'all should have the flyers. Make sure we pass them out. There is a power imbalance right now, and this is why we believe Miami-Dade County needs a right to counsel, so that when landlords are showing up with their attorneys, tenants who are being violated, often illegal evictions, can also have counsel in Miami-Dade County. We're not making this up, y'all. This exists across the country, right? We see it in many other municipalities, and we think it's time to bring it here. Miami is more and more a supermajority tenant county, and so more and more is less ownership and more folks who are tenants, and if specifically in the city of Miami as well, upwards of 70% of folks in the city of Miami are tenants. If those are our folks, if we're talking about tenants should have those protections here. So talk to us.
Sandra, what does right to counsel look like on a basic practical level? We understand that the high level concept, but
Absolutely.
Explain
right to
it to
counsel
me.
is, I just love it. We love it when landlords show up with their attorneys, and our tenants do too, right? It just really takes people off guard. They don't know what to do with it, because it's now you can talk to my attorneys, right? And even as an organization, when we have our organizations that we partner with, Community Justice Project, LSGMI, when they're at the table, folks are more willing to negotiate. So similar to when folks who have public defenders, while again renters shouldn't be criminalized, this is counsel for them, that they have attorneys that will fight for them, that will bring their cases so that they're not standing before a judge, listening to all this kind of jargon, not even able to really make sense of it, because I'm not, right? To really ensure that these eviction hearings are equitable in their favor as well.
Got it. So someone who's served with an eviction notice would be able to call a hotline and get a free attorney, or free low cost attorney to represent them throughout the eviction proceeding. That's the idea.
That's the idea, and it is a budget item, just so we're going to tee y'all up to come up and support once the mayor drops her budget for the county for 2023. This is the item that we want your support for. Call the Miami Worker Center, email us. We believe in this. We believe it is time, and we're happy to have your support on this item as well. We, in the same way, last budget cycle, got the Office of the Housing Advocate, and we're this cycle hoping that we can be as successful in getting this right to counsel passed.
Okay. Thank you.
But
Thank you,
in
Sandra.
the meantime, call the Office of Housing Advocacy, and we will connect you with Legal Services of Greater Miami. That's right.
Thank you. So yeah, they're gonna meet with you
talk to her, please.
after. So Shavani, could you go and speak with her and work on her case? Awesome. It's good that we have county staff here who can work immediately on the case. So I've heard a few solutions here that came from this panel. Some solutions, most of the solutions really directed at government, but some solutions directed at us as citizens. One is the right to counsel as a way to help address and keep tenants in their homes who are going through the eviction process. The other is partnerships with foundations. And then another solution was the need for government to cut the bureaucratic red tape for development so that we can more quickly develop. In the last few, I know we said that we were going to stop at 11, but this was such an engaging conversation that we continued on, and we're going to continue on until 11:30. We want to hear from you in the audience. We have a microphone here. What solutions do you have, and what would you like government to follow up on, foundations to follow up on, the civic infrastructure of our county? What solution should we all be working towards? There's a microphone here.
Well, I was use that mic, but it's okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Keisha Guyton, and I am a product of a lot of organizations, NAACP, Miami Worker Center, and Circle of Brotherhood, Peacemakers. But my really thing is, a lot of, like you said, the bureaucratical things that the red tape. By accident, I was able to get a job, what they call ERAP. And I say by accident because I found out about ERAP when y'all assembly with you. And then that Saturday, that Monday, I got a job. And so working there, I'm seeing the red tape. I'm seeing that here the government gave out money to give out to our residents to assist them, and it is very hard to deal with the system just to do one client. And so it is the bureaucratical things that's going on that's stopping us from doing a lot of things. And like the young lady said, with her just opening up, and we advocated for that, and yet it's not enough for them 3 people when we're dealing with a city of 3 million. That is not good. So those are things that we need to understand. We have to address the fact that the system is not balanced. It's not allowing us to do the things that we want to do for the people. And then also, I like that they're deciding with the land trust. Just like they have, what was the Habitat of Humanity? Okay, we got these organizations that wants to build for these people who don't have home. I am right now homeless. I live with my mom and dad. Thank God they are happy to allow me to come back. But that's doubling up with family. I have 3 children. So therefore, we're doubling up. And so therefore, if you got an organization that's willing to build affordable housing, why don't we just put some of these recipients inside these homes? So that's some of my solution. And like I said, ignorance isn't bliss. And we do need to know more, so we need money to fund to teach us and educate us about what are our rights. So a lot of us need some funding to put in our organization so we can go out there, because I'm the boots on the ground person. I was a peacemaker. So I'm willing to go and educate our people, but I can't do it no more volunteer. I have to have some money.
Thank you. So we're hearing even within our own existing government, we have some red tape there that we need to tighten up on, as well as funding for organizations to do the legwork and the boots on the ground work to help educate other residents about their rights. And then also cut the red tape so that these organizations could better develop. Okay. Oh, time? Oh, no. Okay. So just so you all know, this session is being live streamed for the community. So if you could just come over here in front of the camera, just step over.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mileika Burgos Flores. I'm the executive director of the Alapata Collaborative and also part of the Public Land for Public Good Coalition. I think I want to follow up on what you mentioned. I think that the Miami-Dade County has quite a bit of land. And if we put all that land in a land trust, or land bank, we could have used that amazing opportunity that we have, that is a once in a lifetime opportunity of ARPA funds. We would have been able to build a lot of affordable housing. But we need to set ourselves up sometimes for when these opportunities happen. So if Miami would have had a land bank and Miami would have received all these ARPA funds, we would have had quite a bit of affordable housing now. The other way that we could do that is to realize that sometimes we do have an affordability crisis and not so much of a housing crisis. So if we look at all the housing that we have in Miami-Dade County, regardless of price, maybe if we have inclusionary zoning, we can have a solution there.
So we heard two additional solutions: a community land trust, put all our county land in a community land trust, and then what was, and a land bank, and the other one was, I'm sorry, inclusionary zoning. That's a legislative item, inclusionary zoning that would ensure that you have, if you're building, then you must reserve some of those units for, the affordable area median income. All right, we have one more hand, and then we're gonna, since we're live streaming, we do want to have our community hear your voice. Okay.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I got a good solution for you. Ever since the 1980s, when my family was relocated down south, my aunts and uncles, I have an 87-year-old mom that used to live in Ward Towers. Thank God I got out of Ward Towers, and I got her over to the new Liberty Square housing, where she came from. She had a unit over there before they relocate the Scott people and the Liberty Square people. I ride around my community because I live in District 3, Keon Hardeman's, District 5, Christine King's, to city and the county district. 108 Dottie Joseph. And I do lobby Tallahassee. This will be my 27th year going to Tallahassee coming up. And I do speak about affordable housing. But my solution is, I rode around yesterday in Brownsville, Liberty City. I'm always in my community trying to find me a ice cream parlor. Y'all remember the ice cream parlor that was on 54th Street and 17th Avenue? And the one on 27? Dairy Queen. Exactly. Economic development. We need economic development because we need jobs in our community. Number 2, open up the housing projects that y'all closed down, public housing, community development. The Annie Coleman's, the Liberty Square, all by Brownsville Middle School. Every time y'all close these housing projects, guess what? Our schools went down in enrollment. Charles Drew, they tried to shut Charles Drew down for housing, but we're not having it. We, the children advocates, Charles Drew is going to be a new school, a middle school, K through 8. Thank God for our school board member, Dorothy Bendros Mendigo. When you go, you have to get in front. But when we come down to the county staff, I want y'all to understand, this is not your money.
Come on now.
This is the taxpayers' money. You work for us, taxpayers. You must listen to the people. Don't shut us out like the Worker Center got to go down there and empower you and myself. I join along with them. The people are hurting. And the other solution is, what Miami-Dade County never did like New York. I lived in New York for 19 years. We have what they call it, rent control. Ain't nobody in New York, if they want to stand under the subway because they want to, New York give you housing vouchers. They give you Medicaid, expanded Medicaid, not like state of Florida, but open up the public housing, rent control. If you impose rent, Section 8 is all right, but Nan McKay need to be looked into because they full of crap.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we talked about economic development, and I can speak to the public housing that was closed. It is, we have a schedule of redeveloping that public housing in the same manner that we redeveloped the Liberty Square. So there is a schedule, and I'd be happy to share that with you during the session, during the course of the day.
And stop putting them old people in 17-story buildings.
Okay.
With 2 elevators. Stop building those high-rises like that. We ain't in
That's
Venezuela.
So as you can see, the community, when we talk about civic infrastructure, we're talking about centering this discussion of addressing the affordability crisis, centering it and lifting up the residents' voices. And so I really appreciate everybody who is here. We have to wrap up here because we do have another session scheduled in the same room, but I will be sticking around to take your further solutions that you have. We have staff from the mayor's office. That's why we are here. That's why we're holding this Housing Solution Summit, so that we can source solutions from the community. We can come together in new ways, and we can collaborate in new ways to truly solve our affordability crisis that we're in. But it all starts with us, and just by you all being here, we're taking a step forward. So we have to wrap up here. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you all.
I'm sorry. I just want to mention one thing. I'll be as brief as possible. It's something that hasn't really been mentioned from tenants coming up here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. But there's something, everyone's talking about the rent's too high and all these things, which, yes, it's true. But the people that are already in the housing, in apartments, in tent, we have a problem with accountability from landlords, from realtors that work hand in hand with landlords, with property management companies. So a solution that I would propose is to give landlords and management companies a 3-strike rule. If there's a concern or a maintenance problem, an issue that isn't done within a time frame that is legal, give them a 1-strike rule and give them a fine. The second time, give them triple the fine. And I'm not talking about 300, something that will actually make them listen, because they can throw money like nothing. I've already dealt with a slumlord millionaire who went ahead and had disposable money and had a fraudulent eviction, and even the court process is a fraud. I had 3 inches worth of footage and pictures and everything. I had all that evidence. It was dismissed, but they not once looked at it. Okay? We need to have some type of accountability. If we can have some type of, after the 3rd strike rule, if the first time, make it a $10,000 fee. On the second time, make it a $50,000 fee. And the third time, make it a $100,000 fee or something ridiculously will make them pay attention and have them fix them and revoke their landlord's license until those things are fixed. The same way that we have Yelp for Domino's and all these restaurants, the government should have a website on like the government,
Yes.
Miami.gov.
Understood.
Right.
A
So
registry. Okay.
tenants can go and file complaints there. So in the
All right.
future, they'll know, because they ask us, who is your landlord before, all your renters history, your income, your social security, all these things, but we're not protected at all. We should have a place where we can go and say, well, this person has had this many tenants, how many people left, why they left, how many complaints, the turnover. There's no court enforcement.
Thank you. Yes.
There should be an inspection before every time someone moves into an apartment, and if it's not to par, because people say it's as is.
We got it. And it's a great solution, and
So much we can
we
do
got
'cause
it.
we're here, but you guys.
But we do have. Okay. Thank you, and I would like to talk to you some more. But thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
housing to local economies. She noted that the supply of affordable housing is critical to recruit and retain a workforce, and that the production of affordable housing boosts local spending, increases revenues, and creates quality jobs. She talked extensively about the importance of public-private partnerships to accelerate new housing solutions. This panel of experts is going to dig into these intersections of economic development and workforce housing a little further. So we have David Martin, the CEO of Terra, a Miami-based development firm. He's a local legend in residential, commercial, or retail development. He's talked about ways to hack capitalism to better, to produce better social outcomes. We're going to talk about that today. We have Dr. Malu Harrison. She's the executive VP and provost of Miami-Dade College. She's been at the forefront of a job training program centered on two of the county's largest public housing developments, Liberty Square and Lincoln Gardens. Then we have AJ Meyer, VP of Project Development of A&F Group. He's a seasoned real estate professional. He's getting up to legend status. He's very active in the greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber's real estate and workforce housing committees have been really taking a leadership role on local affordable housing issues. We're going to hear more about that now. We have Amy Alexa with Royal Caribbean Group. Amy is the Senior Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer for Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. Royal Caribbean is the major employer in Miami-Dade County, and Amy is like the HR Yoda. She is focused on the company's overall HR strategy and talent attraction. We have Michael John Green, Deputy Director of Economic Development of Miami-Dade County. His team is working on a new economic development strategy for the county that foregrounds climate tech jobs, small businesses, and developing upward mobility for all workers. Finally, we have Ivan Robin-Smith with Wasco Ventures, and he's focused on innovations in HVAC. So please give a round of applause for our panelists. We have to move quickly because we're a little behind schedule, but can you all take a moment, introduce yourselves, talk a little bit more about the work you're doing and how it relates to workforce housing and economic development.
So, hi, my name is David Martin. My firm is in... David. All right, thanks. Hi, my name is David Martin. My firm's in owns property as well as does a lot of real estate development in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. We are very interested in the residential asset class and finding ways to reduce the cost to produce that housing in order to be able to deliver more affordable price points to our community. We also are doing several public-private partnerships with the county, with the city of Miami Beach, as well as the city of Miami, where we are developing and creating a lot of jobs through a lot of our shopping centers as well as our residential projects. So, have more to discuss, but I think it'd be better to just have everyone else introduce themselves.
Good morning, Malu Harrison. I serve as the provost at Miami-Dade College. Many of you may have attended Miami-Dade College, may have neighbors or children that have graduated from Miami-Dade College. We're the People's College, Democracy's College. 8 campuses throughout Miami-Dade County, 120,000 students, and we serve a majority student population of the working poor in this community. 67% of our student body is living at the poverty level, and 47% are living below the poverty level. And we'll talk more about that. I'm happy to see a member of our Board of Trustees here, Dr. Renee Abraham of the Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees, and we'll talk more about some of our initiatives later on. Thank you.
Good morning, AJ Meyer. I chair the Workforce Housing Committee for the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. I'm not one for mics necessarily. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. I hope you can hear me. I chair the Workforce Housing Committee for the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, as I mentioned. I also am Vice President of Project Development for A&F Group. We're a mid-sized general construction firm and also a developer. Right now, in that vein, we are building roughly 1,900 units in between Broward and Dade counties. About half of those units, a little less than half of those units, are affordable and workforce product in this community. And as the chair of the Workforce Housing Committee, over the last year, we've really done tremendous work in assessments, really meeting with the key, both local, legislative, and private institutional leaders in workforce housing and in affordable housing to understand the dynamic and the issues around solutions to develop additional units in our communities. So now, as a committee, we've developed a resource guide that we're calling, really to help smaller and mid-sized developers that aren't used to the legal processes within the county, as well as the plethora of services out there, both locally, statewide, and nationally, in terms of creating different funding mechanisms for smaller, middle infill, let's call it, right? That missing middle, as I use the term, development project. So excited to be here. Thank you, George.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Alexi, and as George said, I lead the human resources function for Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. Royal Caribbean employs about 2,500 employees in South Florida, and what I can tell you about the reason that I'm here today is because affordability from a housing perspective is a real issue when it comes to attracting talent to South Florida, but also retaining talent. So in any given year, we hire upwards of over 500 people into South Florida. Right now, we have over 250 roles that are open. We lose half of our candidates because of the location and the ability to live and have a nice lifestyle in South Florida. But we're also losing talent because rent prices continue to increase. And it's a professional issue, and it's a low income issue as well. And I've got professionals whose rents are going up 55%, and they cannot afford to live here, and they can't afford to stay. And so while we pay well, the housing markets put a real dent into our ability to attract and retain really great talent into the South Florida market. So I can share more statistics and things that we're really focused on from an employer perspective, but I'll pass it over to my right.
Really quick, can we all give a round of applause for George? He's been pushing and leading the housing before he was at the county, and so I'm really glad to be on this panel, happy and excited to work for him. My name is MJ Green. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic Development for Miami-Dade County. We really know that economic development, and one of the things why I love it is because it is really all-inclusive, right? It touches every part of the economy. And we are focused on bringing and creating and upskilling jobs in the workforce in Miami-Dade County, supporting small businesses, and then working with our large private employers to really help them have and create public-private partnerships so they have some stake in the game, right? I think that the issue that we have on the lack of affordability in Miami is an issue that we all have to come together and solve, right? Economic development, community development is built on partnerships. The private sector needs to partner with the public sector and the people so we can really solve this problem. So I'm glad to be on this panel with some of my friends and look forward to the conversation.
Hello, Ivan Rapin-Smith from Watsco. So yeah, so we're a large distributor of air conditioning systems. Yeah, the accent's from Belgium. People ask. It's not Kentucky. It's yeah. So I like everything my colleague said about attracting talent. So you know, we sell to air conditioning contractors through a network of 700 branches. 150 of them are in Florida, and so our employees are, you know, counter salespeople. There are forklift drivers, and you know, if you can't have people live close to their work, it's hard to attract and retain those people, right? So that's one thing that that I'd like to kind of talk about. The other one is affordable housing is the rent and buying a house, but it's also running your AC. You know, for all of you, the most expensive part of your utility bill is running your AC, and AC is expensive. Right, so we're looking at ways to make AC more affordable for tenants. So that's the second aspect. And the third one is also, if you look at sustainability and so AC consumes energy, and energy generates CO2 emissions. So there's this whole trend also of green jobs. There's a huge shortage of HVAC techs in the US, but especially in Florida. So one of the aspects is how can we bring people into the trade of air conditioning because it's a fantastic trade. It's a well-paid trade. So we're looking at ways to get more people into the AC industry, and also working with universities and colleges to then also apply the new skills maybe to affordable homes, right? So there's a number of ways we can work on economic development from the air conditioning lens. That's what I'd like to represent.
So we're hearing a lot about the importance of partnerships. What are some of the ways that affordable and workforce housing development can be used to create new employment pathways?
So I think that from an employment pathway perspective, I think real estate development has so many different jobs that it creates, right? From the construction industry to the services industry like legal, professional, accounting, and also on the operational property management side. And so it has a lot of direct jobs and a lot of indirect jobs. I think some of the challenges, right, that we're facing is twofold, right? Land costs are high, construction costs are high. And that's just a factor of something that we have to deal with. Land costs are high in that we have scarcity of land. We have water, we have the Everglades, and we're somewhat constrained. And so there is scarcity of large tracts. So those tracts and land parcels grow in value, and sellers have certain expectations on price that make it much more difficult to deliver on affordable and workforce housing. And then secondarily, we've seen a huge run-up of construction costs, significant supply chain issues, significant inflation. And so the real question is, how do we solve that, right? And so for us, I think there's a kind of two ways, right? Number one is, I think we need to, for workforce housing, in my view, I think there's definitely ways of incentivizing development in order to give more density for people that are willing to offer a percentage, 30%, 20%, 40%, 50%, more density for them to commit to providing that affordable housing. I think that type of incentive, I think, will help. Secondly, on the 80% or lower AMI side, I think we need to really rethink and recalibrate our zoning code right now. Today, we either have mid-rise, high-rise development, or we have single-family development or townhome development. And I really feel, going back to what AJ said about this missing middle, I really feel that these garden apartments, these 10-unit, 15-unit apartment buildings that can be created 3-story, that could really be delivered at a construction cost of around $100, $120, $130 a foot, versus building these high-rises, mid-rises that are costing $200, $250, $300 a foot in order to build. What we need to do is recalibrate our zoning, work with our legislators and administration at the county in order to try to incentivize certain areas that maybe are in transit corridors or certain areas that aren't, in order to deliver these 15-unit, 10-unit little apartment buildings on parcels of land that potentially are budding commercial zones, but currently they're single-family. And so, there's a lot that goes into that, but overall, I think the only way we're going to create the employment pathways, the only way we're going to create the affordable housing, and we love working with the public sector, and it's just the amount of resources and programs that exist federally or statewide or locally are just limited. And we need thousands and thousands and thousands of workforce and affordable housing. And so we really need to create the legislation in order to allow the private sector, the smaller developer, the smaller contractors, in order to be able to have a place and be able to be part of the solution.
Real quickly on that, though, I think that it's twofold. I think you mentioned it. We obviously need more supply, right? We need more workforce homes and more affordable homes on the market. Hopefully that creates some downward pressure because there's more supply. But then we also need better and higher paying jobs in Miami-Dade, right? We need people to be able to make more money. And so hopefully they can meet in the middle, right? Not doing either one will cause and exacerbate the problem, right? We need both. And so one of the key focuses in the new economic development plan is how do we support health tech jobs, fintech jobs, blue-green tech jobs, right? How do we support workforce programs where they can upskill, where we can get more people to having these HVAC jobs that pay really well, right? So we can kind of meet in the middle, and I think that if we do that, that's a partnership, and we can really hopefully solve some of the issues that we're having.
So that's exactly where Miami-Dade College comes in. Great segue for Miami-Dade College. And the leader that the institution has become in workforce training here in the community. And when we talk about affordable housing, I think about the initiative that we've launched in Liberty Square, as you mentioned, where we've taken education and training to the people where they are. And it's about providing that access and equity, where we've launched this property management program right there on site in Liberty Square. And again, partnerships and collaboration, the new currency, collaborating with Related Urban, collaborating with Mr. Liu and the county, and providing this training, and I want to say this, free of charge to the residents of Liberty Square. You can talk about access all you want, but if you don't put your money where your mouth is, then there really is no access. And we've been able to provide the tuition, the fees, and the related support to a first cohort. We're going into our second cohort now of residents that will end up with a certificate in property management and be able to sit for the state exam. Now, when we launch these programs, it's not just about education and training, it's about linking them to jobs. And what has happened with this particular initiative is a developer has hired half of the graduates, and we have other developers on board to hire the remainder. So this is how we bring education and training full circle to jobs and careers. And we continue to be very pleased. The mayor this morning mentioned about 32,000 new units, affordable housing units coming on board in the next 5 years. That's music to our ears. I gave you the demographics in terms of our students. And while Miami-Dade College does not provide on-campus housing, certainly our students need affordable housing, and that's really been, I think, a real deal breaker for our students in terms of them persisting in college, being able to afford housing, being able to really live in an environment of inflation, high gas prices, and so forth. But we level them up, to your point. We're upskilling in various areas. Let me just touch on tech. And so in response to this major tech boom that Miami-Dade County is experiencing, we've launched Miami-Dade College Tech, where we're providing, again, courses, workshops, training, leading to credentials in areas such as AI, emerging technologies such as cybersecurity, cloud computing, and again, we have the partners on board to hire our students once they have attained the credentials and the learning. And I go back to access. This is the best time in a long time, and Trustee Abraham will agree with me on this point for Miami-Dade College, in that we have resources to help students to pay for their tuition and fees. Access is not an issue. So I wanted to bring that to the fore.
If I could jump in, because you all hit a bunch of great items. One of those is the accessory dwelling units that I think we've heard about. Some of you may or may not know, but there's current legislation being drafted to allow and provide single-family homeowners the ability to put a casita next to your house, or as some folks call it, the in-laws quarters. Right, so I live right near Miami-Dade College South. You know, the opportunity for me to put in a casita on the side of my house with a separate driveway and entryway, to then rent it out to a student, to a professor that may be looking for housing and needs a temporary place for 6-9 months. It's going to create a great opportunity for economic growth in that standpoint, but additionally, it's going to create the opportunity for economic growth for that individual homeowner. Now, I will tell you the one challenge that you will have, and it's something that I've shared as part of my role with the Workforce Housing Committee with the Chamber, is funding that. Because even though I own a house, as some of us may in the room, to then say, okay, but now I need to mortgage and fund another $100,000, $150,000 to build this casitas, that becomes a challenge in and of itself. And so I think there should be funding mechanisms attached to homeowners that are looking to utilize that program if it does become legislation. The other area I wanted to touch on was when we had this call, when we had our little planning call, I mentioned it. So we're starting to see from the human resources side, them becoming very creative in how they provide their incentive packages to new employees. and some of them are actually providing housing alternative options as a part of that compensation package in lieu of maybe necessarily a salary increase, but you're really deferring and removing that cost for that potential employee. So we're starting to see creativity around the human resources side addressing that housing. In fact, I'm talking to a group out of Atlanta and Tennessee that have put together a fund of companies like Watsco and Royal and Terra and Dade College. They come together, create a fund to develop housing by which they would own the rights to that housing to use as employer housing, whether that be long-term or short-term. And that's a creative solution that we're seeing in other states that we are doing research on to bring together the powers that be to really see how we can make that concept work locally.
I would just add, we haven't quite gone that far, but we did do it with our interns this summer. So we have 100 interns that joined our company. They're here with us for 12 weeks. And it was in a pre-pandemic environment, they would have been on their own to find housing or an apartment or an Airbnb. And it just became unachievable for our interns to be able to find housing to come and join us for the summer. So we actually partnered with the University of Miami, and we have about 60 of our interns on campus, and we are paying for their housing this summer, which is a huge benefit to them, but it's also from an employer perspective, it's great goodwill for them to want to come to South Florida and experience living in South Florida and get that South Florida, the bug of living here, because we want them to come and join us. We want them to be a part of our community. Now the trick is they've got to then find the housing that they can afford when they get that full-time role, and that's been the challenge that we've been seeing.
It's actually a fun fact. The first affordable workforce development ever built in Miami was employer-assisted housing. During the Florida land boom, a lot like now, prices were really high, and a bunch of employees got together of a bank to form their own corporation to buy a small garden-style apartment to provide affordable workforce housing for bank employees. It was almost 100 years ago. The building still exists. It was actually designated by the city of Miami, and it's just a few blocks away from where we are right now. So I'm hearing a lot about land use changes, about job training programs. I am really heartened about the new units that are coming online. A significant portion are smaller scale. This administration has created new set-asides to preserve smaller garden-style apartments that are 40 units or less, make sure they're affordable. We also have an innovation set-aside as part of that program that actively encourages accessory dwelling units. So we're all moving that direction. What are some best practices that you've seen in other places that we could potentially bring to Miami and make them work here?
I've studied a lot of different states and cities and their planning principles. There is some gentrification protection legislation that we've seen in Philadelphia, for instance, where when there's what we're seeing in all our neighborhoods, prices are just skyrocketing, and what ends up happening is homeowners that have lived there for 10, 20, 30 years, for decades, their real estate taxes are all of a sudden going up, and they're getting higher. And so with this ordinance or law that they have in Philadelphia, they basically, for anyone that's lived in that community for 10 years or more, their real estate taxes would be frozen in order to protect them from being there. The other idea is kind of a lot of the mixed income housing. Really trying to, rather than having affordable districts, workforce districts, or market rate districts, really trying to integrate and create and promote more mixed use, mixed income housing. And there's a few more. I think, when we think of affordability, obviously we got to think of transit, we got to think of electricity costs, we got to think of housing costs and wage increases and whatnot. And so it's kind of a all-inclusive solution that we need. And so I think that some cities are getting it right, some cities are getting it wrong, but I really think and like the leadership of our administration that's really trying to take the lead and making this a forefront issue, because I think it's definitely something that we need to solve.
So I'll say from the education front that when we're planning these affordable housing developments, that we would think about areas that are set aside within the actual development for education and training on site. And I'm talking about physical space, right, that is designated for the residents to be able to, whether it's children, the elderly, other family members, to know that there is a space on the site where education and training takes place. And I think that in of itself will help to really provide the convenience, the access, and really the opportunity for residents to acquire the training and education right there on site, to be leveled up, to be skilled up, and to really increase their own economic mobility. So that's one area that I see with those 32,000 units. I was so happy to hear that within each unit there's going to be Wi-Fi connectivity, broadband. I think that's extremely important, selfishly, because our students need it. More and more of our students are studying in online modalities and need that accessibility within the housing units. But let's set aside, as we're planning for these units, educational and training spaces equipped with technology so our residents have that convenience and opportunity on site.
Absolutely. And Liberty Square is a good example of that, too, because we did include educational facilities on site.
Absolutely.
With free Wi-Fi.
Well, I was going to say 5 years ago I moved from Seattle to Miami. In Seattle proper, if you build an apartment building or a condo building, a portion of those units must be affordable, right? And I think that that's the mixed use. Personal opinion, I don't think that all of the low-income housing should be in low-income areas only, right? I think that people deserve to live wherever they want to live. And I also think that mixing individuals of different incomes together is good for the community in general. With that, though, I started a land trust in Seattle. And the land trust that we got got about $30 million worth of property because the developer gifted that 1/3 piece to the land trust. And then we were off to the races because then we owned an asset in which we could leverage to buy additional property and do additional really good work. And so I think that those are models that we can look at and see if they work in Miami, and look at other cities and states to see what they're doing and to copy those things to work best for us.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'll tell you, I couldn't agree with you more. The challenge that we're experiencing, that David talked to about the rising cost of land, the rising cost and unavailability of construction materials. I have a deal that I'm building. The ownership group has decided to cut out a portion of those affordable housing units, right? Because it's a mixed income concept. Why? Because it's going to cost you $150,000 to build the affordable unit and $150,000 a unit to build the market rate unit. But he's getting $1.50 on the affordable and $3 on the market rate, and he can't make the numbers work, right? So he's essentially removing it to lower the cost of the overall project so that he can make the deal work and the funding of that deal work. So there are a lot of idiosyncrasies when you start looking at the development of these deals. And I'll tell you as a best practice, because that's what your question, we keep mentioning the 32,000 units, which I love to hear because hopefully I'll build a lot of them. But the challenge is we need to look at ourselves, right? Look at the internal workings of how those deals actually function in the early stages before I get there and put a shovel in the ground. And that is the approval and permitting process. So we are talking with a group, I think it's in Tennessee, if my memory serves me correctly, a city in Tennessee, that right now, if you are dedicated as an affordable or workforce product, you have a concierge in the building and permitting department that takes your plans, and you have a single point of contact as an owner or developer, and ensures that those plans get approved by every single entity and agency within that city. Because right now, and David knows a lot better than I, but you can have plans sitting on a desk for 90 days with no one touching it. Well, if we want to really put 32,000 units in the ground and open in the next 5 years, we also need to take a look at ourselves and figure out not necessarily how we change the culture, because that's a more difficult and complex conversation to have in government, but we need to look at how can we have creative solutions to be able to achieve the results that we so desperately need in our community.
Absolutely. And what are some of the ways that the county could better facilitate those conversations with the private sector to implement those solutions?
The chamber, and that's what our goal is.
I think it's really difficult. How does an organization like yeah, I definitely
I didn't say it was easy though.
But I what I see is an administration at the county that's working very hard, tackling issues that are in front of them today. The question is, how are they going to tackle issues and plan for the next 10, 20, 50 years? And so that planning process within each department, or that planner within each department, I think is what's necessary in order to be having these conversations. And in order to be able to start creating policy, educating that policy with our elected officials, and then start creating enabling legislation in order to implement these things. Because if not, we all talk a lot, and then a lot of things just either don't happen, or they get confused or misinterpreted, and then we don't have the political support to really solve the problems we need.
I also think that you can answer that question better than some of us can, right? You're doing the really good work. I don't know if you want to tell people about the Building Blocks program a little bit.
So we are starting the process. We launched our first ever external loan pool. So we brought in a number of private and nonprofit funders to work together to build more units even faster. And a big aspect of this was forming an advisory council that's multi-sector. So we can be more strategic. David brought up a really good point about land capacity in Miami. We're pretty much wedged between alligators and sharks, right? We're between two national parks. So we have to get really strategic about how we're going to use underused county properties, city properties. Churches own a lot of land. And what we found is a lot of groups want to work together to build some of the mixed income, mixed use housing that's being talked about right now. And we're tapping into that for the first time. I think it's a step in the right direction. It's how we're going to be able to reach that 30,000 unit goal. And the other thing they're really focusing on too is funding a diversity of different projects. They all can't be high rises and mid rises. How are we going to do the smaller scale housing? How can we do multifamily home ownership opportunities at different price points to serve various types of families? That's the long-term thinking that's been lacking in the county that we're really putting forward now. So it's hard because we're catching up late in the game. The county's really big now. We have 3 million people. We don't have the infrastructure necessary to sustain that. But we're starting to think more and more about the future because we have to. And we're baking into all of our affordable housing programs the way forward. It's not just about the units. In our solicitations, we require broadband internet. All of our new units have to be green certified. They have to be environmentally safe. We're adding additional preference points to building per sea level, elevated HVAC, elevating homes, so we prepare for extreme heat and flood risks. All together just through our housing program. Liberty Square was really remarkable because it included a massive community benefits agreement. So we're looking at things like economic development, job training programs, educational facilities, broadband internet, parkscapes, building mixed income, mixed use communities with various amenities on site. And that's something that had not happened before. A lot of our public housing is over 40 years old. There's decades of deferred maintenance. And we're slowly rebuilding and renovating those sites to add additional units there. And creating mixed income, mixed communities for the first time.
Awesome.
You know, at Miami-Dade currently, we're on a mission to reimagine the student experience, looking at all of the friction points that a student would, encounter as they're going through the admission process. And I wonder, related to the application process for affordable housing, and I'm taking it right down now to the family level. Is the county looking at friction points in that application process, the time it takes from when an individual applies to the time they are approved or they receive a response or what have you? I know we're doing that at Miami-Dade College on our side. That's a self-reflection piece, and I wonder if that's taking place at the county as you plan for, all of these additional units.
Yeah, absolutely. So the mayor, when she declared a affordable housing emergency, that was one of the first steps we were looking at. How are we going to cut red tape to build even more units faster? Of course, there's a lot of friction in the current process. We're aware of that. It's complicated. Miami there's There's a lot of different processes in Miami that we have to think.
Yeah, as you can see,
We have 30 different jurisdictions. That's 30 different mayors, administrative processes, right? That means we have to coordinate all together. When we think about long-term issues like resilience, like transportation planning, like affordable housing, that's hard work to do. Mayor's starting to convene everyone and talk about these issues so we can maximize limited resources. But it's the beginning steps. We need to do more and even faster, which is why we're taking all hands-on-deck approach. We're taking our affordable housing to be more comprehensive, more strategic, because that's what's needed right now.
And so one of the things we're doing, and actually before I share that, I want to applaud Mayor Olivia Cava for bringing all the mayors of the municipalities together. And that was a tremendous feat. And if you see the Herald article today, you'll see why that was so important and critical, is because the county can only do so much. The municipalities also have rights in and of itself. And so this approach and collaborative approach, I think, is phenomenal. The next step to that is in part what we're trying to do, and working with you, George, and the mayor's team, is bringing those mayors, bringing those elected officials together from an education advocacy standpoint around solutions with the private sector, and not just with the developers like David and his colleagues, but also with the private business like Amy and Royal Caribbean and Ivan and Watsco, really trying to bring and bridge the gap of the private sector and public sector at the leadership level to really drive those solutions and have a conversation about what is needed and what red tape would need to be cut to help that process continue, what we can do in the private sector on the development side for a Royal Caribbean that needs housing. They don't develop, but they need it, and the public sector can only do so much. And really bridging those gaps of conversation to see where the melding point is amongst those different units. So we are working in that vein.
Yeah, different. As we speak about this topic, there's something came to mind that I think is interesting to share. Is that if you think about affordable housing and the cross section with sustainability is an interesting one, right? So Mayor Levine has amazing goals on sustainable housing, but also amazing goals on sustainability, right? So and where the cross section is I was talking about AC being expensive because it uses energy, but it also generates CO2 emissions, right? So there's an opportunity in this cross section. And then the third one is technology and innovation, right? So as we look at the current building stock and how do we accelerate the replacement of systems that use a lot of energy? Because again, all an AC does is, you take electricity and then you use it to extract heat and humidity from a space, and that costs energy and it costs money. So there's also a drive in the technology space to come with innovative solutions to do that better, faster. Like looking, for example, at the Miami building stock, which building should we start with first? So you're talking about AI and GIS systems, and there's a lot of innovation going on in the prop tech systems as well to look at ways to create jobs in technology, to look at how we accelerate the transition to affordable AC. And I'm not talking about AC is anything sustainable, right? It's like better windows, better roofs, just the overall envelope of a building, and that's exciting. And Miami-Dade College has a lot of initiatives, both on developing the contractor talents as well as the technology talents, and it's that combination of all things which I think is exciting for talent and the workforce for the foreseeable years. So sorry about the segue, but this conversation made me think about the technology and also workforce development again, which is, I think, very exciting.
I do think that acceleration is the key point, because we're going to miss a window in the sense that there's more demand for talent than there is supply right now in South Florida, and especially in some of the more technology spaces. And so as a result of an inability to recruit people, I'm now allowing virtual work as an example. So I'm hiring people in California, and I'm hiring people in Seattle, and I'm hiring people in North Carolina. I don't want to do that. I'm doing it because it's a necessity right now, because I don't have the available talent. I want those people in South Florida, I want them to come to the office. That's the model that we would prefer. But as a result of that and the fact that I need people, I don't have that luxury anymore. And so I'm having to get really creative about where I source talent, and it's not always my first choice.
So Amy, love to speak to you after.
We will,
also,
yes.
if Ivan, definitely need to get together because we're training students specifically for those industries, and we need to connect.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, when we talk about economic growth and workforce housing, because obviously education is a huge point of that, we talked about education and vocational schooling. And I'm a two-time offender of FIU. I'm a Golden Panther through and through. But I'm a huge proponent of vocational schooling because the trades, that forklift operator, probably making $20, $30 an hour. Crane operators, you're making $50, $65 an hour. These are high-paying jobs that are in demand that, one, people don't know about, and two, just culturally, I think we've went away from those types of careers and the positivity of those careers to having a degree in lieu of that. And so what you're doing with vocational schooling is tremendous because just like you guys at Royal Caribbean, I can't hire enough people and I can't find it. And what's happening is I got a new student out of college, maybe 2 years in the business, wanting to be a project manager, wanting to get paid $100,000. But if I don't pay him, the next one's going to ask 105 or 95 because there's not enough talent in the market. So I really applaud that effort.
So absolutely, and apprenticeship programs, the learn and earn programs. Another area that we have really stepped up into high gear at Miami-Dade College. We're partnering for apprenticeships to really be able to launch into the automotive technician space. We've launched partnerships with Warren Henry and Bean Automotive. We have apprenticeships, learning and earning. Those individuals, after they complete the apprenticeships, are going to be making over $70,000 for themselves and their families. We also have created potential trades program. We'll be getting a grant from the Department of Labor because we also realize that we are missing the boat, so to speak, and there's a gap in terms of the HVAC, the plumbers, the electricians, and so forth. So great point, and it's something that Miami-Dade College is definitely launching into and has on its radar.
And the county is here to support that, right? So the economic development plan, there's 3 pillars, and one pillar is workforce training, right? Certificate programs. I think that we all can agree that those are hugely important, hugely impactful, and we want to figure out what certificate programs or what training someone can get to get jobs at the local institutions or businesses. And we really want to support that work and partner, right? Whether they're getting them from us or they're getting them from Miami-Dade, at the end of the day, it's a win for everybody.
Exactly right. That's why we're hosting this forum, to have those exchanges, and we want to make this more routine. We're going to regularly check in to meet those goals. So we have 5 minutes left before we break for lunch. I'd like to quickly take some questions from the audience. We'll start with you.
I think you bring up a great point about the highly paid jobs that's in the trade industry and the lack of available workforce. How are we working with our youth? How are we working with our high school students and our elementary schools to let them know that these job opportunities exist before they drop out of high school? Letting them know that there's these job opportunities and these vocational affordable programs that they can do. How will we engage with them?
I'm going to hit it first because I know you're going to hit it out of the park. But, and again, I'm not the guy of negativity, right? But just listen, we got to look at ourselves for a second, right? I got 2 kids. Now, I'm saying to myself, now you're going to college, son. Even though, what did I just tell you? I'm a huge proponent of vocational schooling, right? So think about yourself, too, when you have that conversation of, you want to push for vocational schooling, but not for my kids, right? My kids are going to go to college. They're going to get a degree. So we also have to have the right mindset with ourselves, because if we don't, who are we preaching that to, right? So, but I know you're going to hit it out of the park with this one.
So you're absolutely right, and let me just take, for example, the teacher shortage that we, have been experiencing here in Dade County and the nation. It's the very same thing. How many of us in this room have said to our children, I want you to be a teacher? Now, I'm from a family of teachers, and I'm going to be quite honest, I haven't done it. It's the same thing with the trades. However, what we are doing is we are also moving toward launching pre-apprenticeship programs, where students in high school will be able to learn and earn while they're in high school, get introduced to some of these trades, hopefully whet their appetites, and then create a pipeline to these jobs that we're talking about.
Yes, you in the back?
So yeah, my thing is that I believe we need to destigmatize
Yeah.
Because as parents, our job is not to direct, we're there to guide and nurture. And if someone becomes a plumber and they say, you know what, I'm a great plumber and I want to own a business, then let them do that. Versus saying, I want you to be a doctor or an accountant. So we need to really just nurture and destigmatize the trade, because that's really what we need right people to do those things.
Absolutely. The trades are the foundation of our economy. And that's a good segue to Julie Burton.
Thank you very much. It's a great segue to work specialist. I represent the National Association of Home Builders at the local level, the Builders Association. This is what NHB has. They've got a huge, they've got curriculum for 11th and 12th grade students that can begin to be a pathway. Okay? They also have to get the kids in 10th grade and the parents. Parents are part of it. Once that happens, I'm happy to talk with anybody who would like to discuss it. We have, we have a meeting again with the County School Board and implement these.
Thank you.
So there are resources available. Yes, ma'am.
So, hi, I'm Linda Harris. I'm going to be on the next panel, but I'm going to bring it back to affordable housing. The P3 partnerships, the county probably wants to consider doing it for 20 units and under. The biggest impediment to us small to medium developers is pre-development costs.
Yep.
I did a submission for a revolving grant that when they get permanent construction, then it goes to the next person. I personally know, as a co-chair of the Miami-Dade Chamber, at least 24 people with free and clear land, and I'm telling them, don't sell it, but they want to develop it, but they just don't have pre-development costs. So I think that's one of the biggest impediments, and I think that's something we need to talk about for those garden-style 20 units and under.
It's that missing middle, absolutely.
It's that missing middle.
I have a question. With the pandemic, it shifted completely for our economy, and we were forced to go virtual schooling, virtual employment, and you mentioned that you provide jobs for other states. You have to reach out for employment there. How do we find a way where we don't lose that economy booster, since we know that's essential for growing our economy? We can employ people locally so everybody can get that the jobs that they need, even for virtual jobs for students that are studying on campus and they need a part-time job to sustain themselves throughout the whole semester. What can we do to better facilitate the economy in that way?
I think it's what we've touched on today, quite frankly. I think it's the one, education of just South Florida in general, and what we offer from a lifestyle perspective. I think it's being able to, for people to live here, and I think it's also the partnership with the schools and making sure that we've got the available talent here, so that we're not having to go outside, and we are losing that from an economic perspective. We're not, and for my company, we're not virtual per se. So it's not, like I said, it's not an ideal situation where we've got these people dispersed throughout the country. We want them to be able to collaborate with us in South Florida. So as much as we can do to partner to make sure that we don't lose that economic benefit, we're willing to do so.
Last question.
I think we're in the perfect scenario for a combination of different approaches. Right now, everything has happened to be online. Social people doing businesses on their homes. Social people getting out of jobs. Social people with master's degrees without no job, looking at consulting. So I think that the best approach would be a combination of different approaches. Getting all the universities together, getting all the technical schools together, promoting within each industry, small businesses, the technical schools, the universities, each one of them with a different approach. So we have different approaches for different skills of people. When you have the human being can do so many things, but in a lifetime, usually, the masters of human resources, they tell you, oh, people do more than 12 things in a lifetime. But in reality, we can do much more than that. So if we open up and give opportunities to those that are willing to take it, and those are not that are right now in the affordable housing, homeless, scenario, we can do a balance in actually the community.
And that's a beautiful note to end on. We need to be more comprehensive and collaborative. So we have a hard stop at 12:30. Please give a big round of applause for our panelists. Fantastic. all for being here. We really appreciate it.
Amazing work you're doing.
I will. Excellent.
That'll
Housing Summit for 2022. I think you all saw from this morning's panels that there is a lot going on in Miami-Dade, and there are a lot of great ideas out there and a tremendous amount of spirit. And at this time, I want to bring up Mayor Daniela Levine Cava to introduce our first speaker. Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everyone in the back, come on down. Bring your food, don't be shy. It's a ballpark. You can eat here. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the first half of the Building Blocks Housing Summit. Let me hear it. You enjoying it? Great. We've had an incredible turnout. Everyone is focused on building the blocks that we need for a more equitable future. Very excited. So next up, we're going to hear from some of our elected and community leaders, including members of the Board of County Commissioners and our state legislature. And first we'll hear from the Vice Chair of the County Commission, Oliver Gilbert. He serves also as the Chair of the Transportation Planning Organization and is at the helm of the intersection between housing and transportation. So critical. These are the two largest expenses that most of our residents bear. Building housing in conjunction with comprehensive transit is essential to tackling this affordability crisis, and we are working hard to ensure that housing and transit go hand in hand. So please, everyone, join me in welcoming Vice Chairman Oliver Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor Cava. I'm kind of fascinated. I've never seen myself on a Jumbotron before. I did not think this jacket was going to look that way. This is so cool. Listen, I won't speak long. As the mayor told you, I'm the vice chairman for the Board of County Commissioners, the district commissioner for District 1. I also serve as the chairperson of the Transportation Planning Organization. And I'm happy to see you all here today, because me seeing you all here, me hearing about all of the panel discussions, lets me know that we're beginning to connect the dots. The dots that speak to affordable housing, but also the affordability of housing. The dots that speak to single-family homes, but also density. The dots that speak to housing and transportation with an understanding that they are interrelated in ways that we have previously not acknowledged. And as we go forward, when we solve one problem, we have to address the other. We have to address the idea that this is a wonderful place to live. It's so wonderful that people are going to keep moving here. And as they keep moving here, we can't keep adding cars to the road. We have to address the fact that this is going to be the most beautiful place to live, I believe, in my son's lifetime, but it may not look exactly like the Miami-Dade that I grew up in. We plan the future, and the future works for us. Today, this is the beginning of that planning. Thank you all for participating, and thank you all for becoming ambassadors of the idea that we can fix this. This is within our means. I appreciate you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. I also want to note that staying with us from this morning, and they did provide comments, we have Commissioner Eileen Higgins, whose birthday is today, okay? And also,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah, that's the black happy birthday. Happy birthday, Eileen.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. And we also have Commissioner G. Monesteem, who also was with us this morning in the morning session. Thank you so much, sir. Now we're also very happy and pleased that another county commissioner and former senator in Tallahassee is with us, Senator Renee Garcia from Hialeah. Senator.
Thank you, Michael. And I just want to do this. Now up to bat, Renee Garcia, number 13. Sounds great. Just wanted to hear my name up there. I'm sorry, guys. That's who I am. But anyway, I know it's just a little jest there, but the reality is I just want to thank the mayor for putting this summit together, because we do have an issue in this community. We all know that the issues that really are before us is there is a housing crisis and affordability crisis that we have in this community. But the reality is that the only way we're going to get ourselves out of that crisis is by bringing everything to the table. We have to have a conversation about from the UDB, from the supply and demand issues that exist in our community. We know one of the biggest issues that we have is supply and demand. There's just way too much demand and less supply. So we have to figure out a way how we balance the issues of economic growth with development, with the protection of the environment, and making sure that we take care of our farmlands. So that's a delicate balance that we have to create, and this is where people like you, experts like you, will be able to come up with different solutions so we can really address the issues that we have before us. And we know the biggest way, one of the biggest ways, easiest ways to break the cycle of poverty is one through education and one through home ownership. So we have to make sure we make it more affordable to ensure that we have programs available where people can actually go and purchase their own homes, and they can create that wealth for their family and pass it on from generation to generation. So I'm here willing and able to help, and thank you, Mayor, and all of you for being here to ensure that we bring this community together, have one Miami-Dade. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Senator. And now we have another great county commissioner, the vice chair of the Housing Committee, an attorney, small business person, a mother, the great Danielle Cohn Higgins.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by thanking our Madam Mayor. Go closer. Better? Okay. I want to start by thanking our Madam Mayor for putting on this very important housing summit, and I want to thank everybody that's in the audience for spending time with us here on tackling what is truly a critical issue. You know, Miami-Dade is known for being a world-class city and a world-class community, but for who? Is it for tourists and those that are coming to spend a weekend, or is it for the residents of Miami-Dade County? It is incumbent upon us as your lawmakers, as your commissioners, to create a county that is world-class for you, so that when you graduate college, you can come back to Miami-Dade County and buy your first home. You can be able to afford a home in Miami-Dade County if you are a teacher or a police officer or an administrative assistant. Right now, we are in the middle of a crisis because a huge group of our residents are unable to achieve the American dream, which is buying their very first home. So what are we going to do about it? We're going to hold summits like this. We're going to get together with stakeholders and leaders and come up with real and actual solutions. And we're going to look at doing things in a very innovative way. For example, modular housing. What am I talking about? I look forward to working with our Director of Housing on an initiative that I began to create an affordable housing, modular housing option in Miami-Dade County, where we are able to build communities with prefabricated hurricane-resistant homes that are constructed at a fraction of the cost and in a fraction of the time. And we're very, very close to issuing a report to that end very soon. And we thank you again for being here. It's going to take innovation, real solutions, and leaders all coming together to solve this problem, all for the hard-working residents of our Miami-Dade County. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we get to our next speaker, I want to give a quick shout out to someone who helped bring Secretary Fudge here from HUD over the last 2 days. I think a lot of you know him, former state representative and now Deputy Assistant Secretary at HUD, Alan Williams. Alan. So, since we always like to work with our state partners, you know, we love Tallahassee and everyone who works there, both in the past and the present. We're very fortunate to have on the stage Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez, who also works very closely with all of our delegation to Tallahassee. Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be here alongside my county colleagues, Mayor Levine Cava. Thank you for organizing this event. One of the great highlights that I can share with you from our past legislative, I'm sorry, the whole echo thing is weird. One of our biggest accomplishments this legislative session was passing the Hometown Heroes package, which is a $200 million allocation, which will help families where there's a first responder purchase their home with down payment assistance and closing costs. This is a tremendous step in the right direction because it'll help people transition into home ownership. And that's something that Senator Garcia touched upon, and it's something that we at Miami Association of Realtors are tremendous advocates for. So with that, I'm happy to be here and look forward to spending more time together, and I invite Danielle Blake, my colleague, to say a few words.
Thank you. Excited to be here. My name is Danielle Blake. I'm Chief of Public Policy with Miami Realtors. Many of you know we tackled a big project a few years ago and went through a study to look at the barriers to constructing container homes, the barriers to affordability, the barriers to construction. I want to thank some of the commissioners here that approved an infill lot for us to test out that theory, and of course Mayor Levine Cava, who has invited us. Not only did you support it, but you wanted us to share our story, because that's how we're going to fix this. Come together as a community. Our exit plan was always to share our story and help others overcome some of those barriers. We're like your secret spy in the program. So that's what we're doing now. We're telling our story. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. You'll hear more from us. If you want more, see me afterward. There's another thing that we're working on, and it's adaptive reuse, taking commercial space and repurposing it for residential use. You'll hear more about that with zoning and finance, and thank you for putting a committee together to look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blake. And understand that the Realtors Association here in Miami-Dade is one of the, if not the largest local Realtors Association in the whole country. So thank you very much. And now I want to bring to the stage for a second time a representative of our gold sponsor, Eileen Fitzgerald, which heads up the affordability arm of Wells Fargo. Eileen Fitzgerald.
Thank you guys very much. So wasn't there fantastic energy up there walking around? It was just great, and people are so excited. So thank you again, and we're so happy to have played a role in sponsoring this. And I won't say too much right now, other than one, to reiterate the importance of alternative construction technologies. We have to figure out how to get things done a little bit cheaper and faster. So I think being open to that, and it's one thing to say, hey, this works, and it's another thing to actually get that implemented and permitted and financed and all those processes. So I hope that we make progress towards that. And as we do that, Miami, and I was sharing this with the mayor early, Miami-Dade's a perfect place to be understanding more about resilience and those alternative technologies, and a place where I know the entire country is waiting for you to lead us in what's going to actually work. But as we do that and as we think of supply, it is so important to think about how we keep people housed who are currently housed. And I think with the mayor's leadership and the county council's leadership and everyone, you guys have made tremendous progress. Wells Fargo, since the pandemic began, have provided funds that we have supported more than 340,000 people staying housed through legal assistance, housing counseling, and other support for nonprofits. And that piece has to stay as we also think about supply, as we also have to think about how that supply is equitably distributed and we're not leaving anyone behind. So again, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Eileen. And now we have a very special announcement. I would like to bring the mayor on stage again to introduce our very important next speaker. Mayor.
So earlier this morning, I shared just a little bit, a teaser, about an exciting partnership with Miami-Dade County Public School System. And now I am so thrilled that we're joined by a dear friend and our wonderful superintendent of schools, Dr. Jose Dotris. Please join me, Dr. Dotris. So today, together, we're announcing an innovative partnership where we're utilizing 3 separate Miami-Dade County public school sites to build hundreds of units of workforce housing for some of our most important residents, our teachers. These new units are just another block in our Building Blocks program. We can't wait to get started on this new construction. It follows on a successful partnership that already took place between the school system under the guidance of Commissioner Eileen Higgins. And so it is with much gratitude and sincere pleasure that we welcome Dr. Dotris. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's really an honor to be with all of you today. I really want to congratulate the Mayor for her leadership, this summit, and to the policy tools, investments, and the many partnerships that are being discussed today. This work will definitely lead to important housing solutions for our community, including teachers and many of our district employees. We can talk about a host of individuals that we hire as part of our school district. I'm also very proud of the collaboration that we have had in piloting a best practice in the joint use of land. In Brickell, we are expanding our Southside K-8 school that is jointly with HUD and county land that will include housing for our teachers and our district employees. These are joint solutions, joint projects taking place both on county and school district land. We also have additional projects in the pipeline, and these include 2 additional schools. One is Phyllis Wheatley Elementary, which we will be hopefully forwarding and having a brand new school with 150 units of workforce housing. And in addition, we have J.R.E. Lee Center, which we will hopefully end up with a renovated school building in addition to workforce housing and some community services built into this major project. I believe the time is now for these opportunities, for these partnerships. And so, Madam Mayor, You're here? Okay. I know this work is very important for our board, and we want to make sure that we deepen and we strengthen our partnership. Thank you very, very much.
Well, let's hear it for the superintendent. That was a very important announcement. Thank you so much. Now, earlier this morning, you heard about how we have actually researched and documented the fact that we are in process of developing over 18,000 new affordable and workforce housing units that will be closing by the end of December 2023. 18,000 units, and as the mayor pointed out, on top of a previous 14,000 units. So to explain to us this afternoon how we got the 18,000 number, I want to bring up Dr. Robin Backen from the University of Miami, head of the Office of Civic and Community Engagement, who's been such a great partner with the county through many years. Professor.
Thank you so much, Director Liu and Mayor Levine Cava. It's been wonderful to work collaboratively to figure out how we are going to build this affordable housing and address the crisis that we face. You've heard all morning today about the crisis we're in, so just a few numbers. The median rates of rental apartments in Miami-Dade County since the pandemic have gone up almost 60%, 60. That's compared to a national average of about 19%. So we know it, we feel it, the numbers also indicate it. Home values are also up over 25% in just the last year. And as Commissioner Monestein pointed out earlier, it's our most vulnerable communities that are feeling these differences the most. So just as an example, in the city of Miami, nearly 90% of renters earning less than $35,000 are cost burdened. So this is a real crisis, and Director Liu and Mayor Levine Cava and the rest of the commission are confronting it head on. So I'd like to talk to you about a project that we created in collaboration with the county called the Affordable Housing Tracker. This tracker is important to highlight all of those new 18,000 units that are in development. We built this tracker to be user-friendly and intuitive so that anyone can understand where we are in the development of new affordable housing. So who created this? Well, we worked very closely with a number of units at the county, most especially Director Liu and his team, especially Ignacio Ortiz-Petit. We also worked with Miami-Dade County Communications and Customer Experience. We worked with the mayor's office. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my team at the University of Miami, Jen Posner, Anna Villamazar, Chelsea LaFrance, and Kinneret Ben-Kanan, who did all of the rigorous research and the architecture to build the tool that you see. So how did we come up with the number of over 18,000? This goes to the research that my team did. We worked with municipal governments. We looked through commission meeting minutes. We had conversations with the Department of Public Housing. We looked at Community Redevelopment Agency annual reports, mayor's quarterly housing reports, county building and project application information. We also use the media, so real estate publications like the South Florida Business Journal, The Real Deal. We looked, of course, to local news publications like the Miami Herald and Miami Today, also local blogs, social media, anywhere we could find evidence of affordable units being developed. And we also reached out directly to developers. We looked at developers' websites, we called them directly. So we're pretty certain that as of June 30th, 2022, we have a good sense of what's in the pipeline for affordable housing. So I'd like to just walk you through how to use the tracker. It's very simple and straightforward. So again, as the mayor mentioned, we have 18,295 new and renovated units in the pipeline through December of 2023. So as you can see from the home page, there are over 10,000 units as affordable housing and over 7,000 that are workforce housing. So I just want you to understand what an impressive number this is. So by contrast, between 2012 and 2021, there were about 13,000 new units of affordable housing. So in just 2 years, we are going to be building more than 18,000. Again, an incredible accomplishment and a testament to the dedication of this mayor, the commission, and Director Liu. So the tracker shows a number of things. First off, it shows the development status, so you can understand where every unit is in the planning stage. So you know if it's in planning, if it's already at a request for proposals, if it's in pre-development, under construction, or construction completed. We also list the type of construction. So is it brand new? Is it renovated? Or is it a combination of new and renovated? Most of those properties fall under the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. You can filter this tool by municipality. So any one of the 34 municipalities in the county, if you click on that municipality, it will show you all of the information for that municipality. So I've pulled up here the city of Miami. So a quick glance shows you that there's a total of about 4,800 units planned or under construction for the city of Miami. The chart also segments that construction by city commission districts. You can get full project information, including the address, the folio number, the number of units, the financing program, anything you want to know about the units. You can also clear filters at any time and start your search over. So visitors can filter by development name, development status, county commission district, municipality, or zip code. So for example, if we filter by development status, here we can see there are over 6,000 units in the planning stages of development, meaning that a developer has site control and is working on developing plans for development. We can also filter by commission district. So here I've selected Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' district, and again, at a quick glance, you can see there are about 1,400 units of affordable housing in the pipeline in District 8. So this is really intuitive for both residents as well as elected officials and policy planners to know what's happening in their district. You can also click on a specific property, and that will bring up information about that property's development status, its address, the number of units, and other information. So here we have Princeton Crossings, which is a new mixed workforce and affordable project that will yield 150 units. And then all of this is interactive. So what I'm showing you are static screenshots, but the tool is completely interactive. It makes it easy for users to do a comprehensive tour of the affordable housing landscape across Miami-Dade County. So here I've selected District 5, where we are right now. You get a sense of the various stages of development. And then you can search by zip code. People usually think about where they live in terms of their neighborhood and often their zip code. And so this gives residents a way to understand a kind of hyper-local focus on what's happening in their own neighborhoods. So this tracker can be accessed at the county's website. Again, it's miamidade.gov/housing tracker. The tracker will be updated on a quarterly basis, and we will continue to keep track of all of the changes in status development of the affordable housing you see. So again, thank you to the mayor, thank you to Director Liu, and we hope you all use and access the tool. Thanks so much.
Great job, Dr. Martin. Thank you. So as you can tell, the numbers that the mayor provided did not come out of thin air. Media, take note. These are real numbers. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Bakken, and thank you, Mayor. You know, we did this at your urging, at your direction. Thank you. And now, we have a keynote address from Dr. Carlos Martin from that great institution up north, Harvard, the Joint Center for Housing Studies. Dr. Martin is project director for the Remodeling Futures program at the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard. And he's been at this for over a quarter of a century. In fact, Dr. Martin and myself were at HUD about 20 years ago. But he's a lot smarter than I am. I assure you of that. Dr. Martin, thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to hearing some great words of hope as well as constructive solutions.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you so much to the mayor, all of the mayor's housing team, crack housing team. Amazing work that you all are doing to put on this summit and to announce the building blocks programs that you all have embarked on. I do have to say that when Michael first approached me to say, we want you to talk about Miami's market conditions at lunchtime, I thought, well, that's a recipe for indigestion pretty quickly. So at certain points, I'll let you know when it's time to take your Tums, and we'll move forward. So I do want to note that most of the information I'm going to be presenting is from the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies State of the Nation's Housing report that just came out. It comes out every year, and it just came out last week. So this is really fresh information that I'll be presenting. And I do want to say that I'm going to be running through a bunch of figures and charts quickly. We'll make sure that these are available to you all so you can look at them in detail and can actually see them up close. Never been on a Jumbotron before. But I do want to report that, you know, what I'm going to be presenting is really just your lived experiences. The things I'm going to say are going to echo what you've been experiencing in the last couple of years. We'll keep going. So the number one story, of course, is that the nation has seen record highs. This is, let me repeat, record highs for both home prices, which is that orange line that you see, and apartment rents. My colleague at the University of Miami just mentioned some of these numbers, but this is very true, and it's borne out over the history of time in at least the last 25 years in the United States. So this is national information that I'm presenting right now. And if we look specifically at why this is, so those were record highs, because we're seeing record lows of the supply of housing across the country. We measure this by the inventory of homes and how long it would take to go through that inventory. 2 months is the current supply that we have in this country. And that's clearly as the supply goes down, costs go up. Move on. And this holds true in Miami as well. if we look specifically at the Miami information, you'll see that both the rates, the nominal rates, as well as the very real cost of new homes for sale has skyrocketed during the pandemic. In Miami, there are rates that we hadn't seen since the big boom in 2006, 2007. And this holds true. I say Miami is always emblematic of what's going on in the country. And that means two things. One, there are certain conditions that are very unique to Miami, but that means that what's happening in Miami is also mirrored in other major urban areas in the United States. You'll see that on average, that this is a little mumbled of a chart. There was supposed to be a little animation going on here, so let me walk you through this. Miami is significantly higher than the average home price sales that have occurred in the country, but on par with what's happened in major metro areas like New York, Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Miami hasn't had the same volatility, but Miami has actually, in the past couple of years, surpassed from year to year rates of home price sales changes than San Francisco and Los Angeles. So Miami, what you're experiencing in the last 2 years is a very unique phenomenon just for Miami. Now, we were talking about homes, now let's talk about rents. So the Miami metro area, that's the next slide. So I think we were going backwards there. Okay, it's okay. So the rents in Miami is one of the few areas east of the Rockies that have experienced from year to year a price increase over the last 2 years. So you can imagine other places are Arizona, California, et cetera. And these are rents. So Miami is about over 20% rental increases in just the last year. Let's see, next slide. Let's see if we're almost caught up here. All right, next slide. Okay, that was the map I was talking about before, where you see southeastern Florida being one of the few places in the country in the last year that has gone through these major rental increases. It's catching up, essentially, to LA and San Francisco that had those earlier in the decade. Next slide. Some other signs of what's happening in the rental market are that vacancies at an all-time low in the country nationally. So when you have that few vacancies, price is going to go up. Next slide. That also means, in particular, for low rent units, for the units that are available to low income households, has continued to shrink over time. And that evictions have gone back to pre-pandemic levels. So there's more of a churn. The churn has returned as well in the industry. So let's talk a little bit about the causes. So now is where you don't need to take Tums, because some of the causes of why this has occurred are already ameliorating themselves. So I'm going to go through several different causes. I'll go through these quickly, then from the least significant to probably the most significant that are relevant to Miami. Number one is that the cost of building materials just skyrocketed during the pandemic. We know that lumber, steel, some of the technologies that we're talking about today are becoming more available, so those prices are starting to come down. Another reason is that interest rates are going up, so when interest rates go up, the price of a new home is also going to go up a little for people who are home buyers. So that actually overall for the housing market, has a chilling effect on home prices. So prices will start leveling out because of that. So it gets a little pricier for those who are buying a home, but the overall price is going to start leveling out a little bit more. So let's start talking about some of the other big trends that I think are playing out a little more strongly. And one is this question about investors who are buying up properties faster than individual families can buy homes. In the past 2 years, we've seen this skyrocket across the country, and you see that you don't even have to see the numbers on this to see how that's occurring across the country. And a particular concern for us are those investors that are buying up rental properties. And let me talk about Miami a little bit more. So Miami is actually interesting because Miami's had investor purchases of properties for a much longer time than we've seen in the pandemic. This has been going on for almost a decade in Miami. So if we look at the current year, it's about 24% of this past year's properties were purchased by investors. The previous year it was 30%. So that's almost leveling up, but it's primarily because there's so much investment property that has been purchased that's been taken out of the ability for a lot of homeowners, sort of family homeowners, to purchase. All right, and so this is the slide I wanted to point out in particular. So who is buying, I talked about single family homes, which is the chart over on the left side, your left. But what's interesting, and on the right side, like properties that are about 50 unit apartment buildings, so these are the big apartment buildings, investors have always been involved in that market, right? Because you need a lot of capital to be able to purchase those and develop those. It's this middle market that really surprising, the 5 to 24 unit buildings that investors are massively starting to purchase out. And that's a big stock of the Miami rental market, Miami apartments. So it's a concern that a lot of those are being purchased by investors where they may have been owned by like very small property managers, developers that may have only had 2 or 3 buildings. Next slide. So another cause of what we're seeing is that renters aren't moving as much as they were. We definitely saw this happen in the pandemic for a lot of reasons. People couldn't move, but renters it's a slow, gradual decline for renters' churn, which would usually keep prices sort of circulating more quickly. So people are staying in place a lot more. Another big concern is overall population and changes in population. What we've seen in the last decade is that there's been a massive decline in international immigration, which clearly affects the Miami area, but as well there's been a decline in natural population changes, so people having kids and the number of kids that are being grown. You'll see that's pretty a massive change that we've seen. When the census, the 2020 census results were first coming out, people were often most surprised by this fact that we're actually declining in population in the United States. Now, that is not evenly felt across the country. If we look at where people are moving to, you see that there are still places that are still magnets for migration. This is domestic migration, so people moving from other parts of the country. Florida is clearly one of these places that is still pulling a lot of people and having that kind of an influx. Whereas places like California, Illinois, New York are losing population at a much greater rate, net loss. So even if we get even more particular to specific places like Miami-Dade, I do want to mention that there are, Miami-Dade actually lost population in the last couple of years. It was very modest, and the last year was only, during the pandemic was about 6,000 households left Miami-Dade County. So, and where do they go to? They go to nearby counties. Other parts of Florida have experienced major population growth. So St. Petersburg, Tampa, Port St. Lucie, Fort Myers are places that have sort of taken the slack where Miami-Dade may have lost some population. So now we go back to the consequences of what this means. So now is the time to take your Tums again, because we're going to talk a little bit about what this means for individual households, including low-income households. So if you are a home buyer right now, this is the only sunny part of this picture that I'm going to tell. Your equity has been great, right? Miami is one of the few places west of the east of the Rockies, again, that has experienced per household equity gains of about minimum $60,000, right? So that works out great if you're already a homeowner. If you're not a homeowner already and you're purchasing a home, the story is very different. In Miami, you have to make at least $121,000 to afford the average home. So, and that gives you a sense of where else in the country this is occurring. So again, we're talking about home purchasers, so the challenge of buying new homes. Next slide, please. Now I want to talk about both homeowners and renters. And this, so this is again with regard to the homeowner slides, that there's a big distinction between who can afford those homes, including the challenges for households of color in building wealth through those homes. And these disparities, keep going. All right, and these disparities are clearly felt by Black and Hispanic households that even if they are homeowners, don't experience the same wealth gains as other households. And overall, for the rental units, the stock of low rent units has continued to decline. We've already saw this slide. So, next slide, please. All right. And the share of low-income renters who are cost burdened continues to increase. This has been the biggest struggle nationally that we're having. Low-income renters, people who make less than $30,000 a year, about 80% of them are cost burdened nationally. 80%, and that hasn't gone down. It's been pretty persistent. And we mentioned sort of the disparities. So the disparities by renters. Renters are clearly more cost burdened in this country than households. Lower income households are more burdened, obviously because they don't have enough income to pay for the higher house prices or rents. And people of color are disproportionately cost burdened. Black and Hispanic households are much more disproportionately burdened. If you look at even the most, let's talk about the rents and affordability of rents. There is not one state in the United States right now in which less than a third of the renters are cost burdened. So it's actually 38% is the lowest percentage of renters that in the country. So if you look at places like Florida, doesn't surprise you that there are key states, Florida, California, Nevada, that have experienced massive cost burden among renters. Over 50% of Floridian renters are cost burdened. You can't see this slide too much, but this is sort of the money shot here that concerns us the most. Florida is #1 in cost burden for renters in 2019 and #1 of cost burden for renters in 2020. Among households, among homeowners, Florida went from 8th in 2019 to 7th in 2020. Among severely burdened, so I mentioned cost burden is paying 30% of your income just to your housing costs. For severe burden, it's 50%, so half of your salary is going to your living conditions. Florida went from 5th to 4th in the country in just 1 year. Among renters, it stayed #1 in the country as most severely burdened, and it went among homeowners, it went from 7th to 4th. So you see Florida is sort of ground zero for a lot of the changes that we're talking about. Great, so now let's talk about solutions. So I couldn't be happier to have heard that about the Building Blocks program, because coming from the outside, coming from a place like Harvard, I would say, well, there are two things you have to do if you have this kind of housing challenge. #1, build more housing. That's a very basic supply and demand question. The caveat I would add to that is you have to build more housing in the right places. That means places that are less exposed to things like climate change, but also that where the residents and the owners have access to transit. We've heard about transit-oriented development earlier. It's really critical to make sure you're building the right housing in that way. But the other option beyond building more housing is making sure that low-income households have the assistance, that they're protected in that they have a share of that growth of new housing that's being built. Next slide. And as we saw, new construction is going up, both single-family and multifamily rental is going up. Not just in Miami, this is true nationally. Like all other cities are responding in the same kind of way, figuring out the best way to build more housing. Next slide. And of course, making sure that the most vulnerable of our populations, lowest income people, elderly, people with disabilities that can't access the market if the market is at the current rates that we're experiencing. All right? With that, I think I'm just going to go very quickly through these slides to give you a sense of what the other challenges are. So here's the time to take another Tums if you need it, just to think about the level of inadequacy of current housing as it gets older. We should note, it's a year anniversary of Surfside, that it's important to remember that our housing ages, and so it's important to remodel, retrofit, and make sure it's stable. All right, we're spending more on disaster repairs, particularly in places like Miami. Now, 10% of remodeling projects in the United States are just for disaster repairs. So not just redoing your kitchen or redoing your bathroom, 10% of remodeling is disaster repairs. And of course, Miami is ground zero for future exposures. I won't have to, I'm guessing that everybody in this audience has already seen slides like this ad nauseum, right? You know that you're exposed to floods, but you also should know that you're also exposed to wildfires just as much. That are more inland. So there's no place in this country that you can go to where you're not going to experience a future climate change effect. Let's just be clear about that. So what you can do and where you are is absolutely critical in thinking through that strategy. 17 million rental units are exposed right now nationally to a variety of different hazard exposures, and I'm most concerned about the affordable housing stock in places like Miami-Dade. Right now, it's predicted that annually about over 300 units, rental affordable units, will be lost due to climate change, particularly flooding in the near future. Broward, just to give you a comparison, is about 200 units a year. So these are major crises that you're going to face in addition to the affordability crisis that you've gone through. And with that, I'm very conscious of the fact that we went through a lot of slides that you couldn't see, so we'll make sure you get these. And I invite you all to ask me questions on the event app, so that, and I'm happy to take them in Spanish and Portuguese. My Creole's not so good, but we'll work on that. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. That was quite a talk that gives us a true landscaping impact of what we have to deal with. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Well, we have this city manager from North Miami, Ms. Thurles. Good to see you. Great. So, we are now ready to move into our afternoon panels. Obviously, we're running late, but I think it's all worth it. But let's plan on being back here then at around 3:45. And then we'll have our final two sessions beginning at 3:45. So staff, please work with the various panels and modulate the time accordingly. Thank you.
somebody left some land, you want to buy some land, you keep getting all these flyers in the mail, people keep calling you to sell your land, but you know it's valuable. You just don't know how to do it. So that's what this panel is for. Okay, we in the wrong spot? That's what Jason told me. That's what I was told. Okay. All right. Okay, come on up, Brenda Williams, Carol, Oliver. Come on up.
I thought you were going to start to sing.
Anywhere you like. Anywhere you like. Thank you. Hey there.
We need one more.
How many people are here for the increasing home ownership workshop? How many people are here for the maintaining and building wealth in underserved communities?
Winner, chicken dinner. I think we need.
See you later, Mario.
Why don't you sit here, Kim? Okay.
Follow that guy.
All right, we got it together, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great afternoon. Things are running a little late, but the beautiful thing is we're all still here. A lot of good information. This is about building and maintaining wealth in underserved communities, particularly black and brown communities. Like I said, you always have land, but you just don't know what to do with it. So we're going to go one by one. Everybody up here has a great deal of valuable information. So we're going to start everything off because we want to have time for questions and answers. Okay? You are going to do your presentation now. You're going to put up your presentation, the video. Okay, good deal. Carol Gardner, president of Tulsi Economic Center. She's going to begin with a brief video, and then she's going to just tell us a little bit about it. Let's go ahead. Take a quick look.
Hello, everyone. Carol Gardner with Tulsi Economic Development Corporation. We're just going to show a quick video and tell you a little bit about our organization. We've been doing affordable housing in Miami-Dade area over 40 years. Actually, this is our 40th year. 40 years old. And so the organization was originally founded by Otis Pitts. We are in the Liberty City area. We continue to build affordable housing, so listen to the video.
Promoting and building the well-being of strong communities is the foundation on which Tulsi Economic Development Corporation was built. Established as a nonprofit over 40 years ago after rioting in Miami's Liberty City during the 80s left more than $10 million in physical and financial devastation.
The organization was founded in the middle of riots in the 80s, in the midst of poverty, crime, and people just needing to survive.
Today, Ted C. has become an industry leader in affordable housing development under the management and leadership of a women-led team of seasoned professionals.
Affordable housing is misunderstood, so what we want to do is definitely preach it and put a face to it. We want you to know that when we talk affordable housing, we're talking about teachers, police officers, postmen. What we aim to do is to make affordable housing for everybody so that, families can thrive.
Ted C. serves communities of modest means with a proven model that builds on 3 pillars of their organizational values and philosophy: places, people, and progress.
We build communities. We just don't build housing. We're there to be able to help the families that are there, assist the families that are there, and build a community that is safe and secure for all of them.
We believe that wherever we go, we must leave an impact. Lifting people is necessary for communities to thrive.
At the end of the day, it's how many lives have we improved.
Ted C. has proven experience working together with partners building neighborhoods and communities that successfully stimulate local and municipal economies, focusing on projects involving affordable and workforce housing, faith-based initiatives, and commercial and retail property development.
You have to have faith in humanity, that people can be better, they can do more, given the opportunity. And that's what Ted C. wants to do, help give people the opportunity to live at a level that we believe all people should live at.
TPMC serves as the property management arm for Ted C., surpassing industry norms on both occupancy and collections.
Excellent management company. You can communicate with them online, you can get through them on the phone during the day.
There's no problem with maintenance. They're always around. You call them, they're there.
El condominio es muy bueno y tiene las comodidades que uno necesita para vivir.
Since 1982, Ted C. has developed over 3,000 units of affordable housing. The company's deep experience in addressing the complex and diverse needs of investors, funders, partners, and residents has been recognized as innovative and sustainable.
I believe that investors and lenders want to partner with Ted C. because we have the formula for success. Teamwork is the formula for success.
I think lenders are confident in Ted C. because this is a developer who can build a project and also manage it.
Many nonprofits do not survive. 40 years is a testament to Ted C. and their commitment to affordable housing.
Honoring our responsibility to the people, neighborhoods, stakeholders, and partners who work with us, creating long-lasting and loyal relationships. Contributing to the sustainable progress of communities of modest means by honoring their history and building a legacy together.
This is not affordable housing for us, it is housing. So we try to put our best foot forward all the time. And the quality that we bring in is top notch.
It's a home. It's my home. I love it. As you can see, the environment is so nice. It's kept clean. The greenery, just the open air, the atmosphere is just very well. I like it because it's fashionable, which I love.
Being a woman-owned minority nonprofit corporation, I think it's special. First of all, women have heart. And we want to consider all people, all cultures, all nationalities in everything that we do. And I believe that's what we bring to the table, and I believe that's what Ted C. is.
Thank you. You want to go ahead and say a few words? Are you good? Wow, you know, I'm, how many of us are from Miami? 305, born and raised. So, you know, of course, we all went to the parades there and what have you, and I have seen Liberty City transform. I didn't know Tocosi was behind it. I mean, in addition to Urban League, I'm like, who built this? Who found the land? Who owns this place? How did they get the land? And who lives here? Well, we just got a little glimpse of that. So thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have other questions. Nathan, and I'm going to mess up your last name. I know I am. Kogan. He works with Miami-Dade County, regulatory, environmental. Regulatory Economic Reserve. Now, why he's so important is so now you have the land. And a lot of us get confused. We have land and we think we're doing something. I own a lot of land, and I was so proud of myself walking around popping my collar, and then something hit me and said, you ain't doing nothing. You own dirt. You're paying taxes on dirt. You have not created anything. You haven't done anything. So what's so important about this panel is for those that feeling like me, oh, you just own land, let's take that next step. His department is, I think I have a love-hate relationship with a department like his, because what they can do is say, okay, you got the land now, but it's got to be clean. We need to do a soil test. We need to make sure you're doing everything right as far as draining. See, that's why it's so important to educate yourself and know. And I want him to talk a little bit more about why his department is so important. You got a mic? Go right ahead.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So, yeah, we're regulatory. So we're sometimes the bad guys because we're imposing regulations, but that's to keep everybody safe. But we also think of ourselves as enablers. And over the last 10 years, we've been trying to get creative in how we can enable and unlock opportunity and wealth within private properties, and to tackle some of these affordable and workforce housing issues. One of the programs that I'd like to discuss, and it's a pretty detailed program, so I'm going to give you the brief overview, but basically we have a density bonus program where you can get up to 25% density bonus over and above what you can normally put on the property. Now, when we talk about zoning, we have a certain amount of units per acre, we have certain design standards, but with this 25% bonus, we add that over and above what the land use can do. So zoning regulates density, but it usually regulates it far more than the land use. So, for example, if in an area you could do 4 or 5 units per acre because of zoning, but the land use allows 6 or 7, we take a bump up of density from the land use category. So it's a significant bump up. So how the program works is if you're developing, let's say, a small lot, a single family lot, and there's the ability to add additional units, you could subdivide a lot into a smaller lot and provide workforce housing, or pay a contribution in lieu of that workforce housing and do market rate. Or you could build up to a 2-unit or 3-unit structure on an individual property. And we do have some examples. And I'm going to run through this. We had a longer presentation, but we only have a couple minutes. But I think a visual is going to explain in a better manner. So here's an example. This is a real project. It's a single-family home down south, actually up north. It's a corner lot. So when we look at density, typically with zoning, you just look at the size of the lot. But with workforce housing, we look at gross density. So when we look at the overall density, we're going to calculate to the center of the roadways, the surroundings. So it's a corner lot. We did a density calculation. We did a 25% bump up. And this lot, through the workforce housing program, from this single family unit, can do a 3-unit structure. And this could be replicated over and over and over again within the community. We feel with the design standards we have in place, we're not imposing an unreasonable amount of intensity to a community. We're still a single family type product. It's an attached single family. But now you have 3 units, so we're helping to saturate the market and create supply. Additionally, some of these units will be covenant for workforce housing. So in a nutshell, that's the program. Now on the higher density, and that's on the lower density, on the higher density type of programs, we add additional stories. We can add greater setbacks, and that's how you realize the additional 25%. We do have some zoning districts that are mandated, and it's a 12.5%. For the workforce housing program, if you take a 25% bump up in density, you're mandated to do 10% workforce housing. That's roughly the calculations. There's some other benefits that are going to work with this program. The County Commission is considering an ordinance to waive impact fees for workforce housing. So currently now, if you build affordable housing, which is up to 80% of the median income, those impact fees are waived. But if you're building between 80 and 120%, you're still paying your impact fees. The item has gone through committee. It's going for final adoption, I believe, at the end of this month. And that would waive all impact fees for workforce housing. It's a significant amount. Some other concepts that, again, work with this, we have our rapid transit zones. I think you've heard of some legislation dealing with our major corridors. We have upzoned many of our corridors to promote high-density urban infill along those corridors. In some instances, there are mandates of workforce housing. Additionally, one more other item which is still in its infancy, and this is to create additional single family. We've found that holistically, Miami-Dade County is underdeveloped with relation to its land use policies. So most of unincorporated Miami-Dade County The residential, the suburban areas are at a density at 6 units per acre, but we found when we've analyzed the land use compared to what's actually built, we've only built at 3 units per acre on average for that type of land use category. And we're looking for ways to, again, unlock homeowners' abilities and small developers for infill development administratively without having to go through a long, arduous rezoning, and to get to construction a lot quicker. One last thing, and this is consistent through many of the departments in the county. Yes, we're regulatory. However, all affordable and workforce housing projects are expedited through the building permit process at no charge. Zoning applications and administrative approvals are expedited at no charge. Paving and drainage plans that have to be routed are expedited. So we're trying to facilitate this type of development as much as possible. There's a lot more to talk about, and we have a great panel, and they have a lot of good ideas too. But you know, again, I'm Nathan Cogan with Development Services. You're gonna yell at me for some things, but I think we're gonna find that I'm gonna help you enable. So our door's always open, and we're here to help.
For beginners, what he just said is huge, huge. Density bonus. You know, back in the day, I used to flip houses. I was a little flipping something, flip. And it was a time where I could never convince the county, even though it's a big lot, to let me build more than one structure. That has changed. I never thought I'd see that. They want you now to build, they'll give you a bonus. That's huge. You have a single family, you got a duplex lot, it's possible to do 3 units, building generational wealth. Don't sell it. You may not know the value. They may let you go up higher. You may not know the value. That's huge. Another thing he said, which I was about to faint and fall out my chair, waiving impact fees. Do you know how much impact fees cost? Impact fees, this young lady do. It is when you build a new structure, the people that live there will impact the infrastructure. They're going to drive on our streets. Their kids will possibly go to our schools. So they make you pay no less than $50,000. I don't think I ever seen it less than $50,000. When they say waive impact fees, that is huge. And expedite your permit. I had to go down there and do a Harriet Tubman sit-in so often at these county places, good old Rosa Parks sit-in, because my plans were sitting on someone's desk. Expedite for free? Oh, and they would say, if you want us to rush it, there's a small fee. That is gone? Huge. That's why this information is so, so important. Next, we're going to have Kimberly Henderson, President and CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of South Florida. They are out there doing it. Their job is to find the land, build it, and provide housing for low to moderate income people, and they are doing it. And I know she got some horror stories. She's going to share the good, bad, and ugly. Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, everyone. It's good to be here today. Neighborhood Housing Services of South Florida is an affiliate of NeighborWorks America. It's an affiliate of NeighborWorks America. So there's about 250 affiliates across the country. There are 4 in South Florida and about 14 here in the state of Florida. And we all do much of the same thing, which is develop housing. We do home buyer education. And we're in our case, we're lenders as well. We started with the work of one African-American woman in Pittsburgh who organized public housing, and it eventually led to the NeighborWorks movement, and NeighborWorks is an independent federal agency. We all know how we got here, all the racism, redlining, systemic discrimination, and I want to show you this map of Miami for a particular reason. which is the government had been very intentional in separating wealth from the community. And if you look at this chart, nothing really has changed since 1935. These are the communities that are still struggling because they were designed to do that. And so just as government has been intentional in taking money, it can be in taking wealth opportunities, it can be intentional in giving the opportunities. And I think we're seeing that now in a way that is unprecedented, at least in terms of my career in community development. We're at this point of a reckoning where it's all coming together. And one of the things that is very true is that no one sector can make this happen. It has to be philanthropy, nonprofits, government, and it has to be the public pressing. So what does that mean for you if you have land and you're trying to get it developed? You have to be an advocate, you know, in getting government to get rid of the red tape. Larger developers like Oliver, teeny-weeny developers like Neighborhood Housing Services, we can push up against the system because we know these people, but it's very difficult for you to do that if you're a small, independent developer. So getting involved in the ecosystem is important. And for those of you, I see advocates here, pretty much everybody in the room, pretty much everything that you would need to do to develop land, there is someone in this room that can help you do it. Philanthropy is in this room. Lenders are in this room. Experienced developers are in this room. So it's really great that you're here today and a part of getting to know the ecosystem. See if there's anything, yes. Okay. I want to explain a little bit about what we do. We're a lender in a very basic way in that we can do home loans, and we also prepare people for home ownership. And I think by now all of y'all know you can't build wealth if you don't own. We have a program called With Ownership Wealth, and it was specifically designed for the African American community, which has the widest wealth disparity among all groups in the country right now. And if we don't reverse that, we're on our way to being part of a permanent underclass. So this is something that we're really passionate about. And one of the ways, some of the ways that we're dealing with it is through the financial coaching that we do. Even if you're a business person, if you're small, banks are looking at your personal income statement because your business hasn't done anything, your development company hasn't done anything. So they're looking at your personal income and assets, and we're here to help you go from, you know, not lendable to very lendable. We have all the resources in-house to do that, and much of that has been made possible through our relationships with philanthropy. We're also a community development financial institution, and that gives us lending capital that we can put back out into the community in a way. It's basically a way to connect low-income communities to capital. It's connecting people who can't get money out of traditional lending sources to the funds. So one of the things that we saw was a problem is particularly minority contractors don't have the kind of lines of credit that they need to develop housing. And so we developed, we have funding, a small working capital fund. So if they get stuck on a project, we can give them that $10,000 or $20,000 to keep going. We have also participated in academies that help build build your acumen to develop. There are all sorts of organizations, Urban Land Institute, National Development Council, NeighborWorks America has a development training as well, and these are all resources that you can access to learn how this game is done. In addition, one of the things that we're working on is, or that we're actually doing, is non-traditional lending with cooperatives. And we have an incredible $5 million grant with JP Morgan Chase, specifically for Black and Latina-owned businesses that are owned by the employees, which is a really good way for people with very limited resources to get started in business ownership. So let me see. I think I may have went past a couple of things. I just want to say a little bit about what like one person can do. This one person, her working in collaboration with other people, led to the creation of NeighborWorks America. We leverage for every federal dollar, we leverage 102 private dollars for an impact of about $160 billion. So it's really important to figure out ways to really be a part of this ecosystem of developing property. And I'll just leave you with one other thing that we're doing, because we know that there are a lot of people with properties with clouded title or uncertain ownership. We're working now on a special project with Bank United to help connect families to the properties that their family left them, but not in a documented way. And we have an entire team of lawyers, of financial coaches, and we will be doing the loans for that. So, yes, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Ms. Brenda Hill Riggins. Now, I met Brenda about 4 years ago as I was out here trying to get a team up to, I'm building now, I'm a developer now. And somebody said to me, do you know Brenda Riggins? I'm like, no, I don't know who she is. What do you mean you don't know Brenda Riggins? You need to know her. Let me tell you something. You're talking about from the ground up, no angel funding, no these programs. She has a heck of a story from when she came to where she is now. So it was real important. I kind of stalked her to be on this committee because it was real important to, like Kim just said, to know what one person can do. So what I'd like to do, Brenda owns Mars Contractors, Inc. I just want her to share what she's doing, how she did it. That's the most important thing to me, and what she's working on now. Miss Brenda?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Brenda Hill Riggins. I'm CEO of Mars Contractors, Inc. And I'd like to say we were on the construction management team to build this ballpark. So, yeah. We were over the plumbing, the mechanical, and the electrical. And it was a very good job, and it helped to launch us, I think, to another level. We have also participated on the Tampa Bay Stadium, American Airlines Arena, done a lot of work for the Department of Defense. We've done a lot with Jackson Hospital recently, and we're doing a lot of work with the Water and Sewer Department. We've been in business 30 years, and I thank God for Miami-Dade County and the infrastructure that they have put in place for small businesses. If you are serious about being in business, you can write your own ticket here. But make sure you set out by making a commitment to yourself and the community that you're gonna be in business and you're gonna do fair business, right? You wanna be able to sleep at night. Right now, we are like I say, doing a lot in water and sewer. My husband has a GC, plumbing, mechanical, and underground utilities license. And we are now focusing our efforts in New Jersey as well. We've expanded. I've gone home, and we're doing a few things there. We have built an in-house apprenticeship program. Because one of the things that you'll find yourself doing, especially in construction, is competing for labor. So one of the things we did, we created our own apprenticeship program. It is approved by the Department of Education, and it is accredited by NCCER. And like I said, we focus on the plumbing, the mechanical, and the HVAC with that. One of the things, in order to build wealth, so over the years we've made money, right? But in order to take that to a new level, you sometimes have to look at what's new in business. And what I found was the cannabis, the hemp space. So I became licensed in both. So I have a license to grow hemp, to process it, and to handle it. I have a license to grow marijuana. We'll talk about that later. But, oh yeah, Reverend. So one of the things I found in this space, you don't have to look for money. Money comes to you. So I'm hoping that at some point the state of Florida decides to entertain it a little bit harder. In the meantime, if you think that is something you might be interested in, now is the time to acquire the land, right? To acquire the land. That's just an example of what I had to do. But in that space, sometimes you have to pivot from what you're doing, not be afraid to jump into a new space. And then on your way down, you got to trust the wind, because God is in the wind, and he will guide you if you agree to be fair in business. One of the things is my pet peeve is people not willing to be fair in business, right? But you can set the pace. You set the pace. No one can make you do anything you don't want to do. So in this new space, construction is still going strong. Miami-Dade County has been good to us, and we try to be good to Miami. Pay your taxes. Pay your taxes. That's how this city operates, with your taxes. So they give my money willingly. I've been able to, my husband and I, when we started out, we were able to create a good living for our children and our family. I have 4 children, 10 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Yeah. And one of my goals was to let them inherit old money, right? You can do it. Don't sit and wait for anybody to do anything for you. Stop talking about what the government can do for you and what they need to do. I got sick of hearing that this morning, because you hold your own destiny. You can manage your money, whatever it is, one step at a time, one day at a time, 1 year at a time. And you can get stronger, you can get better. But it's not the government responsibility to take care of you. It can assist you, but it's not here to take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Wow. I'm so honored to have Madam Mayor here. She thought this session so important to come and sit in and see what we're talking about. Mayor, please give us a few words for our session, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. This is obviously the happening place. Somebody heard that there was a way to get rich and pass it on. That's really what it is. It's about getting rich and passing it on and paying it forward to future generations. Honestly, that is so true. And I've been about this for really my whole life, because, you know, just working that hourly wage, that's not really going to get you ahead, and you're children and your grandchildren got to be like this lady. You got to think outside the box. You got to build buildings. You got to grow marijuana. You got what else? What else can she do? Leap over buildings in a single bound, I'm telling you. So what an inspiration. And then, you know what, on top of it all, you can give back your fair share to others. That's what taxes are. Yes, taxes are so that others can get those basic services, and so all of us can enjoy things like libraries and schools, right? That's what those taxes are for. And you gotta, you know, let's have a goal of making enough money that you could afford to give some of it back to the general pot. Okay, not everybody can, we know that. So yeah, it's not just about the paycheck. It's definitely about investing in your future wealth. And honestly, for communities of color, much, much bigger gap when it comes to wealth than when it is income. The income is bad enough, but it's that longitudinal, that generational wealth that is really so critical for changing the future for this country. This country needs to overcome our shameful legacy, and we do it when you all are successful. So I say, let's get down to it and make some money. You know, and it's not just about making money and saving it up to buy a house. A house is definitely the main equity that most people have. But a business, yes it is. Savings, investments, all kinds of interesting investments. I do not give investor advice. So with that, I want to thank Miami-Dade Chamber. I want to thank President Linda. I want to thank all of you for being here and for being here today. It means so much to me personally to see people come together. We know that really we're only going to succeed if we all do it together. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by. And listen, we're over the moon by some of the initiative you've initiated, so thank you. Next, we're going to have Oliver Groves, President of New Urban Development. New Urban Development, what can I say? They're out here doing it. They are building, and they have a commitment, just like everybody on this panel, to affordable workforce, low-income housing. They've taken advantage of a lot of things that Nathan mentioned, but they do it with surgical precision. He knows everybody that's anybody. He's the one that gets the information, comes back to the community, and demonstrates. So I'd like Oliver Urban Development to just share with us how you're doing it. You earned the reputation. He don't even have to go look for money anymore. Money just look for him. Mr. Groves.
First off, you put me behind Brenda, then you bring the mayor, and then you said, Madam Mayor, you can't leave. I've been in your presence twice this week, so I'm in high cotton right now.
Because I saw his beautiful development yesterday. It was so beautiful. We were there 2 days ago with Secretary Fudge. She loved it. It was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership today and throughout your tenure. Yeah, I really need to go back there and sit in the audience with everybody else. But again, I thank you all. I think we're all just grateful for the attendance. And I think by virtue of the attendance, how important this topic is in terms of how do you create, maintaining, building wealth in underserved communities, many of which are communities of people of color. I think those of us who sit here on this panel this afternoon are products of communities of color. And again, we've been part of all of the things that I think exist, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I applaud you, my sisters, and my dear brother for, again, your willingness to endure, to be able to make a difference. I got one slide. And I got one word. Can everybody say intentionality? Y'all need to say it like you mean it, intentionality. They done already pulled the cover off and told y'all I'm a preacher, so anyways, we're not gonna have an altar call, so don't worry about that. So you can say intentionality, because this topic, when we talk about, again, how do you maintain or develop and maintain the opportunities to build wealth. It is about intentionality. And Brenda, I think that again, your comments really resonate and embody that when you talk about, again, just trying to go from one stage to another. Carol, and Otis is a dear friend of mine, a mentor, somebody that we ought to have a statue in this community that I think just befits his legacy. And you and your team have done a great job in terms of being able to maintain that. Kim, I remember when NHS was over at Northside Shopping Center. So again, I salute you, and for all that each of your organizations have done relative to making sure that we can have at least a platform for trying to maintain and develop generational and institutional wealth. Simply intentionality to us at New Urban, and we are an affiliate of the Urban League of Greater Miami. We've been around for 78 years uninterrupted. The Urban League has 79 years at this point. New Urban has, again, I think had its legs up under it since about 2010 or so. But during that time, we started off doing duplexes. We have since developed, owned, managed, and developed probably a couple of thousand units. But more importantly, it started off with the vision in terms of being intentional. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure in terms of our involvement in development was that we got all that went with being in a development business. We wanted to make money, but no pain, no gain, as they say, no cross, no crown. So every day was not a day at the beach, but we started off doing duplexes and little small buildings. The last 3 deals that we closed, Ahmad, was close to about $100 million. We just closed a $30 million deal, $35 million deal at the beginning of the year. It's under construction right now over in Brownsville. But along the way, there were some ebbs and flows. And again, as I alluded to earlier, the importance of being able to stay the course, because a good idea is a good idea at the end of the day. And so we wanted to make sure that on the other side of that not only did we make a few dollars out of it, but there was capacity that our organization, that the folk that we work with and partner with also were able to benefit, and those things would inure from them. So we were intentional about using minority contractors, and specifically black contractors, black professionals, black lawyers, title agents, people who cut the grass and everything else along the way. Because we felt that we had an inherent responsibility unto whom much is given, much is required at the end of the day. But if you want something different, folk, you're gonna have to do something different. Yeah. So there are no shortcuts, and I think that's the point that you were making. There are no shortcuts. And so if we're talking about wanting to build wealth and maintain wealth, then it can't be business as usual. It can't be business as usual with the county or the city or the other municipalities in terms of folks saying that we got this program or that program, and you don't have the other companion pieces to go along with it, that there's going to have to be some kind of really, really substantial and meaningful collaboration of intent and resources to get it done. So this stadium didn't get built, and all those other things that you talked about getting built because somebody said, I want to build a stadium. Folk had to do some things about putting all of the pieces together. And so we've crafted, sort of by happenstance, had an aha moment with some work that we were doing in Coconut Grove, a concept that's called the mitigation of gentrification by participation in the transformation. Simply what that means is that everybody gets kind of scared when they hear the word gentrification. But the realities of it is, as it relates to Miami-Dade County and other communities that are urban core communities throughout the country, these neighborhoods are changing. There's not a thing that we're going to be able to do to stop them from changing, and folk are going to benefit and make a whole bunch of money on these changes. We call that transformation. We don't just focus on gentrification. The key to it, that whole concept, is a three-pronged approach where we look to take or to identify and to work with groups and organizations who are indigenous to these neighborhoods, who still own and control very valuable real estate assets in these neighborhoods, who've had a vision over the years about doing something with them, monetizing them, but not having the relationships or the resources or the capacity, be it capital, be it technical expertise, to be able to bring that together. And so we've been able to begin to work with some organizations here locally and in other parts of the country to do three things: for preservation and revitalization, to create a platform for those organizations and individuals to participate at every level of the development. Oftentimes what happens, folk will come in, purchase the land, and say, see you later. And they make a ton of money for the next 2,000 years. We've got an approach that says that we'll create an economic opportunity, a capital event for your real estate asset. We will create a platform and an opportunity for folk to participate in all of the capital events with the development of the land, from cash flows to other kinds of financing and disposition methods throughout the life of the deal. And then at the end of the day, because we've learned a few things, there's a way that the groups who started off with the land will end up with the land. Now, I got some colleagues who do this work look at me really, really funny when I start talking about that, because they believe that we leave a lot of dollars on the table in this whole process. And that's okay, but we want something different. And to my point I made a moment ago, if you want something different, you got to do something different. You know, this is a capitalistic business. The folk who work with us still need to pay the light bill and put gas in the car, so they ain't gonna work for free. So we do have to make sure that we make enough money to make sure that their significant others and everybody else can go home and turn the light switch on, and they can still look in the refrigerator and eat. But at the end of the day, it's about how do you make this happen. We've had a really wonderful experience and I'm finna close right now. And I ain't gonna do the preacher thing and say as I take my seat, but I'm gonna close. But this started off with something that we're doing in the Grove right now, where we put $7 million in the hands of a group in the Grove using this same concept. So again, thank you so much. I'm humbled by being asked to be a part of this, and thank you, Ms. Meshack.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we're going to do a question and answer. Do we have a mic in the audience, or do we want him to come up here? What he said was nothing. There we go. Timing is everything, ladies and gentlemen, and timing, it waits on no one. The time is now. If you have any land, if you want to learn something, all of this is $500 an hour, experts right here, maybe more, but they're here to help us. It's going to happen. The land will change, the neighborhood will change, but it doesn't have to be to your detriment. We have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question regarding how you guys mentioned how you guys should buy land and you guys should invest and you should make properties, or like she said, you know, you can invest in getting the license for cannabis. I mean, I've looked into that, and the applications and the fees for it is it's astronomical for anybody who's just a regular person who wants to try to make that either a living or even a possibility. How would you guys, we be able to go about doing something like that, or being able to apply without it costing like $500,000 to apply, and that's a maybe, because it's not even a for sure thing?
Well, let me just say, I agree with you. I'm a big proponent of investing in myself. When I wanted to become a developer, I'm building now, buildings, multifamily. I found every free course that was out there, every training. There was a course called Real Estate Development, Community Real Estate Development. I went to people like Oliver and Brenda. I stalked them. I said, will you please, hello. To your point, the money is another thing. You got to collaborate. I didn't have the money for pre-development, which is why I went to people like what's on this panel. Kimberly talked about the funding that they have if there's a gap. I made it my business every time I got up in the morning, what can I do to get closer to my dream and get my information for free? Now, you're right, application fees come into play, but that's when you collaborate. You can't do it by yourself. I know I couldn't, so I'd rather get a little bit of something than a whole lot of nothing. So I'm going to challenge you to don't let that stop you. Partnership, find the free courses, Google, go on YouTube training. I think University of Miami has some courses learning about that. Information is out there. And then secondly, for the money, I would collaborate because I definitely didn't have it. Any other questions we have out there?
I just wanted to emphasize the collaboration and the intention that was spoken by both. When we start out these things, we have to seek out information as was mentioned, but collaboration is super important. And you may think collaboration, well, I don't know anybody that has money. You have family members. You have family members, and if you don't have family members, you have friends. It's amazing when you gather your resources together. Think about your resources. If nothing else, ask God about your resources. Who can I connect with? When we started doing development years ago, Ted C didn't start out with corporations like the Related Group and with organizations like Cornerstone and other organizations. And when we collaborated with them, we were able to learn from them. We were able to learn the application process. It's amazing when you're intentional about something, how resources will come to you. So you can't take yourself out of the formula, as was mentioned by my sister. I'm going to find out from her as well. How do we do HEAP? How do we do this? Because her learning experience is going to help me as well.
We
so
have
it's
another
important.
group that has to come in, and we're going to have to stop you. Everyone, if you have any questions, would you please see the panel on the other side? I'm being stalked, and I want my check. Thank you. We're gonna have
Thank
to
you so much.
We have to cut it.
She has a hard cut off.
Yeah, we gotta cut it.
Panel, can you stay here for a photo for me real quick? Thank you so
Yes.
much,
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen.
Thank
Thank you.
Dean at Florida Atlantic University up in Boca Raton. I lived in Miami for a number of years. I worked at FIU for a decade. So I'm right back home today, and I'm enjoying this very much. But today what I want to do is introduce our panel. We'll give them some amount of time to talk about their topic areas. We'll throw it open to questions either from the panel or from here. So if you'll bear with me, we've all met in the last hour, so I'm going to do some reading rather than off the top of my head. With us today, we have Ms. Julianne Joseph. Julianne is the Assistant Secretary? Deputy Assistant Secretary for FHA in D.C. Over 700 employees that she manages.
Check, check. Yes, we're
Testing,
back on.
1, 2, 3, testing.
We are on.
Okay, so now we're back. All right. Yeah, so, and I know if we could hold the conversations down, I know those guys out there are going to be a little loud, but we'll speak up. We'll get this done. So, Julianne's with FHA. She's here to provide a very macro view of what's going on. Also with us today is Clarence Brown. Clarence is here with Miami-Dade Department, help me out? Public Housing and Community Development. Over 30 years of expertise in the area.
He's the man.
He's the man, says Mario. Mario Articona is here, and he's with Habitat for Humanity.
Correct.
Brought over 1,400 units to Miami.
So far.
Okay. And we also have with us today, Ed Miller. Ed Miller is the housing administrator with the Miami-Dade Economic Advisory Trust, 33 years of managing portfolios, both commercial and residential. So what I want to do right now is we're going to take less than 8 minutes per person. They've got the stage, and I'll start with Mario, and I'll let them each talk about what they're doing and some problems that they might want to see, and then we'll start fielding questions or we'll develop questions here. Mario.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mario. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'll use it. So as the doc said, I run Habitat for Humanity of Greater Miami here. We are a home builder for low-income families. We have built close to 1,400 homes here in Miami over the last 20 plus years. And we have less than a 1% foreclosure rate. So I'll throw that figure up against any economic yardstick. So we simply work with low-income families. They partner with us. If they go through a very, very difficult and tedious selection process to show that they have the ability to purchase a home, they do what's known as sweat equity, which is 300 hours of volunteering. Then at the end of this process, and I'm simplifying it greatly, at the end of this process, Habitat sells them that home at cost with a 0% interest mortgage. Just today, we have had 4 closings. Yesterday, we had 4 closings. It's end of fiscal year, so we're getting them under the wire. And it is just one of the only opportunities that are out there for truly low-income families. That's 80% or below of AMI to actually be able to acquire a home. In fact, Habitat's average AMI is 68%. So we're very proud of what we do. We can't do what we do here in Miami. By the way, Habitat is in every community in America and in 70 different countries. So it's a repeatable model that works. And our greatest partner here in Miami is Miami-Dade County, and specifically the infill program, which makes land available to developers. And in turn, we, within 2 years, have to return a low-income family home ownership opportunity. I am greatly simplifying everything we do, but for the sake of time, and this is a very tough room to do this. There's all sorts of sounds, and I am easily distracted. Squirrel? Easily distracted, and so I will pass the baton, and during Q&A, I'll answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Mario.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julian Joseph. As Ken mentioned, I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Single Family Housing at FHA. So pretty much I'm your FHA mortgage lady. My responsibility is to manage our portfolio of 7.3 million mortgages. We have our mutual mortgage insurance fund, which FHA is in essence a mortgage insurance company. We insure over $1.2 trillion in mortgages. I'm really proud of a lot of the work that we have done. It's literally been about a year since I was appointed into the position by President Biden. And I stepped into this role facing a pandemic where we were in fear of another housing crisis. We didn't know how long it was going to last or how bad it was going to be. At the height of the pandemic, we had about 843,000 borrowers who were in forbearance, who were just unable to make their payments. Today, we have it under 133,000 people in forbearance across the country. Of those borrowers, there were 1.5 million people who have transitioned out of forbearance over the last 2 years. Of those borrowers who took forbearance, we virtually have a 0% foreclosure rate. Those borrowers were able to get assistance. Thank you. But what I will say is this, people still need help. People are still struggling. And the one thing that we wanted to do when we created our loss mitigation options was to streamline the process to make it as easy as possible for people to get the help that they need. It was already difficult enough, you know, being furloughed or having hours cut. The last thing that we, needed was to have borrowers have to come up with a whole package of paper and, submit things to make it difficult for them to get the help that they needed. So we're really encouraged by the results that we've seen so far. We're continuing to monitor it. And as we do that, and we want to make sure that we protect those borrowers who are struggling, I know today what we want to talk about is expanding homeownership, what we can do in order to broaden that, especially in communities of color and underserved communities who just don't have access to those resources in order to achieve that goal. We've done a lot of things. The major thing right now, which I know is a pressing priority for this area, is housing supply. And the one thing that we really want to focus on is what we can do with the properties that we currently have. Because the one lever we can pull are the properties that are foreclosed that we hold. And everybody knows that, capital investors, those commercial investors, are typically the ones that swoop in and get foreclosures before anybody else has the opportunity to bid. So what we've done is crafted policy that makes a carve-out that for our properties that are in REO, or real estate owned, or those that are claimed without conveyance of title, those are the ones that are defaulted but haven't necessarily gone to the auction block yet. What we have done is that we have made them the priority for nonprofits and state and local government or owner occupants. We created an owner occupancy exclusivity period that doesn't allow commercial investors to bid for the first 30 days of that process. So that gives or levels the playing field, and that's what we're really shooting to do because, there is no shortage of resources for those, for commercial investors. But with it already being competitive as it is, what we want to do is control the inventory that we have and say, we ultimately want that house to end up into the hands of someone who's going to live in it and not necessarily make profit from it. So that is one of the efforts that we're doing. Another thing that we want to do is work on helping borrowers who lost income during the course of the pandemic but want to apply for a mortgage and qualify later, because by no fault of their own did they lose their income, right? So we want to make sure that when they go to apply next year, whether it's to buy a house or to refinance, that gap in income doesn't come back to bite them. So we are crafting policy to make sure that they are evaluated fairly, that hole in income won't stop them from qualifying going forward. So there are a lot of things that we're doing. I know that I don't want to take up all the time, but one thing that I will say is Secretary Fudge, and I don't know, how many of y'all know who Marcia Fudge is? Now, I don't know if y'all remember her from her first meeting when she first got confirmed and she stepped into the press room and she said, "Good afternoon," and nobody said anything. She said, "Good afternoon," right? That is Secretary Fudge, but what I will say is she has a heart for this work, and it is a pleasure serving under her. And just know that she wakes up every morning and she leaves it on the floor when she goes home at night. She gives her all for the purposes of HUD to make sure that our borrowers and consumers have what they need. So I look forward to the conversation, and thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, Julianne. Thank you. So next, I'd like to have Clarence Brown, and I think Clarence actually has a few slides for us.
Yes, thank you. I actually prepared a couple of slides to talk about something I believe very important, and that's resources. You know, the county has dollars available to help with home ownership, and the good news is all of the folk up here are our partners. You know, we've been working with Habitat forever. You know, we're doing FHA loans forever. You know, working with MD with their down payment assistance. You know, so we're going to go through these slides really quick to talk about some of the programming. Does the county have funds available for potential home buyers? Yes. So let's talk about the programs. We have the Home Buyer Loan Program. Anybody familiar with that program? Maybe our second mortgage program, it used to be called, our bank partnership program, it's sometimes called. Well, we have literally millions of dollars available to help home buyers. Our mortgage assistance is not a low-income program. Did you know that? We can assist median buyers, median income buyers. Someone at 140% AMI is at $136,000. We have the funds to assist those buyers. In our program, we can assist in a second mortgage up to $100,000 depending on the location of that house. So that's some amazing information to share with you all today. Down payment assistance. So what if you don't need a second mortgage, right? And you need help with that down payment. We have just initiated a program, just finished the policy for down payment assistance. Look at that, $35,000. Yes, $35,000. No money owed on it. It's a deferred loan. It does not impact your payment. And it's only due back when you sell the house. So $35,000 to help you get into your home is available through Miami-Dade County. And again, 140% area median income and below. Now I'm giving you contact information because everybody's gonna think Clarence is the guy. Clarence is not the guy. Clarence is the guy. I'm just a show guy. You know, they put me up here for the Dog and Pony Show, but Sean Tops is the man to know. So make sure if you have not seen him earlier today at our table, you take down his information. Now, we can talk about resources to help the home buyer. But you know what? We hear about the problem of, okay, you help me with buying a house. Where's the house? Does the county finance home ownership production? How often have we talked about it today? We need to produce more units, right? Yes! I am just full of good news today. We can help you with construction lending. Yes, we have cheap money. Interest rates may be going up, but not ours. We can provide financing to help you build a house. We only ask for 15%. That 15% capital is just to demonstrate you have the ability to start the construction, because we do typical construction draws, right? And they're based on reimbursement. So prove to us you can start it and we can get you the money. So we're pretty excited to talk about our construction lending. So no more discussions about accessing capital. We have the capital. Now, the County Commission very recently started a pilot program. In that pilot program, we're actually taking county land and we're developing on county land. So get a load of this. On a typical single-family lot where you may get 1 unit, we're taking advantage of county code and building maybe 2 units or 3 units for sale. Our first demonstration is going to be down south in District 8, and we hope to have 2 gloriously happy homeowners pretty soon. The homes have been designed. Architectural standards are in play, so when you look at it from the frontage, it may look like one huge house, but it has 2 very distinct entryways. So we're really excited about this program. We have $9 million available. After District 8, we'll be going into District 2 in the Melrose area, developing homes on that site. It's not that the county is trying to get into the business of developing homes. No, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to demonstrate to builders that you can do it. So the traditional single-family house on that lot may not be the solution. It may be multiple units that are on that lot that will be affordable and will be for sale. Again, contact information, because what? I'm just the front guy. Also want to talk a little bit about a program that's been around for quite a while. Who's familiar with our infill program? Okay, now, I know you all probably have some stuff you want to say about it, and I'm not going to say a whole lot about it because I don't want to get in trouble. But it still exists. We still have infill builders out there that are building new homes for the affordable market. So when we start talking about infill and we start talking about maximum sales price, that's based on county code. Now, starting tomorrow, because there was some state legislation passed, that the surtax program, now maximum sales price, is controlled by who? The lender. Absolutely. Because that lender has to qualify that borrower, right? That lender will determine what they can afford. So stay tuned for those updated guidelines. And again, contact information, because what? I'm just that guy out front. So those are some of the things that are going on here in Miami-Dade County as it relates to resources, helping that home buyer, and also resources helping for the production of additional homeownership units. And I just want to tell you one last thing before I pass the mic. The development of homeownership has to change in Miami-Dade County. So we're looking at trying to finance more condo development, because we know in many cases we need to go up because we don't have enough land to go out. So just be mindful of that. We're also looking forward to working with community land trusts. That's a different way to buy a house, right? But it's certainly a functional way that makes sense in a lot of people's circumstances. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Clarence. That's a tough act to follow, Ed. So, Ed Miller, now, if you'll please.
Good afternoon. How's everybody? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. All right. I'm Ed Miller with the Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but it did not make the cut. So I'll wing it using this as my aid. Okay. So I'll talk to you about our mission, talk about our history, talk about our housing division, and the plans that our new fearless leader, Bill Diggs, has for the agency. So I'd like to read the mission of the Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust. Jesse, I think you'll appreciate this. Our mission is, Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust mission is to ensure the equitable participation of blacks in Miami-Dade County's economic growth through advocacy and mentoring of economic conditions and economic development initiatives in Miami-Dade County. So maybe you guys have heard of MAP, the Metro Miami Action Plan that started as a result of the McDuffie riots. I see heads shaking. So in 1985, we got started, and we had 5 things that we were working on: housing, economic development, criminal justice, education, and social justice. So in 2009, that old trust, the MAP, Metro Miami Action Plan, went away, and now this Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust is now in play. We sometimes call ourselves MD, our fearless leader, Bill Diggs, doesn't necessarily like that, so we call ourselves a Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust nowadays. Nevertheless, nowadays we're only doing 3 things: homeownership, economic development, and youth development. In fact, that guy, stand up if you will, that's our youth development guy, Dr. Bright. And we have Robert Parson over there. He has the economic development area. Wave at the people there. All righty, so as it relates to economic development, he has a funding round whereby he's giving $5,000 grants. If you will, please take the number down, 305-375-5661. Our board member has it committed to memory there. Talk to Mr. Parson, if you will. Then the housing division, that guy, he's our outreach guy, Mr. Burnett. Talk to him about outreach. So we do 3 things in our housing area. We have a down payment assistance program whereby we provide up to $12,500. It's not quite as nice as this guy's down payment assistance, but our new fearless leader wants us to do some new things. Madam Board Member, I'm going to have an action item coming to you soon having to do with rehab, construction, and purchase programs. I'll talk about that shortly. And then our youth area, the area that Dr. Bright heads, actually we have a teen court program. So if you have a teen that is an aspiring attorney, by all means, send them to us. Again, the number is 305-375-5661. Ask for Dr. Bright, and he will do a good job of telling you about our teen court program. And one of the things that we have that is relatively new, Dr. Bright wants to heal the whole family, not just the teens, but he has some programs having to do with the whole family. Okay. We're talking about housing here. I see a brother here from the Black Fish Wrap here today. Como yela? All right. Okay. So, since the history of the program, we've put $45 million on the street to 7,900 families. And 3,100 of those have been black. And that's a beautiful thing. So we don't discriminate, but most of the dollars, the lion's share have gone out to black people, especially as of late. There's a phenomenon whereby when originations are low as they are now, most of our buyers are black. It just so happens black people don't make such a big deal out of interest rates and that sort of thing I've learned. All right, so we do an excellent job of layering our program with Clarence's program and a host of others in town. So not just the $12,500, but you can get significantly more than that. So I welcome you. And we work with this nice lady, Kim. Look forward to working with you more so. So I'll talk to you about some of the things that our fearless leader wants to do. So he's taking about $7 million out of our coffers. He'll use $1.5 million for a rehab housing program, kind of similar to yours. Listen, a lot of our programs are kind of similar, but listen, we need more. So there's room for all of us, trust me. All right, so then there's the construction program. Actually, it's a financing program. I'll get into that. And then there's the purchase program. All right, so talk about the rehab program. We're going to help people rehab their homes. There are a lot of homes in town that are red tagged. People need help with their houses. We're going to help them with that sort of thing going forward with a deferred loan program. It ends up being forgivable after 15 years. It's in the concept phase point, up to $50,000. Our construction program is, again, a financing program whereby we will partner with developers with both equity and debt. With equity and debt. And we're going to set aside $2,750,000. And mind you, these programs are kind of a beta test for this coming fiscal year with Miami-Dade County. And then after that, we look forward to doing it in an even bigger way. And then our purchase program is such that we will end up buying property and partnering with some of the developers and contractors in town, just kind of help out with the housing situation. So we have very recently been working with, or providing our down payment assistance to help the black contractors in a big way, and it helps us. Chiwez, I went to the Triangle. I don't know whether you know where the Triangle is. Okay, right, okay. Well, it's a relatively challenging area where we've provided our subsidy. And there's a developer who has homes there with marble tile, marble countertops, and that sort of thing. So we want to help all over the county, and there are a lot of small black developers that need gap financing, and we want to help them. And with that, I will relinquish the floor to the good doctor.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much. So we have prepared some questions, and we'll hit some of those. But I heard things here today that I really want to talk about that I was really surprised about. So first off, I'm a housing economist. I'm a trained economist. What that means is I can tell you what's going to happen. I just can't tell you when or how big it's going to happen, right? So I know what's going to happen, but I can't tell you the timing. But I know the timing of the availability of homes is going to be very closely associated with how can we supply them. So I heard two things in particular that are rather unique. Not that they haven't been done before, although I'm pretty sure the 30-day freeze on the foreclosure has not been done before. I like the rehab concept. I know it's been done in different cities, but both of those are unique because what we have right now is a severe, severe shortage in units to live in, either to own or to rent. And until we can get more units, then prices are going to remain high. The ability to own a home is going to become ever increasingly more difficult. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about these two programs and then come back to you guys and see if you're doing comparable type stuff. Can you explain a little bit more, Julianne, about your program to push the foreclosures out?
Yes, so with our REO properties, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, prior to the change that we put in place, I believe it was in April, it was a 15-day exclusivity period for owner-occupying borrowers only. And as you guys know, 15 days is typically not enough time in order to get your financing in place in order to purchase a home, right? But we wanted to make sure that when we incorporated the new policy, that 30 days didn't mean that you had to close in 30 days. What that means is that gives you the exclusive time period to bid on that house and win it. So once you do that, you then have your regular life cycle of a loan after that 30 days. But for that first 30 days, only owner-occupants, nonprofits, and state and local government can bid on those particular properties. But the end user has to be an owner-occupying borrower.
So, and decisions made after that 30 days, is there a bid that we're willing to accept?
Right, and even after that 30 days, owner-occupants can continue to bid. That just means that it's open to a broader audience. But the commercial investors are blocked out for that first 30 days.
So that's very, very unique. It's creating a queuing system. Historically, the purchasers are developers or they're Wall Street guys. They've got tons of money. They come in, they buy cash, they move to the front of the line. So FHA is providing an environment in which individual homeowners can move to the front of the line, and you have 30 days to present a bid. Now, you might be competing with other individual homeowners, but you have that 30-day head start. How well are you guys advertising this?
So literally, this is a permanent policy for us. So this is not temporary. This is something that we are literally putting in place with the expectation of making it permanent policy.
So, and Ed, you had talked about rehabbing. So that is something that's, again, pretty amazing. We don't think that there are actually units that are lying around. We've all seen that vacant house, right, that's in our neighborhood, or then they're there and we're just not taking advantage of them. Homes will rot and fall down eventually or become uninhabitable. But you guys are saying if you can find this house that can be rehabbed, then you guys will help with this process.
Well,
or am I overstating it?
It's a little different than what we've envisioned.
Okay.
So, in other words, let's say Pookie, Man, and Ray Ray are living in a house in Bunch Park, if you know where that is. Their grandfather ended up buying that house after he left World War II. Grandpa's been dead for, I don't know, 20 years or so, but they're still living in the house. There was no probate done and that sort of thing. They have roof issues. The windows are god-awfully old and that sort of thing. So we plan on helping in a host of ways. We want to help them get the roof fixed. We want to figure out how we do some probate and get the house into, I don't know, maybe Pookie, Man, and Ray Ray can't own it, but maybe their cousin Bumquisha, who also grew up in the house, maybe she ends up being owner and we figure out how we rehab the house so that they all peacefully coexist in the house.
But it is still putting a unit back into circulation that was not there before. So that is an inventory increase. So not only are you helping them redevelop the house or refurb the house with the roof or whatever else needs to be done, you're helping them also on the legal side in terms of probate, which is a daunting task if any of you have ever gone through this. You never want to do it again. So, but a number of things, you guys are reaching out with assistance to help people take advantage of existing homes and putting those units back out there. A little bit here, a little bit there, sooner or later our supply side becomes less of an issue. So that's really unique.
And I just wanted to jump into, how many of you are familiar with the 203K? Have you heard of a 203K before? Right. How many of you understand a 203K? Okay, that's what I thought. So listen, here's what we're doing. We understand that for FHA borrowers, they too have a desire for properties that need a little bit of TLC, right? And typically that's why the foreclosure properties tend to go faster to investors because it's a lot easier for them to just use cash, hire the contractor or developer and fix it, right? So what we're working to do as well, to Ken's point, to help push some more additional inventory into the hands of FHA borrowers is to streamline that process, to make it easier for you all to understand how it works, to make it easier for lenders to understand how it works, and to find ways that we can make it more efficient from a cost efficiency perspective, but also to cut some of the red tape to make it a lot easier for everyone to understand. There are sister programs that are already out there in the market that seem to be a little easier to access. But we want to make sure that FHA borrowers are able to access those properties that might not be turnkey, but aren't necessarily shanties, right? There's a lot of space in between, and we want to make sure that we provide that option as well. So that's something that we're looking to do in the coming months to revamp and give a facelift.
So, and this all goes under the 203B?
No, this will be the 203K for strictly rehabilitation.
Okay. All right.
Rehabilitation mortgages.
Okay. So, Mario, Clarence, I know you're not rehabbing or part of the foreclosure process, but you're creating supply, and can you speak a little bit to that?
It's actually, with land being as difficult it is to get and us having to cap our sales prices, rehab is the future. And a lot of Habitat affiliates have moved to rehabs and aging in place, keeping older folks in their homes. So Habitat, although traditionally we have been a builder of single-family homes, we are evolving into something else out of necessity. If we had an unlimited land supply, we wouldn't change our product because everybody wants that single-family home. But the realities of life are such that rehabs may be the future.
Now, so again, I do this for a living. I did not know that. I mean, how many people? Well, don't raise your hand if you didn't know this, but evidently Habitat is going into the refurb business, right? So that's unique, and that's probably being driven at least in part by the significant shortage that we have right now in units. Clarence, are you guys?
Sure. We're doing a couple of things as it relates to rehab. Of course, we're trying to preserve home ownership by assisting the owner-occupied unit with rehab. We believe that's keenly important, especially when we have some of our seniors that have gotten to the point where they don't have the income to bring their unit up to code in many cases. So we do have funding available for that. But also our construction lending is available for rehab. So you can use our dollars to rehab units as well as build new units. Now, what's really exciting is I'm sitting next to my new best friend over here. There can be an opportunity for our resources to go into that 203K. When I first got to Miami-Dade County, that's one of the things I asked about, because we know how challenging it can be trying to manage, that rehab. The acquisition part probably is kind of easy, but managing that rehab. But we have resources, and if we can work with our HUD partner, I think we can come up with some policies that make sense.
We welcome that, absolutely.
So how are we doing on the time back there? There's okay. So, but there's someone blocking the clock.
We have 6 minutes left.
Okay. So we have 6 minutes left. So let's spend a little bit of. We're good. So let's spend just a little bit of time. We talked a lot about supply. What about the demand? So here's some numbers that are rather frightening. In the Tri-County area, from Miami-Dade all the way up through Palm Beach County, we're expecting roughly 10% growth in population in the next 10 years. So we're 6 million, little 6 million plus, so a little over 600,000 more people will be living in this Tri-County area within the next 10 years. So we've got to do something today about building units. Little 6 million plus, so a little over 600,000 more people will be living in this Tri-County area within the next 10 years. So we've got to do something today about building units. These are all helping, and this is supply, but there's going to be a huge demand that is coming. So how do we address that demand side? And I don't know if this exists, but is there any preferential treatment? I'm getting a signal? No? I'm getting the signal. Okay, so, well, yes. Now, this is what I know about academia. Never butt up against happy hour because you're going to lose every time. So I'll close with this. My part to this, I want to thank everybody for letting me be here today. My part to this is on the demand side, we have to put pressure on developers and city leaders, county leaders to bring more product to market because those 600,000 people are going to need some place to live. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our panel with us this afternoon. I am very, very proud and happy to have with us on my right Albert Milo, the president of Related Urban Development Group, who's done about, 22 projects now with PHCD. Amazing. To my far left, our inspirational morning keynote speaker, a fantastic leader and an icon in the world of redevelopment of communities that need help, Renee Glover from Atlanta. Renee, thank you so much for staying and being with us on this panel. And to my immediate left, Renee Glover's partner in crime, euphemistically speaking, a legend in his own time, Egbert Perry, the founder of Integral, founded all the way back in 1993. So let's give them all a hand before we start our discussion. Well, thank you very much. I will give a chance to our hometown boy to give us a little background on how he got into the business and show us a few slides of what they've accomplished here in South Florida, Miami-Dade County. Mr. Milo.
Thank you, Mr. Liu, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Albert Milo. I am, as Mr. Liu mentioned, I am the president of Related Urban. We are the affordable and workforce housing division of Related. I got started in real estate at an early age. I was just asked a little while ago by Ms. Glover of how I started in the business. I actually started buying HUD repossessed homes at an early age. Started fixing properties, starting selling properties, and in my 20s there was a public housing development that Miami-Dade put out for bid, and I was successful in the RFP, put together a group of investors at the time and created a homeownership project. And through the years, I initially focused on for sale affordable homeownership. And in 2009, the opportunity presented itself to create a partnership with the Related Group. And we formed Related Urban Development Group, which was just a collaboration of my company, Urban Development, along with the Related Group, which was founded by George Perez in 1979. Since our inception in 2009, we've completed over 5,000 units. Most of our work is public-private partnership work. As Mr. Liu mentioned, we've completed 22 projects in partnership with PHCD. We just opened our 22nd project on Monday in partnership with them. So we have probably another 20 some odd projects in the pipeline with the different phases in partnership with the county. And public-private partnerships are a major collaborative effort. They're not just the same as a private deal. It takes a lot of work with the public partner, but also with the community that we're building in. What maximizes the value of the public-private partnerships is making sure that it's a win-win. we always focus, our main priority is always the residents. We always make sure that we take care of the residents first and foremost. We want to make sure that we uplift the community by creating additional economic development. We're big believers in mixed income housing. We're doing that in all of the deals that we're working together, not just here in Miami-Dade County, but throughout the state and throughout the country in some of the projects that we're now working on. And we want to make sure that we create value for our public partner. We want to make sure that the deals have revenues streams in place to allow our public partner to continue their mission and benefit from the development. What does the public sector usually bring to the table? Land, in many instances, that is underutilized and might have been used for a different purpose at the time, but now it could be better designed and better laid out or better zoned to create better uses. They also have the ability to bring funding. Sometimes it's HUD funding, sometimes it's local funding, or leverage other dollars at the state level. And they have the ability to align the public interests and help with expediting permits and facilitating that community engagement aspect of these deals. The private sector brings their capacity and the expertise to allow these deals to move forward expeditiously. We bring our own ability to leverage dollars because your public partner in many instances is not able to access all of the capital markets. So in the typical deals that we do, we probably bring 70 to 80% of the dollars between the equity and the fund and the loans to the table to be able to build these projects. And the risk sharing factor, we're able to sign guarantees, we're able to use our strength, our balance sheet, again, to leverage those public dollars in an efficient way. And I'm just going to talk quickly on some of the public housing projects that we've done because we want to give time to take some questions and do the panel. Next slide. We're working on highlighting two projects that we're collaborating with PHCD. One of them is actually directly across the street. It's called River Park. It consists of 23 acres of riverfront land. Initially, there was public housing that was built there during the 60s and the 70s, almost 900 units of elderly public housing, and we're transforming that into over 2,500 units of mixed income, intergenerational development. And I know that's a big important project for the county, and I want to thank Commissioner Higgins, who is here, who represents the district, for all her help in that project. And it's a combination of new construction and of historic preservation. So we're doing some rehab work and some new construction work, but we've been able to mix elderly public housing along with workforce and market rate housing. And for those of you who haven't seen it, you know, you're welcome to go by and take a look, and you'll see how some of the original construction is there and how it's integrated with some of the new construction. And the next slide. Next slide. There you see some of the pictures of the old units and some of the new finishes and the new units that we've completed there. We've completed 4 phases, and we're already working on our 5th and 6th phase within that master plan. And the other project that we wanted to talk about was Liberty Square. That is a project that was built in Liberty City during the 1930s. About 700 units of public housing. We're also redeveloping that in partnership with PHCD into about 1,600 units. We've completed 3 phases. About 200 units of those are public housing units, and we're embarking on our 4th and 5th phases. Again, mixed income with a lot of different community uses, educational facilities, grocery store, healthcare facilities, Chamber of Commerce, all of the things that the neighborhood asked us as part of our community engagement process to incorporate. And then in the next slide, you see some of the original units and the state of housing and some of the completed units. And we've been very fortunate. I was talking to Mr. Liu, we've had 3 secretaries of HUD visit that project, which is usually difficult to get 1. We've been able to get 3, including the new secretary, Fudge, that just visited Liberty Square with us on Tuesday. And I also want to thank Ms. Denise Cleveland-Leggett, who was the regional administrator for the last administration, and for her support in all of these projects that we were working in collaboration with PHCD, and all of your visits and all the time that you helped us get these projects through. So those are just a few of the projects that we're working on with PHCD. So I look forward to any questions that you may have. So thank you, Mr. Liu.
Well, thank you, Mr. Milo. I appreciate the overview. And I want to ask Mr. Perry here. Now, you've been in the business a long time, longer than Mr. Milo. You founded your company in 1993. You had some theories about the market, how development should take place. How have those theories panned out over the years? And then also, now that you've established a presence here in South Florida, Miami-Dade County, how do you expect to compete with a guy like here? You know, I'd like to get some of your views on that.
I can't answer the second one. No, first of all, Director, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. Yes, I did start the business in 1993, but for 13 years prior to that, I had the good fortune of helping to build a real estate and construction company in Atlanta. I actually took over the company at the ripe old age of 25 and didn't know what I was doing, but fast forward, by the time 13 years had gone by, I did have a view of what development should be. I will say that over those 13 years, I got a chance to see a lot of people that looked like me, that had come into the world with their trajectory set downward before they ever left the womb. And so I envision that we ought to be able to create communities that were going to be uplifting and agnostic to people's income. And that's how the mixed income community approach was developed by Integral. We created something we call the Atlanta model. And I'm going to demonstrate to you what that is. So just hang with me for a second. It's the left hand, right hand demonstration. So this is community development. It's about community people, transformation, mission. If there's a P for profit, it's a small to medium sized P, but the M is really big. It's also about Main Street, and so you are creating a community. On the other end, this is commercial real estate. It's about the deal, profit. Maybe there's an M, but if there is, it's usually tiny. It's about Wall Street. And these people think that those people are bleeding heart liberals. And these people think that those folks are greedy bastards. And they never come together. So we thought there was an ability to build in the middle where we respected market principles and returns to investors and so on, while being focused on building community. And so we, working in a partnership with this lady, which you'll hear about in a minute, created something that got called or labeled the Atlanta model. And we introduced holistic community revitalization. Now, it really wasn't all that brilliant. It wasn't complicated. It's easy to explain. It's just hard to do. Easy to explain because if I asked every one of you what we should have in a community, I am certain that all of you will say almost the same thing. Great schools, nice housing, retail, all the things that we take for granted now that we have a little bit more means. The problem is we've built a country that creates heavens and hells. And we're worried and surprised when hell contaminates heaven. So maybe our strategy was wrong. Maybe we should have been creating sustainable community that was uplifting to people independent of their economic circumstances. So that's what we set out to do. Fast forward, we have been in the business for 30 years. January will be 30 years. And we have done about 75 public-private partnerships in about 22 cities. We call it brain damage work. But the long and short of it all is we're doing both development, as in real estate development, and community development. And it's difficult work. But in the final analysis, I think as an organization, when we look at it, it makes us feel good in here, even if it doesn't do much for the pockets. So that's who we are. And Director, you know, we have one of your own, Kareem Brantley, who is the head of Integral Florida, and we're thrilled with what we have on tap, and I look forward to doing a lot of that here. Now, I don't worry about competing with Albert. Why? Not because he is not formidable. He is. The bad news is there is so much of this work because we have been doing the wrong thing for so many decades that you could have Albert, Egbert, Kareem, and a whole lot more working for the next 30 years, and you still will not have transformed the country. So I welcome the competition, and I think there's enough for a lot of all of us to do.
Well, I think that's it's a good and sad story, right? It's a good story that there's a sense that there's enough to go around so that many can take part and do so in a way that is beneficial both to the ultimate beneficiaries as well as to the companies that are involved in working on it and the communities that have to be involved. Again, but it's a sad statement too, because it talks about how big the problem is. This is what, Renee, you talked about this morning in your speech. So tell us, when you embarked upon this challenge, back starting in the 90s, when you first got to Atlanta and the Atlanta Housing Authority, from your background, after the first, say, 90 days, what were your thoughts? Were you going to fly back to New York, Wall Street, or how big was the challenge, and how did you then reach out to people like Egbert Perry to start to forge the private and the public partnerships that you've been a pioneer of?
Well, the first thing that I did is I prayed. Then the second thing that I did was pray. And then the third thing that I did was pray. But at the end of the day, I was so committed to making a difference that I said, I'm not going to fail at this. And the thing that always will stick in my heart and my mind is that when you saw the conditions that families and children were living in, it was despicable. And so you can't walk away from that. And one story I tell all the time is I remember meeting with one of the resident leaders who was at the time 60 years old. And she said to me, she said, Ms. Glover, we've been out here for 40 years and we ain't got nothing. Do you know what that sounds like? And you're looking at someone who looks just like you, and they say, I have been living somewhere for 40 years in America, and we ain't got nothing. And that broke my heart. And then she went on to say, she said, if me and my people will agree to work with you, I want to make sure you do one thing. Keep your word and don't break your promise. And so I gave her my word, and I said, I'll work my butt off, and I promise you that I will do what I say I'm going to do, and if I can't do something, I'll be back to let you know. Because she said, year after year, we have all these, especially politicians, coming out and saying what they were going to do, and then as soon as they got elected, you never saw them again until the next election. And so this was personal to me because I said, somebody's got to stand in the breach and do the work. And God always sends his angels, and that's what Egbert Perry was. Because he too was burning with passion to make a difference and to make something happen, because it was our people that were being destroyed. And the amazing thing about it is that the people came out to protest, and you know, all of a sudden we were dirty dogs, and how dare you tear all this stuff down, and you're doing this and you're doing that. Now, mind you now, the entire 60-year period up to that time, and it was doing the same thing. Nobody was around to protest. But as soon as we started down the road, that's when everyone came out. So, again, and being guided by that principle of universal humanity, we got together and created the community that Egbert alluded to. He said, if I were to give everybody in this room a microphone and say, tell me what you want in the community, we all know what that looks like. And we also know what it doesn't look like. So it's been a privilege to do the work, and then having public servants like Michael Liu, who was a decision maker, you know, not one of these people, you know, they fumble around, you know, you say, I need to do this and that. His word was his bond, and that's how we got it done. And so the only other thing I'll add is, now that we know what to do, we need to do more of it and not return to the things that are expedient. And in 5 years, we quite frankly shouldn't be doing development that doesn't have as a part of it affordable housing. There's no reason, and there are not enough resources for us to continue to build communities that are focused around income as opposed to building great communities, because there'll be a whole heck of a lot more sustainable and affordable, and the country itself will be strengthened. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Wow, so as you can tell, it takes a whole lot of energy and a lot of commitment and a belief. And how do you hold on to that belief, all three of you, in the face of, at times, a lot of that pushback, a lot of that protest? Sometimes it's from the tenants, the residents, sometimes it's from the media, sometimes from the political environment that you're in. I mean, what are some of the strategies that you've employed to address all of those types of elements that you inevitably face as you go about working on major community development, which includes housing? Mr. Perry.
You know, that's the $64,000 question. That when you think about, everybody's talking about the affordable housing crisis, and there is one, but it's a subset of a bigger crisis. I argue that the real crisis is a community development crisis. If I found the most undesirable, cheapest piece of land that I could build 20,000 units of affordable housing, maybe I would close the gap, right? Probably not, because nobody would go there. The truth is, the problem we have is not affordable housing. We have a crisis of the lack of housing affordability in communities where people with choice would want to live. So if you put the affordable housing in a place that doesn't offer a decent school, access to food, access to health and wellness and recreation, services, etc., and it's isolated, then you really are not addressing the core problem. All you're doing is providing shade and shelter. And that's not what we need. Now, I'm number 9 of 11 kids. Our household income for all 11 kids and my mother and father was the equivalent of $1,000 US a year. I never knew I was poor until I came to this country. Why? Because back home, I went to the best school on the island. I lived in a mixed income community. Nobody told me I was nothing, am nothing, and never will be anything. I was told the exact opposite. And so when we created the first community, what we said was, I was going to create the place I grew up in. And in that community, it was the proverbial African village. It takes a village to raise a child, and there are people of all incomes, all family structures, etc., and they were looking out for the young people. And that's what we try to create. So I don't need somebody to give me a speech to be motivated. I have all the motivation I need. I can get 3 meals a day. I have a house. I have a car. I do not have champagne taste. And that's good because I only have a bare budget. So I can spend my life doing things that make a difference. And that's my motivation.
Mr. Milo, so you heard Mr. Perry talk about communities that have access to the kind of amenities that would be great for all of us. But as he points out, not all of these communities have them. So is it possible to create that kind of community where there isn't the good schools to begin with, or a community environment where the attitudes of the population see people, not as classes or not as groups? I mean, you're embarked on what we hope is a transformation of Liberty Square, Liberty City. So how does Mr. Perry's words reflect, you think, on the kind of work you're trying to do in Liberty Square, or even here across the street? I see a connection, but I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think Mr. Perry's right. I mean, I think and Liberty Square is a perfect example, along with even our West River redevelopment in Tampa, which is what I always refer to as the cousin of Liberty Square, built around the same time, same conditions. But if you recall, Mr. Lou, I think one of the key components is, that we have to be sensitive to as developers, is to listen to that community. And as both of them mentioned, if we handed out a flyer here today, I think everyone, and asked them, what would you like to see in your community? I do think that the responses would be very similar. And I think we experienced that through the series of meetings that we had at Liberty Square, which at the time was 50, 60 community meetings. And we had to take the approach that we were there to listen, first and foremost, and then to be the vehicle to implement the community's vision. And in that vision, you're right, I mean, they talked about, we want a national grocery store to be part of our development like you have in any more affluent area. We want choice for our education, right? Which is part of what the community's vision incorporated. We want access to health care within our community. We want access to economic development opportunities and businesses to be able to flourish, right? I think those things are universal. So I think it's incumbent upon the developers that do this type of community development work to first have an open mind and certainly open ears, you know, and my team's heard me say it, there's a reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and that's because we have to listen twice as much as we talk. And in these communities that we're building in, there's been a lot of broken promises, as Ms. Glover said, right? So it's understandable that you're walking into a lot of anxiety, a lot of angst, a lot of broken promises through the years, and we're there to try to build the community's vision while still making sure that the projects are financially viable and can be feasible. So I do agree that there's been a lack of interest to build the amenities and the services that help sustain these communities long term, and that's the job that we're tasked to do.
Well, let me touch on the last subject for this, on the development issue, and kind of shift gears a little. Renee, you sit on the board of Fannie Mae, a government-sponsored enterprise, which may be, in some view, maybe it's 10 steps away from the actual on-the-ground work of redevelopment. Can an entity like Fannie Mae make a difference as we move forward to try and tackle this challenge? Can a GSC do it all just by new products, or do the GSCs have to do more, and are they thinking about it?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. It turns out that what the GSCs do primarily is provide liquidity in the secondary market so that lenders can redeploy the money to facilitate single-family home ownership and also multifamily housing. And so I am very excited to invite that you take a look at the websites and the programs that are being done. Especially today, we have a new director of FHFA, and that's the regulator for the GSCs. And one of our primary focus areas is addressing systemic bias in terms of supporting access to capital. And where the GSCs can be very influential is that in terms of convenings and pulling people together, because in the Fannie Mae portfolio, that's about $4 trillion of mortgages. And then Freddie Mac has another 2.5, 3 trillion. I mean, that's a lot of influence. And so through the standard setting that allows those mortgages to be underwritten, there are opportunities to address the things that were a direct result of segregation, Jim Crow, and that type of thing. So we're looking at credit scoring and looking at using rental payment history as a proxy for the types of things that otherwise would be used for credit scoring. That has a huge influence, and we're looking at the appraisal process and so on and so forth. So no, the GSEs are not in the direct business of developing housing, but the GSEs, because there is a government footprint there, is very focused on what steps can be taken to support and facilitate and address the supply issue as well as access to capital. And let's not kid ourselves, access to capital is critically important. And one of the things that especially people of color have suffered from is not having access to capital. And, you know, Albert was sharing with us when he was almost, you know, in his like early 20s, he was out buying single-family homes, fixing them up, selling them. Well, that's a great way to get started, provided that you have access to capital. So we are not poor, we being African Americans and people of color and people from the African diaspora. We're not lacking in ideas, smarts, energy, intentionality, heart, but access to capital is a big issue. And unfortunately, that bias is so hardwired into all of these organizations that there's always the excuse, well, gee, because these are people of color, there's probably additional risk. And it's all a risk management business at the end of the day. So I think we have an opportunity to address these issues, working together. But as I said earlier this morning, we've got to get to universal humanity, because all of the great ideas are not the exclusive purview of Anglo-Saxon males. And so we've got to continue to push on that and evolve it and develop, because if you don't have capital, you can't implement and do these things. And so we've made progress, but we've got to continue. And at the end of the day, my dream is that in 5 years, we can actually start doing all development as community development, because that is what we're doing. Okay, we can call it different things, but at the end of the day, the only reason we're developing is because people need homes, they need grocery stores, they need these things, and we need to develop it in a way that we're building in long-term sustainability. And the only other thing I'll add is that today we are not on a sustainable course, because the greater the gaps in terms of wealth and income, we're sowing the seeds of our own destruction. And all we have to do is set the clock and see the time evolve if we can't figure out how to change our attitudes, our approach, and our commitment. We are in charge, we just haven't accepted it.
Well, let's hear it for that last word of hope. And let's make no mistake about it. Each of our speakers here, each of these people here represent hope. And I believe that there's too much gloom and doom when I hear the media, when I hear certain experts talk about, you know, what the situation is. Here you have real live examples of people who are working every day toward change. And They are success stories in my book. Thank you so very much for being here this afternoon, and thank you for being a partner to Miami-Dade County. Thank you. Okay, if you could stay in your seats for a little while, because we'll be having our next and final guest this afternoon for us. We have a treat from you, some celebrities from HGTV, and they'll have some tips for all of us. Thank you very much, everyone.
Brian and Mika turn dirt into dreams fast.
We build homes in 100 days or less. Boom!
With a schedule this tight, any problem could derail the whole project.
We are way behind. We are 45 days into this house.
5 to 7 days for tile. Hell no.
We were so close to finishing. Can you believe 100 days ago this was a dirt lot?
All new 100-Day Dream Home. The clock starts next Sunday at 10 on HGTV and HGTV Go.
We are so very fortunate to have with us, as part of our closing session, the hosts of the hit series on HGTV, the 100-Day Dream Home, Floridians from the Tampa area, joining us here this afternoon, Mika and Brian Kleinschmidt. Come on up, folks. Let's give them a hand.
Brian and Mika turn dirt into dreams fast.
We build homes in 100 days or less. Boom!
With a schedule this tight, any problem could derail the whole project.
We are way behind. We are 45 days into this house.
5 to 7 days for tile. Hell no.
We were so close to finishing. Can you believe 100 days ago this was a dirt lot?
All new 100-Day Dream Home. The clock starts next Sunday at 10 on HGTV and HGTV Go.
Well, that's pretty cool.
pretty scary too. I've never seen myself that big.
Okay.
Playing musical chairs here.
Hey, we got it. Awesome.
I've always wanted to be on the Jumbotron.
Well, your wish just came true.
Mika, we made it.
That's awesome.
What's up, guys? I'm so loud, I don't even need this microphone.
Seriously.
How's everybody doing? I'll call you neighbors because we were just a 3.5-hour drive from here, from Tampa today. So, hello, neighbors. I'm not sure how the Tampa Bay Rays are going to feel about me being in the Marlins Stadium, but
We love it.
So we're very happy and excited to have you here. I think a lot of us who see you on TV would wonder, how did you all get this idea? And then how did you actually interest, the TV folks that this was a show worth having on TV? Who would believe you? Give us a little background on how all of that came to be.
Yeah.
And we'll start with
ladies first.
The ladies
Oh, well, actually,
The reason why our show is a hit.
No, it's both of us. And actually, I think the story starts on you, Brian. One of your connections from years ago.
Yeah, so back in college, I had a friend, and she worked her way up to the network level of HGTV. And Meek and I were already doing real estate before the show even happened. So we stayed in touch all those years, and she said, hey, I think it would make a great TV show. And we started with a sizzle reel, which is like a mini episode, then a pilot episode, and then we did season 1. And gosh, we just wrapped season 3, so it's still kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the unique things for us was the timing, because all of the shows were geared around renovation and flipping. So we brought to the table new construction from the ground up. Let's show the whole process.
So a lot of folks here are involved in development of some kind. So question, does your count of the 100 days include the permitting process, which of course can sometimes be agonizing? How does that work?
So for the show, people don't like to watch the permitting process, so we do not count that.
Not to mention it would be pretty much impossible.
Because I will say, sometimes the permitting process takes longer than actually building the house.
Yeah, true story.
Well, we love that. And in terms of getting the customers or the clients for the show, how do you go through that process in vetting them and getting confident that there'll be good partners along the way?
You know, honestly, I do practice my real estate outside of the show. So typically, a lot of the times, I've already started my relationship with the clients before the cameras show up. So they're comfortable around us. I think we're pretty laid back. But yeah, I think, for the most part, we build a really good relationship with our clients. And then if we get greenlit for another season, they're usually pretty excited to be a part of it.
Speaking about getting greenlit for another season, are we allowed to announce that we got renewed for season 4?
Technically, I guess.
I probably just got in trouble because Mika gave me a look like this.
It's like you're asking for forgiveness. You can announce it. We just found out, but we have not made the announcement yet.
Yeah, we just started filming season 4 last week, and the only people that know about it right now are you guys right here. My parents too. My parents know too.
So are there going to be any differences in the show? Can you give us a little hint about that?
I know what you're hinting at, and yes, you are still stuck with me as Mika's co-host. No changes there.
There's going to be some differences, because when we started this 5 years ago, compared to what the housing market is like now and new construction now, we have to go through the same hurdles as everyone. So yeah, there's definitely going to be higher price points on some of the homes, and struggle with lead times and supplies. you guys know.
Yeah, we've had to change up our whole strategy. I mean, when we started season 1, it was a lot easier to get materials. Now, when we go in for permitting, we are putting our window orders in, our truss orders in. I mean, we're ordering block. We're ordering appliances at the permit phase in order to get this done. I mean, there's so much teamwork involved with our show to make it all happen, from construction to production. It takes a lot of people to get this show done.
So that actually lays the groundwork for a hint out there, is that builders, those involved in development, they have to consider buying materials, buying appliances much earlier in the process than normal.
Yeah, we've had to, in order to make it work. We have seen that lead times are starting to come down a little bit. But yeah, we've had to kind of change our whole strategy. Otherwise, we'd have to change the name of the show. Hey, I will tell you something interesting. So when Meek and I first started speccing out homes, we did a house in about 63 days. And the production company we worked with, they said, why don't we do 60-day dream home? And Meek and I are like, so actually, fun fact, our show started out as 90-day dream home, but there was another show on TLC called 90 Day Fiancé. Anybody see 90 Day Fiancé? She likes 90 Day Fiancé better than 100 Day Dream Home. But anyways, since TLC and HGTV are sister networks, they would not let us have 90 Day in the title, so they switched us to 100 Day.
So we got 10 more days. Thank you very much.
Very good, very good. Now, besides Florida, have you done any work outside of the state of Florida?
Yeah. We've actually been a part of a couple other series on HGTV. The most recent was Hometown Kickstart, which was really cool. We went to a small town, Thomaston, Georgia, and did, 3 or 4 renovations.
Did anybody see Hometown Kickstart? All 3 of you?
Hey!
Hey, did anybody see Rock the Block? Let's go.
Yeah. That was also
You watched
in Georgia.
That was up in Georgia too. But yeah, we have done a lot of projects outside of Tampa. But for our show, we strictly stay in the Tampa Bay area. That's where all our connections are. Unless we're enticed to come down and build in the 305.
Okay.
305, take it to the house. MIA, take it to the house.
Yes.
That's the way. You didn't think I was going to quote any Trick Daddy today, did you? I'm going to get in big trouble talking about the Marlins here. I keep trying to see myself on the Jumbotron.
Oh, look at yourself looking at yourself. That's weird.
Hey, Ryan, are you able to put the kiss cam up? I've always wanted to do the kiss cam.
Oh, jeez. What's happening? Oh, God.
All right.
I've always wanted to do that. You want one too?
You don't look like Billy the Marlins. So anyway, we'll pass on that. Well, I tell you what, before we leave, the mayor will be joining us.
Oh, nice.
And then, maybe she'll have something to entice you guys to come down to tape an episode. I don't know, but the mayor always has some creative things in her mind. So
Very cool.
We can posit that forward.
I guess the good thing is the Marlins are in the National League, the Rays are in American League, so I can technically cheer for both, right? Unless we both make the World Series.
She said no.
No? Okay. Hey, can we talk about something real quick?
He's a talker.
Is the rumor true that you guys tried to steal Tom Brady from us? No? All right, because I heard it through the grapevine. You guys were trying to get Tom Brady. That is true?
Hey, it's okay.
All right.
Well, let me ask you this. From your perspective, as experienced people in building of single-family homes, for the people out there, for our audience, who either personally or with clients they work with, what would be your say, top 5 tips, whatever number you would pick, in terms of picking a builder, the right builder, to ensure that they get what is promised?
My number one, I guess, tip or gauge of responsibility from a contractor is their communication. You'd be surprised how many builders you contact, and these are pre-approved clients, and you want to get information and you don't ever get a response. So that's never a good sign. You want somebody that's going to be keeping you in the loop for the entire construction process, or have some kind of system in place like Buildertrend or software to where you know what's going on with your investment.
Yeah, I mean, this is your dream home you're building, and don't feel bad about getting multiple quotes. We see so many clients, they just want one quote and they're in such a hurry they're going to go with it. But I think it's kind of fitting we're on the baseball field. I think getting to your dream home or home plate, I think there's a lot of steps involved, and I think some people think you can just go out there and stand on a home plate in your home, but you got to make your way around the bases a little bit, and make sure you find the right person you feel comfortable with, to make sure that everything is smooth.
Have you had any situation for the show where you're working with a client and you're not getting you talk about communication, you're not getting feedback from the client that you need to stay on track in terms of time, and then what did you do to change that situation?
Man, sometimes, and this is funny because my assistant has like a nickname, Bulldog, and I've had to get sometimes firm, not so much with the clients. Like, I've always been had great rapport with my clients and open communication, but sometimes subs and contractors, getting a response, it can be challenging, especially, I mean, as a female. In the beginning, I feel like I had to really prove myself. Right. But yeah, there's times we got to put the heat on a little bit.
So even now for the show, some of the subs and others, it's
yeah. I mean, we've got a great group of subs now that we've been working with for years. But yeah, I mean, there's always going to be something. There's always going to be challenges. I mean, especially, we film a lot of our show in Florida in the summertime. There's a lot of unexpected variables. It's a hard show to shoot. We're out in the Florida heat. But yeah, we are still having a blast, but we're still working really hard, but we're having fun doing it.
Great.
And it doesn't hurt that Brian brings ice cream sandwiches and milkshakes and all kinds of goodies to our subs, because we want to thank them for the hard work they're doing.
That's a secret to getting your subs to work really hard is popsicles, ice cream sandwiches, Cuban sandwiches for lunch. I was talking to somebody, who's got the best Cuban sandwiches, Tampa or Miami?
Miami.
Oh boy. Oh boy, don't get me started.
Oh boy.
So I think one of the most unique features of your show is that you're able to show clients possibilities, taking them into the community and showing them possible sample concepts and ideas and materials.
Yes.
How do you find those houses? Is it through your contacts in the real estate side, Mika?
Honestly, a lot of realtors, they love the fact that we're showing some of their listings. It's like, heck yeah, you guys want to put it on HGTV? So normally I do get a lot of those homes lined up through other colleagues in the real estate business. We also like to go to local businesses too, highlight different, countertops, lighting. We definitely like to highlight some of our small local businesses in Tampa for sure.
I will say, in the very beginning, when nobody knew who we were, we did inspiration tours at my parents' house, at Mika's parents' house, at our neighbor's house, at our house. But yeah, we kind of did what we had to do to make it work. But now, people are like lining up that says, use my house as an inspiration house. So if you want us to use yours, we'll come down here. Run through Michael's kitchen.
In terms of the other talent, the term that you all use on HGTV, do you ever call each other for tips or direction and say, hey, Ben and Aaron, how should we approach this? Or so-and-so. Is there some communication between you all?
Absolutely. I mean, we are an absolute family and a team. And if you saw Rock the Block, I think that's one of the coolest things that came out of the show. I mean, besides the fact that we won the whole damn thing. Oh, for those of you who didn't watch it, spoiler alert. But no, I mean, we came out of there with some great friends that we still stay in touch with today. In fact, on season 3, we had another HGTV talent kind of cross-pollinate on our show. But we stay in touch with them, and we can all kind of learn and grow from each other, even though we're in total different parts of the country. Because our show is the only one in Florida on HGTV. Yeah, kind of cool.
That is very interesting, given the amount of people moving to Florida and the attention on Florida in regards to housing and as well as other subjects too. That is quite interesting. Yeah. When you were auditioning for your show, were you aware of competition, or is it done in such a way where they take a good idea, you knew somebody at the network, and they said, okay, well, let's do a pilot, or let's figure it out. What kind of experience was that when you actually got the invitation to try out, so to speak?
You want me to take it?
Long story short, they fell in love with Mika,
That is not
and
true.
I just
I hate when you
happened
say
to come
that.
along with her.
That's not true. It was definitely a long process, though. It was at least 2 years from like the initial idea to even getting a pilot episode. But Brian and I actually created the concept, so we're host and producers on the show. So once they said, yes, you can do it, we didn't have to audition for the part.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, Meek and I were super real because we've known each other since high school, when we first met in high school. And I will admit something that's a little embarrassing. I never got even to first base with Mika in high school. I struck out quite a bit. But when we reconnected on our first date, can I say home run?
I'm done with you.
So you're talking about a season 4, which is great. And in terms of HGTV, okay, as a network, do you see some involvement there in terms of what they're trying to do, the markets they're trying to reach, some of the subjects that they want to talk about, affordability, reaching out even more so than they do now to minority communities and audiences. What do you see that in terms of the network? I mean, I see some changes, which I think is great, and I wonder how you all see that.
So we can't disclose anything that hasn't aired yet or gotten official green light, but we do know of some show concepts that are actually filming pilot episodes right now that are based around, affordable housing, and like you said, kind of following the process through the client's eyes, not so much focusing on the host, focus on what the actual people are going through and show those processes. So yes, I do think that's going to be something that evolves in the future.
And I'll add a little bit to that. I'm actually surprised Mika said that, because I'm usually the one that spills the beans.
But I didn't spill the beans.
But the show she's talking about may or may not be taking place in Miami.
It's true.
So our production company is working on something really cool that's going to highlight Miami and talk about what you just talked about, showing some different areas of town, different parts of Florida, different price points, whole different concept, and I've probably already said too much.
Well, that's really exciting, because for those of you who want to end up on those shows, I do believe that Brian and Mika are going to be able to stay for a little while during the reception over there in the PNC Marlins Club, and I know they'll be happy to audition you, right then and there. And we have all the cameras are on there too, so that'll be great.
Yeah, we're looking forward to meeting you guys after I run the bases, of course. No, I won't run the bases.
Now, it's also great that, there's a great sense of family on your shows. There's you, Mika, and Brian, of course, and you also have your daughter.
Yeah, our daughter Jade, Brian's dad Kevin. It is a family affair.
Yeah, it's so crazy because when we started the pilot, Jade was 9 years old, and now she just turned 13. So seeing her kind of grow up on television is kind of scary at some point, but it's also really kind of cool to watch. And yes, she gets recognized in school, but she never wants to, take any credit. She's really shy. So yeah, she's a sweetheart, though.
Well, Brian and Mika, we're really fortunate because we have here the superstar of Miami-Dade County, Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, to welcome you to Miami-Dade County.
Yes.
Mayor.
Thank you. How are you?
Mika and Brian Kleinschmidt.
Excellent. It's been awesome.
Am I Miami 5?
Yeah, anything goes. That's very lovely.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, this has been awesome.
Well, I understand you're going to start helping us build and design homes.
We would love to.
We're here to build and design homes, right, everybody? Right? Do we want this great couple to help us? All right, vote with your clap. Let me hear it again. You want this great couple? All right. By acclamation, you are selected. But don't worry, there's only about 32,000 that will need your help. 32,000 units and counting. All right. Thank you so very, very much. Well, you have really helped us close this program out in a very creative and inspiring way, right here in our Lone Depot Park, in the heart of Little Havana. I tell you, walk in like that, they'll give you a free cafecito. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining us. I know it's the hardy who stayed till the end. Maybe some of you are already at the party. I don't know, but I hear there's a party and there will be some adult beverages. So stick around. This summit is the most recent block in the Building Blocks program, but it will not be the last. All right. We are together going to build us back to affordability. We are going to build our way back. There are so many connections that have been made here today. Developers who have found people with property. Property owners who found people to develop affordably. Federal dollars that we can pluck to help subsidize, and new investors in the private sector to help us build out all those homes. So we say to everyone, Miami is your home, and we will fight for you. We want you. We need you. We care for you. And we have launched many innovative partnerships today where the innovators met the innovators, right? People that didn't even know about new ideas, that have new ideas. And I just can't wait to see what comes out of all of this. So we're laying the foundation for a Miami-Dade County where everyone can be at home, feel at home, and stay at home. Thank you, everyone, for making it possible, and especially to our fearless leader, Mr. Michael Liu. Yeah. Oh, yes. Honestly, he does this on top of his day-to-day job. and he answers his texts very promptly. So I know he's always on the job. And to the other wonderful members of the team who worked so hard to bring this together, let's just let them know how much we appreciate them. All right, congratulations. We're all winners today, and let's go party.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Let's get some photos.